Hello everyone and welcome to another very nice game from the European Individual Championship 2019 in Skopje, and it's a game between Vladislav Artemiev and Andrei Esipenko. So it's a game from the penultimate round, not from the final round, even though the final round already finished. But we are going to get back to that after we check out the game. Now, I don't know if you remember, some 2 years ago, I believe it was maybe 2017 World Blitz Championship, Andrei Sipenko created that beautiful miniature against Sergei Karyakin. I will put a link to it in the description below. If you haven't seen it, it will be the first thing you will see in the description below, so do check it out. It's quite a masterpiece. But this is a bit of a different game. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it, so let's just dive straight into it. Artemiev has the white pieces, and he opens with knight to f3. We have knight to f6, g3, g6, bishop g2, and bishop to g7. So everything symmetrical. We have d4, d5 by black, and both players castle. And here with c4, Artemiev transposes into the neo-Grunfeld. We have d captures on c4, and now white wants to recapture the pawn. We have knight to a3. And black decides, okay, I will give you back the pawn, but in a way that I see fit. So he simply pushes the pawn to c3 to give it back this way. White recaptures, and now black gave white a nice center, and now, of course, he wants to attack it with the flank pawn. We have rook to e1 by Artemiev, preparing e4, knight to c6, and now we do have e4. So as you can see, as it is often the case in any Grunfeld defense, white will have a very strong center, and black will try to attack the center with the sides from, let's say, the c pawn with the knight. Bishop also will join in with an attack against the center, and so on. C captures on d4 is played by Esipenko. C captures on d4, and now bishop to g4, pinning that knight. And here we have bishop to b2, challenging black's dark square bishop. So now it's not going to be all that impressive, and also defending the d4 pawn. We have knight to d7 by black, and here this exact same position was on the board in 2015 in the Women's World Chess Championship in Sochi, Russia, in a game between Antoaneta Stefanova and Muzichuk Maria, I believe. No, Anna Muzichuk, and Muzichuk won that game. In that game, black played, white played knight to c2. This was the move that white played, and white lost that game. But here, white plays rook to b1. This is a new move by Artemiev, and it is now from move 13 that we have a completely new game on the board. So it seems Artemiev definitely brushed up on the Grunfeld theory here. So okay, we have knight to b6 and d5 now, as now a lot of pressure is projected towards the d4 pawn. So here Artemiev grabs more space in the center, while also offers a trade of dark square bishops. We have bishop captures on b2, rook captures on b2, and now comes knight to e5 with a double attack on the knight here. The knight is pinned since the bishop is still pinning it, so here Artemiev unpins. We have queen to b3, and now bishop captures on f3. Bishop captures, and now comes knight to a4. A very sneaky move, whereas if white captures the knight, just knight captures here will win the game, as it wins the exchange. So after knight to a4, rook to c2, Artemiev just moves the rook out of the way. Knight captures on f3 with check. Queen captures on f3 is played, and now rook to c8, offering a trade of rooks. We have rook e to c1. Artemiev doubles up on the c file. Rook captures, and now queen to d7. So as you can see, the material on the board is equal. Black has the advantage of having 2 pawns on the queen side. So if things start happening, then that could be definitely an advantage for black. While white has a very nice central pawn structure here with a very advanced pawn on d5 already. So we have knight to c4 by white, with ideas of going to e5, or as in the game that happened, f6, preventing e5, with knight to a5, with a lot of tricky moves here. We have king to g7 by black, and now queen comes all the way to a3, with a lot of ideas. For example, you could capture the pawn, and after the queen captures, the queen will no longer be guarding the knight, so you could win the pawn this way. But you could also win it in a few different ways. So the best idea for black is just to move the knight. Let's say knight to b6. But here Esipenko played a different plan. He played b6 with the idea of getting rid of white knight. And he most likely he thought that, okay, white's probably gonna go to c6 and then I'm just gonna go knight to c5. But here Artemiev played a different plan. He played knight to b3. And now black has problems here. For example, if black makes a slow move, let's say rook to d8 or something, then you get rook to c6, just blocking the queen's defense of the knight, and now the knight will have to move, for example, to c6, where you will capture it and win a pawn, but also there are some dangers of knight to d4 to e6 check and such. So not an easy position for black. That's the reason why Esipenko, after he saw that b6 maybe wasn't the most precise idea, gave up the pawn immediately. He played knight to c5 to avoid any further complications. We have knight captures, pawn captures, and rook captures. So here Artemiev wins a pawn. And now black no longer has the 2-to-1 advantage on the queen side that we discussed. But okay, rook to b8, black would definitely enjoy infiltrating the last rank. First, rook to c6, with ideas that the queen is already attacking the e7 pawn. If the rook comes to e6, the rook can also join in on the hunt against the e7 pawn. And here black decides, well, there's really no point in going all the way to the last rank. With rook b1 check, there's no way for the queen to actually join in the attack. And of course, you don't have time to first play queen to h3 check, because then queen captures on e7. The queen has to keep an eye on this. So first, black goes for rook to b7. Now, okay, both rook and the queen guard the e7 pawn. And maybe now ideas like queen to h3 followed by rook to b1 would be possible, but for the moment not, as both the white queen and the white rook are guarding the c1 square. So here, king to g2, guarding h3 and not allowing any checks on the back rank. And queen to g4 now by black, going after the e4 pawn. And here just rook to e6, defending it, and now with a double attack against the e7 pawn. King to f7 defending, and now comes queen to a6. So Artemiev does not allow any breathing space for black to, reorganize his forces. The rook is under attack, and it's not all that easy to defend the a7 pawn. For example, if you try something like rook to c7 to still keep an eye on the a7 pawn, then queen to a5 attacks the rook. Once you move the rook, you get queen here. And now whatever black plays, let's say h5, he wants to go g5, h4. Now you will go queen to c8, and now you've taken all the squares away from the black rook. Once the black rook moves, rook b6, now you will play h3, force the queen back, queen g5, and now you will go queen to d7, where you will, simply win the game. You are forcing a trade here, and also if black captures, which he must, then you get pawn captures, and the game is over. So after queen to a6, attacking the rook, Esipenko tried rook to b6. At least, yes, he gives up a pawn, but he manages to trade rooks. So here we have queen captures on a7, now comes rook captures on e6, d captures and queen captures. So now we have this queen and pawn endgame where white has a passed pawn, and it's in a queen's endgame, it's a very fast pawn as well. So here, queen to a8. First, white defends the e4 pawn, puts the queen on this very important diagonal, so black will not be able to harass the white king, and now white is ready to start pushing his passed pawn. We have king to g7 by black, and now comes a4. G5, we have a5, and black also wants to create at least some weaknesses. And here, before pushing, Artemiev just plays h3, so now any pawn push black makes, either h4, then he will push g4, or g4, then he will push h4. In the game g4 happened, Artemiev of course wants to keep everything on the king side closed, so he doesn't have any problems. He played h4, and now comes queen to b3. With some ideas of perhaps creating some perpetual checking ideas with queen f3 check followed by queen d1 check. Or if the king moves away from the protection of the f2 pawn, then perhaps even grabbing the f2 pawn. But here, first queen to d5. Everything is defended, this pawn is defended, this pawn is defended. And of course, after queen to f3 check, which happened in the game, king g1, the queen d1 check is not possible, as the queen also guards the d1 square. So a d5, a very nice centralizing move by the queen. We have queen to e2 by black, and now first queen to c5. just defending that f2 pawn, also attacking the e7 pawn, and offering the e4 pawn. But you don't really gain anything by capturing this pawn. White will just continue pushing his pass pawn. So here, Esipenko tried e5, and now we have queen to e7 check. White will now use a few checks to position the queen behind the passed pawn. We have king to g6, queen to e8 check, king to h6, and now comes queen to a4. Now Artemiev very nicely positions his queen behind the passed pawn, while also guarding, again, the d1 square, which is very important. Queen to a6, just preventing it, and now a very nice maneuver you can use in your own games. Queen b4, with queen to b6, you will be able to force the black queen away from blocking your passed pawn. King to g6 is played. We have queen to b6 now, forcing the queen back. Queen to e2, and now finally a6. We have queen to e1 check. King to h2, no longer needed to be on the light squares as the queen is still guarding the f2 pawn. We have queen captures on e4, and now a7. Here, queen to f3. Still, white has to keep an eye on the f2 pawn, but also black is currently keeping an eye on the a8 square, so you cannot queen the pawn immediately. So first we have queen to b2. You have to get your queen behind the passed pawn while defending the f2 pawn from here. We have king to g7, and here queen to d2. For some reason, Artemiev doesn't go queen to a2 immediately, but first this queen to d2 move. We have king back to g6, and only now queen to a2, and now the promotion is ready. Here Esipenko blocked with queen to a8, and here Artemiev just played queen to b1 check, and it was in this position that Andrei Esipenko resigned the game, and well, a very important victory for Vladislav Artemiev in this European Individual Championship 2019. Why did black resign? Well, I'll leave that up to you. Feel free to pause the video here and try to find, for example, if black just moves, let's say king g7, how does white now win this? While you ponder on that, I will have a nice sip of my water. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent player of queen and pawn endgames. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, of course the idea is queen b8, you just force the queen back, and once the queen moves back, notice that you are no longer guarding the f2 pawn, but it doesn't matter, you just queen the pawn, bring another queen into the game, and after black captures the f2 pawn with check, now your queen from a8 is able to block check, you simply block check, and now you have two queens, your opponent has one queen, that's game over. But yeah, Esipenko did not wait for that. After queen b1 check, he saw what was coming and he resigned the game. So like I said, this is a game from the penultimate round of the European Championship, but in the final round, Artemiev faced Maxim Rothstein. That game ended in a draw, and of the leading players, only Niels Grandelius won his game, and he won it in a brilliant fashion, and he caught up to Vladislav Artemiev. But in the end, I will present you now with the final standings as the European Championship has ended. Here it is, Vladislav Artemiev has won the European Individual Championship with the same amount of points as Niels Grandelius, so two of them basically sharing first place, but I believe tiebreaks decided that Artemiev is the winner. And then, okay, we have in a third spot, we have Kacper Piorun, and I will read the, sorry about that, I will read all the 22 players because it's very important. The 22 players that have the 22 highest, ranked players in the European Championship 2019 have qualified for the World Cup. So one of these gentlemen here will definitely take place in the candidates tournament. The top two players from the World Cup qualify for the candidates tournament, and then, well, perhaps if they win the tournament, they will face Magnus in the next World Championship Series, and perhaps one of the 22 gentlemen here will be even the next world champion. We'll see how it goes. So as follows: Vladislav Artemiev, Niels Grandelius, Kacper Piorun, Maxim Rothstein, Ferenc Berkes, David Anton Guiharo, Liviu Dieter Nispeau, Sergei Moesian, Niklas Huschenbeth, Grigori Oparin, Eltash Safarli, Johann Sebastian Christiansen. He resigned he accepted a draw in the final round in a completely winning position. He was very sad on Twitter because of that. Alexandrov, Ivan Chaparinov, Paulius Pultinevicius, Andrei Sipenko here, Artemyev's opponent from this game, Nikita Petrov, Boris Gelfand will also be playing in the World Cup, Benjamin Gledura, Alexander Pretke, Alexander Rakhamov, and Mateusz Bartel. Those are the 22 people that will be playing in the World Cup. Perhaps qualify for the candidates tournament, perhaps win it, and challenge Magnus Carlsen. So definitely exciting to be there, I believe. And also I prepared the live ratings table. As you can see, in number 13 there you have Vladislav Artemyev, who won 18.4 ELO points and is already at 2754 rating, which is just insane. So a few more games, even maybe a one good game, and he can go into the top 10 in the world. So I don't see it like a far-fetched fantasy that Artemyev maybe even wins the World Cup and then joins the candidates, and then it's going to be really crazy. So definitely the world does have a new Vlad after Vladimir Kramnik resigned. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and it's going to be very interesting to see where Artemyev will go from here, because he's just really killing it. He won every tournament he played this year. In the beginning of 2019, he won the Gibraltar Chess Festival, then he won the World Team Championship with Russia, and now he wins the European Individual Championship in Skopje. So, definitely 2019 is his year, and it can only, it can go worse, but I'm pretty sure it's going to go better. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Srinivas Yanaswamy, Robert McLennan, David Compton, Malcolm Brown, and Philippe Dow for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content and, checking up on what's what. Once again, thank you all, and have an excellent rest of your Friday. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very nice game from round 3 of the Altibox Norway Championship. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces takes on Alexander Grishuk, and I'm not gonna mention if it's the Classical or the Armageddon, not to spoil anything for you. I will let you decide that for yourself. During the game you will, check out the moves and see which of it could it be. And sorry about no video yesterday. I really had a fever and could barely speak, so I mean, sometimes I will do a video even if I'm not feeling all that great, but yesterday just wasn't one of those days. And since we haven't shown any photos from this event yet, here's a very nice photo by Leonard Otis. He's the official photographer of the event, and there you have it, all of them: Wesley So, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Alexander Grishuk, Shahriar Mamedyarov, Ding Liren, Yu Yang-Yi, Levan Arina, Magnus Carlsen, Vishwanathan Anand, and Fabiano Caruana. All of them here. Levan, you can see, always most colorful person in the tournament, always with his big smile. Carlsen always there with his very nice hair. Anand, in the front as usual. Fabi rocking his jeans and sneakers. I like it. You can see that Grishuk is much taller than everyone else. If you didn't know that, maybe also you'd appreciate that information. You can see Mamedyarov giving Carlsen the deadly stare. If some of you don't know, Mamedyarov was the last person to defeat Carlsen in classical time format last year in the Biel Chess Festival. But so far in 2019, Carlsen has not lost a single game. Well, we still don't know how this game will turn out. So but until now, and the rest of the happy crew. So there you have it. I do hope you enjoyed that. A very nice photo by Leonard Otis. I will put a link to his other work in the description below, so feel free to check it out. Really some amazing photos there. So without further ado, and it's very interesting, we haven't had a nice Grunfeld game in a while, so I hope you enjoy this as well. Knight to f6, we have c4 and g6. Sorry about that. Knight to c3 and d5, so the Grunfeld setup is on the board. C captures on d5, knight captures, and e4. We go for the main line of the Grunfeld. Knight captures, b captures, and bishop to g7. And now bishop to e3. We have c5, attacking white's strong center, and now rook to c1. There are a lot of possible moves here. You could develop the bishop, the knight, but rook to c1, you want to get this rook away from this nasty diagonal as soon as possible anyway. So, queen to a5 by Grishuk, putting pressure on this diagonal now. The threat is c captures on d4. We have queen to d2 now by Carlsen, and castles by Grishuk. Knight to f3, and here we have bishop to g4 by Grishuk. It's interesting, in the tournament we covered not so long ago, the Abidjan tournament, the Côte d'Ivoire, rapid event, knight to d7 was played here in a game between Ding Liren and Wei Yi, and Wei Yi won a very nice game there against... in the Grunfeld. But Grishuk goes for a different line with bishop to g4, and now d5, just grabbing more space in the center. This is the most often played move in this position. And it's interesting, there are a couple of moves here. For example, bishop captures on f3, just ruining white's pawn structure on the king side is the most often played move here. And even though most games in the database ended in a draw, in this line black won more games than white. So it is, I don't know, maybe in such a top competition against Carlsen, you might want to go for a move like that. But Grishuk goes for b5, and it's a really nice line. It was only played once in 1987, year I was born, against Rob Witt and Johannes van Mil, and it ended in black winning a very nice game in the Netherlands Championship. But in that game, white went for the bishop captures on c5. It is the strongest move recommended by the engine, but Carlsen ignores the c5 pawn. He just continues development. Bishop to e2, and bishop to e2 is a new move. So here, I don't know how far Grishuk prepared this b5 idea. Maybe some of you have caught the interview after the game, so if you have, do share. So I'll give it a heart so everyone else can enjoy, but I have not, so I don't know. But as of this moment, like I said, we have a completely new game. Knight to d7, Grishuk continues development with ideas of capturing on f3, maybe getting this knight to e5, maybe even pushing c4, getting it to c5, all depending on what white plays. Carlsen simply castles with bishop captures. Now, of course, the bishop can capture, you don't have to ruin your pawn structure, so it's very safe to castle kingside. And now c4. Closing everything here on the queen side, making sure the c3 pawn remains a constant target. The bishop attacks it, the queen attacks it. This knight can now come to b6, to a4, and also the knight can attack it. So this is what Grishuk wants out of the position. Bishop back to e2 by Carlsen. Now you have to make room for this f4 pawn, as obviously you're not going to be playing on the queen side. Rook f to d8 by Grishuk, and now comes f4. With knight to b6, with ideas of getting this knight to a4 and attacking the c3 pawn, like we've mentioned. And now, after the pawn has been pushed to f4, now bishop back to f3 with further control of the center. And now queen to a3, a very important move by Grishuk, as you'll see later on. I'm just going to have a nice sip of my water. And Carlsen now prepares an attack on the king side. We have h4, and Grishuk, of course, counters in the center with e6, and Carlsen ignores him with, and here's one of the reasons why queen to a3 was such a nice move. If you could play d6 here and, supported with e5, that would be really awesome for white, but here the rook and the queen are guarding the d6 square, so Grishuk had this in mind before playing e6. After e6, with h5 by Carlsen, completely ignoring this counterattack in the center. And here, if you capture, white will just push e5, nothing to worry about there, nicely controlling the d4 square. You're going to push f5 here, you can even capture. A lot of ideas for white. So here, after h5, with knight to a4, now Grishuk goes after the pawn, and now just h captures on g6. H captures on g6, and Carlsen continues the attack. With f5, and now there are a couple of possibilities here. For example, you can grab the c3 pawn, but you can't grab it with the knight. If you grab it with the knight, then you get captures on g6, and after you capture bishop to g4. Going after the pawn here, and even after you defend it, it's just going to be e5. You're going to block the bishop's control of the knight here. So it should be a much better position for white. On the other hand, you can grab it with the bishop. But are you really going to give up your dragon in a position where your king is being under attack? White would give up the rook here very gladly. Queen captures, queen would come to f2. Now there are a lot of ideas here, like bishop d4 attacks the queen, controls h8, followed by queen h4 to h8 mate. Just too many dark square weaknesses to even consider such a thing. So after f5, Grishuk decides on e captures on f5. We have e captures on f5. And now queen back to d6. The queen has to come help out with the defense. Now bishop to f4, kicking the queen away from the d6 square. Magnus wants to push this pawn, to d6 and further on. Queen to b6 check, king to h1, and now comes g captures on f5. There were some other ideas here, but I don't know. Some of you mentioned that you don't enjoy disgusting engine line. I call them disgusting not because they are disgusting, but it's because, you know, we're human, so we're not supposed to play like that. But I will mention Queen f6 here as a nice resource for black. It's very counterintuitive, I mean, as you're allowing bishop to g5, but even bishop to g5 is not best for for white. White would just go f captures and g6, and after queen captures, push d6, and it would be just very hard to play this. You're not getting rid of the pawn. Your knight is so far out of the game. You have the bishop pair very strong. After black tries to get rook into the game, you can go d7 even, and after rook to b6, it would just be, well, a very, very tough position to play for black, but it was black's best resource because, well, you probably see queen f6 but then see bishop g5 and you're like, nah, we're not going into this. But okay, I just mentioned it. G captures on f5 was played by Grishuk, and now Carlsen just continues d6, and it would be much better if the queen was over on the king side instead of on b6, because here the king is somewhat loose on the king side. All of Carlsen's pieces are going for the king, and, well, Grishuk's pieces are not really camping where they should be camping. Rook a to b8. Grishuk prepares to bring the rook into the game, but now bishop to d5. And now Grishuk tries to bring the knight into the game, knight to c5, bishop to g3, now opening up an attack towards the f5 pawn. We have knight to e6, and now just rook captures on f5. And now there are a lot of dangers in the position. For example, if Grishuk continues something like a5 or let's say even b4, then rook captures on f7 will be deadly. After king captures, just rook f1 check. You can't go here. You have to, you know, allow white to capture the knight. Bishop captures here, and black just falls apart. So after rook captures on f5, Grishuk now decides to give up the exchange. We have rook captures on d6, but now Carlsen just grabs the exchange. With bishop captures, queen captures, and now comes queen to e3. So threatening a lot of ideas here. We have queen to b6, trying to trade queens, but Carlsen is not interested. He's better on the board, so he prefers to keep the queens on the board. f7 is very weak. The bishop, the rook, the queen are all eyeing the f7 pawn. You cannot move the knight. We have rook to f8 defending, and now just rook to f1, bringing more pieces to attack the f7 pawn. Here Grishuk defends. We have knight to d8. But now comes rook to h5, and now it's very hard to defend. Queen here to here will be checkmate. Grishuk played queen to c7, and now feel free to pause the video here and try to find the best idea for white to play in this position. I'll give you a couple of seconds. It's not all that trivial, so, you know, think twice before you agree on the move. I really enjoy this position because it's a kind of position that will often happen in your own games. But for those of you who found queen to f5, congratulations, this does win, but it's not the best. Because queen f5, yes, you do threaten checkmate, but if the rook moves, then the king does have an escape route here, and so on. So it is possible, and you will still win the game, but it's not the best move. Here, Carlsen played queen to e4 instead. It's much better. Again, threatens checkmate. You cannot push f5 as the pawn is pinned, and of course rook e8 just is met with queen captures on e8. So there is no counterplay here, and it was in this position on move 34 that Alexander Grishuk resigned the game. So once again, congratulations for those of you who found queen to e4. I mean, it's queen to f5 is nice. You will win the game, but it's always better to win the game, sooner than later. So yeah. That's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Afson Zamani, Genero Salerno, Peter Friedel, Prezmislav Smezelkovsky, and Robert Fisher for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Hope I will be feeling better, and then we can show some more games from this very nice tournament, and then check out the standings, as it is already round 3. So yeah, thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the FIDE World Rapid Championship 2022 with what could be the game of the FIDE World Rapid Championship. It is Danil Dubov, or rather Anish Giri, with the white pieces against Danil Dubov, and this game is an absolute masterpiece. I haven't seen all the games, but this does feel like it could be the game of the championship. Let's dive straight into it and see what happened here. If you haven't seen Dubov's game against Nihal Sarin, do check that out as well, as it's really awesome one. So let's check it out. Anish has the white pieces and he opens with knight to f3. He goes for the reti. We have pawn to d5 and now g3, going for the king's Indian attack. g6, bishop to g2, both players fianchetto their bishops, d4 and knight to f6. And here we have c4 and we transpose into the Neo-Grunfeld defense. We have c6 by Dubov, and here Anish trades once, captures, and knight to c3. Now Dubov castles. We have knight to e5 by Anish, always an excellent square for the knight, and the position is a fairly standard one. Here you will often see an e6 move or knight to e6 move, but Dubov goes for what could only be described as a true Dubovian move, and that is knight to e4. So it's a straight out pawn sacrifice. There is no other way to explain this, and the question is always the same: what does black gain by sacrificing this pawn? And okay, Anish accepts, of course. Knight captures on e4. He knows from theory that this can't be good, so the best way to refute it is to by accept it. D captures, and now there is a game where castles was played, but Anish boldly captures the pawn with bishop captures on e4, and it is now as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So how can Dubov continue this? Well, he offers another pawn, knight to c6. It's not so much offering a pawn, because if you go for the pawn, then your d4 pawn will become weak. He has a very different idea. Knight captures on c6, b captures, and now, like I said, if you go for the pawn, then, well, okay, rook to b8 is always strong. The d4 pawn will be hanging, so maybe it's too ambitious of a pawn grab. So Anish goes bishop to e3. He just defends his d4 pawn, but now bishop to h3. For the price of that one pawn, Dubov gets to keep Anish's king in the center of the board, but only momentarily, because pawn to f2, he will castle artificially with king to f2 and then bring the rook into the game, and Dubov now goes rook to b8. Now puts pressure on the b2 pawn. Anish defends it, and now rook to b4, adding more pressure to that central d4 pawn, and Anish plays king to f2. You should also consider something like queen to d2. You put pressure on the rook, and then as Dubov defends it, you can play even rook to c1. Now put pressure on the c6 pawn. But Anish goes for the instant artificial castling, king f2, and now Dubov strikes with pawn to f5. And now, how do you play this? It doesn't matter where the bishop goes, Dubov's next move will be the same, so Anish decides to grab a pawn while he's at it. Bishop captures on d5, and now look at this, pawn to f4, completely shattering Anish's king side. Now, if you capture with the bishop, that's not really good. Bishop captures on d4 check will connect with the rook, so Anish plays g captures on f4, and now, look at this, pawn to e5, sacrificing more pawns. And okay, nothing better than d captures on e5. Anish has to accept this, and this does give him a passed e pawn. But now queen to h4 with check, king to g1, and now how do you continue the attack? All of the squares are covered here, so you don't have any way of continuing checks towards the white king. Rook b captures on f4. Brilliant stuff by Dubov. This frees up the g5 square for the black king at the price of the exchange. So bishop captures, queen captures, and now Anish plays queen to d5 with check. Up until this point, Anish was defending spectacularly, and here he has to find queen to c1 if he's to continue defending, because it guards the g5 square, but also the c5 square. To give you an example, now if queen captures on e5, you can just play king to f2 and everything is fine. White is now defending. You don't have any checks. You don't have queen to c5 check winning the bishop. So that's why queen to c1 is such a strong move. But Anish spent a lot of time trying to defend the position right from the start, right from that Dubovian move, and he went queen to d5 check. But now after king to h8, it proves that it is just too difficult to defend this. He plays queen to e4, but now he does not control the g5 square. So queen g5 check, king f2, and now rook to f4, kicks away the white queen, queen to d5, and now queen to h4 with check. And now the problem is if you go king to g1, look at this, bishop to h6, and white resigns. There is nothing you can do here. The main threat is if white, let's say, pushes his passed pawn, wants to deliver some checks or something, rook to g4 check. And now after pawn captures, bishop to e3, a spectacular double bishop checkmate. So instead, after queen to h4, Anish is forced to seek shelter elsewhere. He plays king to e3,
Now rook back to f8, guarding the back rank, but also freeing up the f4 square for his queen. We have queen to c5. Queen to d4 would be a bit more precise, but Anish goes for queen to c5, and now queen to f4 with check. King f2, queen to h4 check. Dubov repeats once, but now finds queen to g5 with check. And now if you go back, king to f2, look at this, queen g2 check, king e3, bishop h6 check, king to d3, and now a simple bishop to f5 check, and that's it. Once you play something, even if you just go here, let's say captures, no, even rook to d8 with check, and that's it. You don't have any squares left. You have to go to the c file, and once you go to the c file, you just part with your queen. So that's why after queen g5 check, Anish started running with his king, king d3, but now rook to d8 with check. The king hunt is, well, already happening. King to c4, bishop to e6 with check. We have king to, if you go king to c3, is just a brutal queen to d2 checkmate. So after bishop to e6, king to b5 was played. Look at the journey this white king undertook. I mean, first f3, then Anish tried castling artificially with king f2, and then the king ends up on the queen side in the opponent's half of the board. Absolutely brilliant. Now bishop to f5, forcing the queen away from the defense of the e5 pawn. So Anish still tries to defend, but now rook to b8 with check. We have king to a4, and now the spectacular queen to e7, threatening mate in 1 with queen to a3. So Anish plays a3, defends the a3 square, and now just bishop captures on b3 with check, and there are no more moves. If you go up the board, then it's just a nice mate in 2, king a6, queen to b6 checkmate. So Anish has to give up the queen. He plays queen captures on b3, rook captures, king captures, and okay, he does have 2 rooks for the queen, but it's a matter of a simple queen to e6 check as it connects with the bishop, and he was in this position on move 36 that Anish Giri resigned the game, and we have yet another spectacular masterpiece by well, what can only be described as a Tal Reborn masterpiece. So truly a remarkable game. And Anish defended pretty much spectacularly up until the point where he missed that crucial queen to c1 defensive idea where it guards the g5 and c5 squares. But in Anish's defense, pretty much every move Dubov played from like after he went for this silly looking knight to e4 was the top engine recommendation. So he played like Tal, but like an engine Tal. So you cannot play against that. And here when Dubov feels inspired, he's just going to crush you. It doesn't matter if he has the white pieces, the black pieces, he will just crush you. And as Dubov was in second place before playing this game, he is now very close to catching up to Magnus. He already played Magnus, so he will have to look for his chances elsewhere. But I mean, what a game. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you ever play a game like this, you will be happy for the rest of your life. But Dubov has this well, this luck that he's able to always play games like these. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Jeff Graves, David Rice Oxley, Kevin Clark, Chris Mallon, and Rapid Boss for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE Rapid World Championship and hoping for more games like this. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day.
Hello everyone and welcome to a most incredible game from round 4 of the FTX Crypto Cup. It is Pragnananda versus Levon Aronyan, and it is quite an incredible game. The game basically ends in 10 moves, so you guys will really know that one. It gets dragged out a little bit as it's always hard to resign in such situations. But basically it does end on move 10. So can Pragnananda continue in this incredible style? He already won his previous 3 matches, and now he faces the legendary Levon Aronyan. This is the 3rd game of their match. Like I mentioned, first game was a fighting draw. Second game was an incredibly fighting draw. Levon had a win with the white pieces. It was a really wild game. So do check it out if you get the chance. But this game, this is something else entirely. So
So let's check it out. Prague has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Levon, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. Levon goes for the Grunfeld defense, and here Prague goes knight to f3, the 3 knights variation of the Grunfeld, bishop to g7, and now c captures on d5. Knight captures, and now e4, chasing away the knight. Knight captures, b captures, and now pawn to c5. Levon strikes against Prague's center, and usually when we have this position on the board, I always mention that there are 4 moves that are basically always played here. The top moves being rook to b1, let's say bishop to c4, bishop to e3, and bishop to e2. There are some games where it was played. Those are basically the 4 most popular moves, but here Prague plays pawn to h3. It is the 5th most popular move, and it's not played all that much, but it has been played in one game. Magnus Carlsen played against Yanni Pomnici in the 2020 Skilling Open that ended in a draw, in case you were wondering. And okay, here Levon castles, we have bishop to e3, and now queen to a5. So Levon playing standard Grunfeldian moves that are always very, very much useful, and now Prague goes back, bishop to d2, as the c3 pawn is now attacked. So bishop back to d2, even though you could play queen to d2, bishop to d2 seems like such a loss of a tempo, but he manages to completely trick Levon. And here Levon should, well, his spidey sense should definitely go off, and he should, be sounding, be hearing the alarm sounding, and he should play something like queen to a3, or go back, or play knight to c6, or bishop to d7, but most certainly not the move he played, and that is pawn to b6. And now if you look at the position, look at the black queen on a5, look at the b6 pawn completely blocking the queen's retreat to c7 or d8, the light square bishop slicing over the light squares, the dark square bishop, well, x-raying those dark squares, the queen controlling these light squares. So what is the black queen to play? There's still the a3 square. Well, not really, because here Prague plays queen to b3, takes away the a3 square from the black queen. He could have played a4 right away, but okay, Levon plays bishop to d7, and now pawn to a4, taking the a4 square away from the black queen, and there really isn't a good move for Levon here. This is just... well, completely unplayable. What you can do here is maybe try and give up a pawn with b5 and then try and play this endgame, but this is just silly. For example, bishop captures on b5, bishop captures, queen captures, and your position is terrible. You're down a pawn, and white has this massive center that white usually has against the Grunfeld. This would be, well, with decent play, this would be a win for white. So instead, Levon tries to keep on to everything. He plays pawn to e6, but now a beautiful, beautiful move by Prague, a brilliancy, if you will, rook to a2. Rook to a2 with the very concrete idea of the rook not hanging on a1 after the position opens up, because the queen can capture the rook on a1 if the pawn disappears, and now there really is no good way of countering this bishop to b5 idea. If you play bishop to b5 right away, then you can't play pawn captures because the rook would hang on a1. So now with the rook being on a2, bishop to b5 is truly a terrible threat. Your real idea, for example, a bishop to c6 was played by Levon, and now your real idea is c4, and this will win the queen. However, if you play c4 right away, the bishop no longer controls these squares, and you can move the queen. So that's the real reason. So here we have bishop to b5 by Prague, and now there is no defense against pawn to c4. That's the beauty of it. And of course now bishop captures, runs into a captures, and the queen is again trapped. That's why the rook had to move from a1, rook to a2, such a classy move by Prague. So after bishop to b5, Levon tries to wiggle out of this, but it really doesn't work. c4, now he does give up a pawn. Queen captures on c4, rook to c8, but Prague just goes back. Queen to b3, there will be no saving the black queen this game. We have pawn to a6, at least Levon will grab the bishop pair for the queen, but now pawn to c4. And that's really all there is to it. A captures on b5, Levon has to give up the queen. Bishop captures on a5, b captures on c4 now, but even queen captures on c4. There are no useful discoveries against the white queen, so b captures on a5, and now Prague just calmly castles, as like we said, there are no useful discoveries. And now usually you would resign this, but as this is a match format and Levon, well, maybe he can manage something, maybe he can drag it out, get a draw or something. He will of
course, try to play this. Knight to a6, queen to e2. We have knight to b4, and now rook a to a1. We have bishop back to e8, and now rook f to c1. Now Pragg just has to trade as he is up material. So rook captures, we have rook captures, now comes bishop captures on a4, which is incredible if Levon can get the bishop out of the way and maybe start pushing the pass pawn, but now comes knight to e5. We have bishop back to e8, now hoping to start pushing the pass pawn, but now queen to c4. Now you can't push because the knight hangs, so pawn to h6, and now queen to c7. Now here Pragg is going after the rook on a8. We have bishop to f8, now defending the knight, hoping to start pushing the pass pawn, but now queen b7. Pragg just doesn't give Levon any time to do this. Rook to d8, and now rook to c8, trading off the pair of rooks, as without the rook it will be incredibly difficult to escort this pawn down the board. You could also do it with the bishop pair. If you guys remember, I believe it's game 6 of the match, Fischer-Larsen from the Candidates 1971, how Fischer nicely escorted the pass pawn with the bishop pair after giving up his queen, but this isn't quite such a position. So rook captures on c8, queen captures on c8. Now comes the bishop to a4 as the bishop is hanging here, but now Pragg very elegantly plays queen to c7, attacks the a5 pawn, and there is no defending the pawn. So bishop to e8, we have queen captures on a5, knight to c6, and knight captures on c6. We have bishop captures on d5, and it was in this position on move 34 that Levon Aronian resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Here, after the trade, of course, Pragg gets a pass pawn, and there's no good move you can make. Once you move the bishop, just queen c7, and we escort the pawn up the board. There is no stopping this, even though he still has the bishop pair. So an incredible game by Pragg, but basically the game ended on move 10 when Levon played b6, as there's really no way you can play this. Queen b3 followed by a4, or even the immediate a4 keeps the queen there on the a5 square. Pragg saw this, and for some reason Levon either messed up his preparation, or basically I don't think maybe it was messing up the preparation. I just think his spidey sense didn't go off. So yeah, that's the game. Incredible win by Praggnanandhaa in round 3 of the FTX Crypto Cup against Levon Aronian. If he manages to get a draw in the 4th game or a win, then he will have won his 4th match in a row, which is absolutely incredible. And if you guys are wondering, it's the last round of the tournament that Pragg will face Magnus Carlsen. So you know, the tension is definitely building up. But again, huge congratulations on this win, because even though b6 is a positional mistake, you know, Pragg really took advantage of it and created a brilliancy. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Always, you know, take care of your positions and, you know, tend to your spidey sense so it always tingles. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Jonathan Lati, and I would like to thank Brendan Ward, Johan Claesson, Raymond Raphael, and Buntiak Pang for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions, but basically covering the FTX Crypto Cup until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to an absolutely incredible game from round 2 of this year's Tata Steel Masters edition. We have Vincent Keimer versus Magnus Carlsen. So this is as good as it gets for any player, I guess, especially a young player who is extremely strong but still has to work on his rating a little bit. He already broke the 2700 barrier. He's now at 2696, but yeah, you have the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen in a classical tournament, in one of the most prestigious classical tournaments of the year. This is I mean, this is as good as it gets. You will not get a finer challenge than this. Okay, maybe playing with the black pieces would be a finer challenge, but I mean, this is absolutely spectacular. And those of you who have been following the World Rapid and Blitz Championship know that Vincent was extremely close at winning even the World Rapid Championship. He got 2nd place behind Magnus Carlsen, and even in Blitz he did incredibly well. I think he got like 12th or maybe 13th, but I mean, still absolutely incredible. But this is classical. His opponent is the highest ever rated classical player in the world, Magnus Carlsen. Let's see what happens. The game starts with Vincent playing pawn to d4. We have knight to f6 by Magnus, c4, g6, knight to c3, and now pawn to d5. Magnus goes for the Grunfeld defense, and okay, could be a very flashy game, could be a very slow game, but it's probably not going to be a boring game, as Magnus, in order to reach that unattainable goal of 2900 classical rating, he has to continuously win games, and in order to do that, he can't really play weird stuff. He has to play very solid stuff, but again, very solid stuff that gives chances for both sides. So the better player will prevail. So knight to f3, we have bishop to g7, and now there are many ways one could challenge the Grunfeld defense. Most popular is c captures on d5, queen to b3 can be played, e3 can be played, bishop to f4 can be played. Vincent goes for bishop to g5. I think like the third most popular option. We have knight to e4, Magnus challenges the bishop, and now the main move here is c captures on d5, but Vincent goes for bishop back to f4, knight captures on c3, b captures, and pawn to c6 now. And this is a very rare move. Usually you will see something like pawn all the way, not that, pawn all the way to c5 or castles here, but c6 is incredibly rare. It has been played maybe some 10 times in top level games, but one of the times it was played by Magnus Carlsen in his game against Hikaru Nakamura in the BL tournament of 2012, so some 11 years ago. And okay, pawn to e3, we have castles by Magnus, and now in the game Nakamura played c captures on d5, that game that we've mentioned, but here we have queen to b3 by Vincent, and now there still are a few more games that reach this position. Magnus goes queen to a5, and now bishop to e2. And there is a game where knight to d7 was played, but Magnus goes for d captures on c4, and it is now already, as of move 10, that we have a completely new game. So bishop captures on c4, no reason not to do this, knight to d7, and now Vincent has to figure out how to go about this. You can see that the queen bishop battery here goes after that f7 pawn, and the one might get the idea of going knight to g5. How would black reply to this? Let's say knight g5. Magnus can just play e6, and okay, the knight really has no business being on g5, but there's also the very tricky pawn to e5, and if Vincent is not prepared for this, and Magnus definitely is, as he's playing this, you would really have to spend burn time calculating this. For example, bishop captures on f7 check, king to h8, now d captures on e5, but now knight captures on e5. And here, how do you play this? Let's say castles, now pawn to h6, and what do you do about the bishop here hanging? You have to capture on e5, so bishop captures, queen captures on e5, and now let's say knight f3 attacks the queen, and queen to f6, and you now attack the bishop. Bishop has to move back, and now you either keep the tension, maybe try to go for the attack. You do have the semi-open file for your rook and queen, you have the bishop pair, you have the other rook, so maybe it's possible to cause damage here, but also you could just claim the c3 pawn, let's say captures, rook to c1, bishop to f6, and you play this position with having the bishop pair, having a 3-to-1 pawn advantage on the queen side. It would be very tricky to play this. So okay, it's a nice move, but I mean, it doesn't really gain you anything. Best it gives you an equal endgame against Magnus Carlsen, with him having the bishop pair. Not the greatest day. So bishop to g5 instead. Vincent forces now Magnus to decide how he will defend the e7 pawn, but luckily it's not that problematic. Magnus plays pawn to b5 first, kicks away one of the attackers of the f7 pawn, bishop back to e2, and now he just defends the e7 pawn with the rook. So here Vincent castles, knight to b6, and now of course the knight can now also come to d5, so pawn to e4, and bishop to e6, attacking the queen and grabbing full control over that c4 square. And also you have to be careful, the a2 pawn might be hanging. It's very unlikely, but you know, better to keep an eye on that. So queen to c2, and now
pawn to c5, getting rid of this backward c pawn. Now you are putting more pressure on the center, and you are inviting Vincent to advance his pawn to d5, which is exactly what Vincent does. You could also play d captures on c5, sort of winning a pawn and creating a pass pawn, but then knight to a4 comes. That's attacking the c3 pawn, then the rooks would come to the c file, and it's, again, not spectacular. So Vincent does go for d5, and now bishop to g4. We have bishop to d2 as the c3 pawn is hanging. Now you have to defend this, otherwise Magnus just gets a passed c pawn. So bishop to d2. You maybe slightly more precise is rook to c1, defending it like this, as now if e6 you can just play d6, and you don't have to worry about moves like rook to d8. You still have control over that, and maybe in some lines even bishop to e7 is possible. So who knows? But Vincent goes bishop to d2. And now Magnus just plays pawn to e6. And now d6 would be a bit over-optimistic, rook 8 to d8, and there really are no good ways to defend this pawn. Like e5, you can just eliminate the knight and pick up the pawn. Not the best. So here, rook 8 to b1. Vincent goes after the b5 pawn first, and Magnus defends it by advancing his pawn to c4. And also this frees up some squares for the knight. For example, knight to a4 to c5 can bring the knight all the way to d3 once the position clears up a little bit. So d captures on e6 by Vincent, rook captures, and now knight to d4, offering a trade of bishops, but also attacking the rook, and Magnus just plays bishop captures on e2. The problem now is that if you go for the rook, you're just gonna blunder the game. Of course, now f captures on e6, and if rook moves, doesn't really matter where you move the rook, just bishop to d3, and that's it. Queen to b2, you're gonna win back material, and after queen captures on b1, you will be up a full knight. So after bishop captures on e2, knight captures on e2, Vincent wins back the piece, and pawn to a6. Magnus solidifies here, and now he will probably improve the position of his knight, and then move the queen, and then continue pushing, create a pass pawn on the queen side, and this is his game plan. So knight to d4. Vincent also claims a beautiful square for his knight. I mean, of course, the bishop will not capture, and otherwise it's very hard to oppose that knight. So rook back to e8, and now rook f to e1. We have knight to a4 by Magnus, now putting more pressure on that c3 pawn, but also just remaneuvering the knight to d3. Vincent goes knight to c6, and now queen to c7, attacking the knight, and now we have knight to b4, preparing to bring the knight to d5, knight to c5, preparing to go for knight to d3, and now knight to d5. And it seems that, okay, Magnus will get a beautiful d3 square, but Vincent also gets something in return. The d5 square is also pretty spectacular. The problem is Magnus now plays queen to c6, and it's not easy to find a move for Vincent. How do you handle this? The problem is, I'm not going to tell you what the problem is. You're going to figure out what the problem is. But let's say you play something like f3. You don't want your e4 pawn to be under attack, because then a knight can just capture, and queen captures on d5 can come. Knight to d3 can be played. You attack the rook, and once the rook moves, even moves like queen captures on d5 are in the position. That's how wild this position is. E captures, rook captures, and okay, you have a queen, but it's absolutely useless. The knight controlling d1 and c1 squares, this rook really has no squares, and what are you going to do with the dark square bishop? For example, rook f1, bishop to f8. You're now going to bring the bishop over to this diagonal, let's say queen d1, bishop c5 check, king h1, and now you're going to double up on the e file. There's no move here for white. You can just suffer. That's all you can do here. So instead, after queen to c6, Vincent says, all right, that doesn't look all that spectacular. He might go back with knight to b4. That's also an option. But he goes bishop to g5. He says, all right, you do what you have to. I'm threatening knight to e7 check to win material here. It's also the position from the thumbnail. Feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best move for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this brilliancy. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is knight captures on e4. That's how you do it. You give up the exchange, but you're going to win so much more in return. So Vincent has to go for it. There's nothing better. Knight to e7 with check. Magnus plays rook captures. You have to, otherwise the queen hangs. Bishop captures, and now knight captures on c3.
Now you have given up the rook for the exchange, but you now have the passed c pawn, and it's very easy to just push those pawns forward. We have rook b to c1, now pawn to a5. It's very hard to handle this knight. The knight is guarded by the bishop, and the two rooks and queen are helpless against this knight. We have bishop to g5, now trying to get rid of this knight. B4 by Magnus. We have bishop to d2, now comes rook to d8, even putting pressure on that bishop here. Pawn to h4 by Vincent, and now rook to d3. Just absolute control here by Magnus. We have pawn to h5, and now Magnus could just continue pushing here, but he even plays g captures on h5, much like an engine would. So bishop captures on c3, bishop captures, attacks the rook here, and now the problem is there's no good way to handle this. One nice idea would be rook to e5. Point is that if now bishop captures on e5, you can play rook captures on d3, but still, c captures, rook captures on c6, now pawn to d2. You cannot play rook to c1, you cannot play rook to d6 to stop the pass pawn. You're going to have to play check, king g7, and now play rook to d8, but still bishop c3 and just defends the pass pawn. Now we're going to play a4, b3, create another pass pawn, and easily win this. So not a lot of good ideas for this rook. Vincent tries queen to e2. Queen to e2 is much better. It's a very tricky move by Vincent, because if now Magnus captures the rook on e1, then Vincent can play queen captures on d3, and it's going to be very tricky. For example, c captures, rook captures on c6, pawn to d2. Now you can play rook to d6, and now white is in time to stop those pawns. King f1, b3, captures, and king to e2. This is the key move, and now after b2 you can play rook b6, and both b1 and d1 are covered. So very nicely done by Vincent playing this queen to e2 idea, but Magnus of course ignores the rook. He just plays queen to d5, now gains full control over the d file, and Vincent will have to really figure out how to go about this position. So he goes queen to e8 with check, king g7, and now rook to e3. He has to try something, but just pawn to h6. Magnus improves his position a little bit. We have queen to e4 offering a queen trade, and now Magnus very happily trades. Queen captures, rook captures, and now just pawn to b3, creating a pass pawn here. Rook captures on c4, and now b captures on a2. Of course, you cannot go after the bishop, as a1 will queen. So rook to a4, and now, of course, a1 queen. Magnus goes into a rook and pawn endgame, but he's up 2 pawns, and for Magnus that is more than enough. We have rook c captures on a1, bishop captures on a1, rook captures, and now rook to d5. But even though this is winning for black, you still have to play very precise moves to win this. So of course Vincent will do his best to defend this. Rook to a4, not allowing anything to cross the 4th rank, and now it's time to activate the king. King f6. Magnus's first idea is to bring the king over here and start advancing the pawn. So king to f1, king to e6, we have king to e2, now rook to f5, stopping the king from going any further to the queen side, as the f pawn would hang. So f3, and now king to d6 by Magnus. But now Vincent plays rook to c4, stops the king from advancing any further, and Magnus now goes for rook to c5. Rook to g5, forcing white to deal with the g-pawn might be a slight improvement here, forcing the white king to lose a bit activity, but Magnus, of course, knows what he's doing. Rook c5, rook to f4 now goes after the pawn here, and rook to e5 with check. King d3, and now f5 would be a big mistake here. If you play f5, then you start losing the pawns along the h file. So king e6, and now Vincent just goes back, rook to a4. He says your idea of bringing the king over is not going to work, so find something else. And Magnus says, okay, I'm gonna find something else. So king to f6, we have rook to f4 with check. Magnus goes king to g6, and rook back to a4. Vincent is very happy with everything being as it is. Rook to g5 now, going after the pawn. Rook a2, Vincent defends it. Rook to e5, and now again rook to a4. Vincent holds this. Pawn to f6, and now Vincent has to figure out how to continue playing this, and he plays pawn to g3, which is weird, because if this defense works, why spoil it? The problem is it doesn't really work, because if you play now a move, let's say rook to e3, then h4 is coming, and the problem is now if you just repeat, go after the h pawn here,
king to h5. And now if you try to repeat again, rook to a2, rook to g5, now you can't move the rook back because the g2 pawn hangs. King to e3, now you play a4. And now you have a problem here. If rook captures on a4, rook captures on g2, creates a passed h pawn. And if you play king to f2 first, then rook to a5. And this is how you continue making progress. Okay, rook to a3 blocks the pawn. And then well, now you control the g3 square. And now probably the idea is to bring the king over, well, not that square, but over to b4 and start advancing the pawn, promote the pawn, win the white rook, and then you will be hopefully faster than than the white pawns here. But yeah, it is winning. So after f6, g3 by Vincent, he tries something else, but now rook g5 attacks the pawn and king to e3. He wants to give up the g3 pawn for the a5 pawn, and Magnus goes for it. Rook captures on g3, rook captures on a5, and now you have to start advancing the passed pawn. If you don't, Vincent will be in time to stop it. Pawn to h4, we have rook to a8, and now you don't want to rush it. If h3, rook to g8 blunders the game, so you have to be careful. Magnus goes king to h5, we have king to f2, and now rook to g6. Just preparing to move the pawn. The rook is now cutting off the king from the g file. Rook a5 check, we have rook to g5, and now rook to a3. We have pawn to h3, advancing the pawn. Pawn to f4, attacking the rook, and now, again, you have to be careful. If h2 here, if you want to be hasty, just rook to h3 check, and again, you will not be able to win this. King g4, rook captures on h2, rook h5, and this is not much more than a draw now. So instead, after f4, Magnus just plays rook to g2 check, and he was in this position on move 65 that Vincent Keimer resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The problem is, whatever you do here, let's say king to f3, king h4. And now if rook to a4, you're just going to play rook to g3 check. King f2, h2, and it doesn't really matter. f5 check is met with rook to g4, so nothing is happening here. And if you block with rook to a1, even the blunt rook to g1 is enough to win the game. Now you are threatening promotion, and if white wins this pawn, of course, which is the only thing to do, a king will capture on f4, and now you have a clean king and pawn endgame with black being up 2 pawns. Of course, this is completely winning. So yeah, after rook to g2, Magnus nicely wins the game, and he gains some rating, approaches, gets a step closer to that 2900 rating. He drew his first game against Levon Aronian and won his game against Vincent now, so he's, I guess, up like one point, maybe like 2860. So he's getting there. But he did mention that he is putting his unattainable goal sort of on pause, so he's not really focused on that. But you know, what else is he going to focus on? That's pretty much the only thing he has left to achieve. So I'm sure it's you know, somewhere amongst his goals. But yeah, it's a very, very hard where Vincent went wrong, actually. I mean, it's incredibly difficult to pinpoint the mistake in this game that caused Vincent to lose. It was just all the way from the beginning. Like every move, it's like every move that Vincent made, Magnus made a move that was you know, a little bit better than Vincent's move. It's like Vincent plays the second best move by the engine, Magnus plays the top move by the engine, and after some 20 or 30 moves, you know, the advantages just pile up. And I mean, you've made no mistakes. You've pretty much played every move an engine move, but your position is no longer manageable. So yeah, really wild stuff. Great game by Magnus, taking a full point from a spectacular player like Vincent Keimer. Like I said, second place in the World Rapid Championship behind Magnus. That is absolutely spectacular. And even in classical, he's definitely a beast to be reckoned with. But Magnus was able to take this one with the black pieces. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Now in round 3, we have the absolute clash. We have the clash of the 2800s. Magnus Carlsen will face Ding Liren, and I mean, anyone. It could be a quick draw. Like it's anyone's guess, but it could also be like the two of them have played so complicated classical games
that no amount of time with the engine will help you solve what they just did. So we'll see what happens, but I'm very much looking forward to that game. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Sorry about a bit of a longer video, but it is classical chess, and these guys are really exceptional, so we have to explore some additional lines. I mean, it is classical chess. I would like to thank randomfile.net, Jimbo, Robert Kiefer, Duitran, and Ravishing Reptiles YouTube for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Tata Steel until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Probably next game I'm showing will be Ding Carlson, unless it will be a complete snooze fest. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the greatest tournament there ever was and will be. I'm of course only kidding. That goes to the Candidates Tournament of 1959, but this one is definitely, well, it could be a close second, especially if the players continue playing like this. It's Ding Liren versus Richard Rapport, like I said, round 3 of the Candidates Tournament 2022. It's an unbelievable game where an unbelievable blunder occurred, or maybe not a blunder, yes, a blunder, but even greater than the blunder was the opportunity that was missed to punish this blunder. So I don't want to spoil too much. Let's dive straight into it, and you guys will have a nice opportunity to improve on the play that was that actually happened in the game. So it's Ding with the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Rapport, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. We have the Grunfeld defense. C captures, knight captures, and e4. We go for the main line of the exchange variation. Knight captures, b captures, and bishop to g7. You guys see this all the time, especially if you like, for example, MVL's games. We have bishop to c4, and now c5, striking in the center. Knight to e2, and here knight to c6. So just putting more pressure on that d4 square. Bishop to e3, and here both players just castle. We have b6 by Rapport, and now rook to c1. We always say that it makes sense to move this rook. Sometimes you put the rook on b1, but now that b6 was played, the rook is better placed on c1, so you don't have to worry about this bishop. So bishop to b7, and here we have bishop to b5. Interestingly, Ding already had this position in the 2018 Tata Steel India Rapid Tournament against Pentala Harikrishna, only he had it with the black pieces, and Harikrishna played queen to d2 here, which is in fact the strongest move recommended by the engine, but Ding got a fairly easy draw in that game. So here Ding instead goes for bishop to b5. It's the engine's second favorite move, but Ding thinks that it will pose more problems for Rapport. So rook to c8, continuing development, queen to d2 now, and c captures on d4. We have c captures on d4, and now, like I said, there is a game that reached this exact same position by none other than Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who plays the most Grunfeld defenses pretty much, you know, of all the players, where e6 was played by him. He played it against Yuan Yi in the FIDE Grand Prix this year in Belgrade, in Serbia, and that game ended in a draw. However, here we have queen to d6 by Rapport, and it is now, as of move 14, that we have a completely new game. So how do you continue here? He is trying to get Ding to push d5 so he can play knight to e5, and obviously this will be very good for him. He prepared this, but the Ding just goes rook f to d1. Continuing development before deciding on any pawn pushes. Your center here is beautiful. You don't want to ruin it too fast. So queen to b4, offering a queen trade, and just queen d3, defending the bishop and avoiding the queen trade. We have e6, and now Ding starts pushing with h4. He wants to play h6, maybe h5, maybe open up the position, maybe push the pawn all the way to h6. All depends on what Richard does. And here you will probably see h5. If someone goes h4 nowadays in 2022, you see h5 immediately. And while this is playable, Rapport goes for rook f to d8. And this allows Ding to go for a most unusual idea. Here Ding abandons the center. He plays bishop to g5. And he is correct, definitely. It is the strongest move recommended by the engine. So now Rapport can start capturing on d4, but it means Ding will grab the rook here. You don't have to ask a rapport twice to sacrifice a little bit of material. You could also play pawn to f6, but that's just ruining your king side for seemingly nothing. So instead, just knight captures on d4, and this is where the fun really begins. We have bishop captures on d8, and now even though it looks like you have some, not right now, but rook captures on d8, and even though it looks like you have some discoveries towards the white queen, Ding says not to worry. I just continue pushing with h5. There really aren't any useful discoveries. Also the other thing you might consider is bishop to a6. This looks like a really fun move. Point is that after black makes a move, let's say queen b2, puts more pressure on this knight on e2, king f1 defending the knight. Now we capture here. Let's say bishop captures, queen captures. Now we can play something like pawn to b5. We disconnect the queen's defense of the knight here, so now we are threatening to capture here. But now let's say knight to g1, and it's a really funny looking position where white is better, but black has a very active position. For example, you go after the pawn, we're going to play g3 and so on. So this is one way to do it, but we are not engines. We don't just play engine moves like that. So Dean continues pushing like a normal human. So h5, we have bishop to e5 by rapport, and now pawn to a4, defending that bishop. So now the queen can move, and here we have king to g7. The safest way to play this for a rapport would be just to trade everything. Knight captures with check, queen captures, rook captures on d1, rook captures, and now king to g7. However, in the game, he decided to go king to g7 right away, which is a cooler way to play chess, leaving more material on the board. But now after king to f1, how do you continue the game? Now there's a problem. Not if you ask a rapport. He says this is exactly the same, and I can still capture on e2, even though it doesn't come with check, and that's exactly what he played. He played knight captures on e2 here, and now Ding's position is completely winning. However, it is not easy to see why. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the only winning idea for Ding while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that, again, the only winning move is the obvious one and the one that was not played in the game. So for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is queen captures rook on d8. It seems like such a reasonable move to play. Why wouldn't you play this? But that's what Ding decided. He decided not to play this, but still, we're going to show how complicated it is. Now, why can't black just capture on c1? The problem is, if knight captures on c1, there is again only one winning idea for Ding, and most likely the one that Ding missed, and that is queen to g5. And now again, you might think, is this really so strong? The answer is yes, it definitely is, because now you're just threatening pawn to h6 check, king goes back, and we deliver checkmate with rook to d8. So we have to stop this. Also, the knight is still hanging, the bishop is still hanging, so how can we defend this with black? Well, we're gonna play bishop to c7. We have to prevent the rook from infiltrating, but now just h6 with check, king to g8, and now queen to f6, threatening checkmate. Queen to f8, blocking this, or rather guarding against checkmate, and now rook to d7. And now one of the bishops will fall. You can't really move the bishop anywhere, because then rook to d8, so there really isn't a good move here for black. Once black plays something, let's say knight b3, we just capture on c7, and that's it. Let's say knight d2 check. You have some moves here, captures here, attacks the queen. We're just going to move the queen, and that's pretty much it. Once the bishop moves, because the bishop is attacked, you can't move the queen because this is still checkmate. So whatever you make, just rook to c8, and that's it. Queen captures, let's say, and of course queen to g7 is checkmate. So that's the line that Ding most likely missed, but of course we have to show the other one as well, in case that's not what actually happened in Ding's mind. The problem is, okay, you don't have to play knight captures on c1. What about queen captures on e4? This is also very scary, just threatening queen captures on g2. Again, not a problem, just bishop captures on e2. We actually allow queen captures on g2, and now after this is played, you have to calculate all of the checks, and it's definitely not an easy thing to do, but it is winning. And it's not like it's beyond Ding's ability to calculate precisely. And he didn't really invest all that much time in this position. So king to e1, now queen h1 check. Let's say we play king to d2. We don't mind. Okay, the bishops and the queen, it's an open board. The king on d2. Let's say bishop f4 check. King to c3. We're still attacking the queen. Queen to c6 with check. King to b3. Now we can grab the rook. Bishop captures on c1. But now queen to d4 with check. And now there isn't a good way to play this, because if you move the king, just h captures on g6, and there's not all that much you can do here. It's a really tough position. If you capture here, then even queen to h8 can be played. If you play f captures here, then queen to h4 with check is very scary. King to g7. Now queen to e7 with check. King to h6. Queen to sorry, not f7. Queen to f8 with check. And now finally, after king to g5, we can activate the rook with rook to g1, and that's it. Once you move the king, let's say king to h4, you don't have any other squares, as the bishop also covers the light square. So king here, queen to e7 check. King h3, we're gonna capture here with check, and that's it. Only move is bishop h6, and this will be checkmate. So you can't really do that. The king cannot go here. The only way to play this is to block with f6, and now we just trade. Queen to d7 with check. So of course, if you trade, rook captures with check, picks up the bishop on b7. So king to h6 would be played, let's say captures, and now we just trade. Queen captures, bishop captures, and rook captures on c1, and you are up a full rook. Yes, black has 3 extra pawns, but it's still a full rook. So of course white will be completely winning here. So that's why queen captures on d8 is just crushing for Ding. However, Ding played queen captures on e2, and his position is still better, but not nearly as good as it would be if he captured on d8. So here, rook captures on d1 with check, rook captures, and now pawn to a6, attacking the bishop, giving Ding further chances here. Just the bishop to d4 is the way to go. Yes, you're still down the exchange, but once you close the position with bishop d4 and e5, there's just not all that much to look for here for white. For example, queen c4, you can even trade here, doesn't really matter. Captures, e5, and it will be incredibly difficult for white to make a breakthrough here. The rook just doesn't have open lines, and the rook really needs open lines to be a strong piece. So instead, Rapport played a6, and this again gives Ding some chances. Bishop captures on a6, we have bishop captures, queen captures, and now he picks up the pawn on e4, but now Ding has a couple of very good options here, but he plays rook to e1, and this is the worst one. What you want to play here is just trade once, captures, and play queen to e2. The point is, and it's of course, now that you know about it, it makes sense that we cannot trade queens. The position would be winning for white. So once the queen moves and you have to move somewhere to defend the bishop, now we just play king to g1, and there's no good way for black to set up a barrier. Black needs to have this bishop on d4 and the pawn on e5 to make the rook useless, because the bishop here guards the pawn here, the pawn here guards the bishop, and the rook will not be able to defeat the bishop, basically. But now you don't have a way to do this. If bishop to c3, we just attack the bishop, offer a queen trade. And now if you play a queen to f6, you still can't play e5 because the bishop would hang. If you play queen e5, you can't push e5 because there's a queen there, and it's just very difficult for black to find moves here. And here Ding would have excellent winning chances. However, he played rook to e1, and this is now much different. Now comes queen to d4, queen to e2, attacking the bishop. Now bishop to f6. We have h captures, and now queen to e4, offering a queen trade and defending the pawn here. Now queen to d2. And here, after rook to e2, we have queen to d1 check. Rook to e1, queen to d2. So how do you make progress here? G3 was played, but now bishop to d4. And now bishop to d4 comes with tempo, as Rapport is threatening checkmate here. So Ding had to defend, but now just queen to c3. We have rook to d1, but now queen to c6. Again, with a very tricky idea, not just attacking the pawn, but also if rook captures here, then queen to h1 is just checkmate. A very nice find, this queen to c6 idea by Rapport. You don't have to play it, you could do it the boring way. You could play e5, the move that we've discussed, and now the rook will just not have anything to do. But queen to c6 is much cooler. So here, after queen to c6, we have queen to g4 now with a double attack here, also freeing up the e2 square for the king, but now just e5. And now there's really no way to do anything here. The bishop guards both of these pawns, and there's no way to make progress here for Ding. So Ding just gave up. He played rook captures on d4, and this is basically a draw for captures with check, king to g8, and now he forces a draw, as I believe he was very much disgusted with himself. King to g8, and he was in this position on move 40 upon reaching time control that Ding Liren and Richard Rapport agreed to a draw in round 3 of the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. So really an amazing turn of events here. Ding missing a brilliant opportunity to bounce back in a tournament with a victory against Rapport. It's just I don't know if you guys remember in the previous maybe not in the previous, but maybe 2 videos ago, I mentioned that Caruana and the Ding are the players that play the most complicated games that can be calculated. And here Ding had a position, really that fits his style, where you just have to brutally calculate everything and just force a win. And he got that, but he just wasn't able to do it. And he didn't spend all that much time trying to do it. It's just that his spidey sense didn't go off, and that's a big problem, as this was a great opportunity for him to bounce back. But also this is a great opportunity for Rapport, as he doesn't lose, and he just continues the candidates on a high note. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Ding will go into a rest day feeling not all that rested, I imagine. So hopefully he gets some rest. I would like to thank Andrew Lastova, Johan, Derek King, Aravind Kumar Vendeli, and for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the candidates until it finishes. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another game from the penultimate round of the Norway Chess 2022. It's Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and again we will have another clash between the two of them in the Grunfeld defense, which is always a pleasure. Maxime being the greatest Grunfeld expert in the world, and he always plays very enjoyable games, and Magnus just a very strong player altogether. So let's dive straight into it, as there is quite a lot to enjoy. You will have one very difficult pause the video moment, but I think it's also going to be a nice one for you. So Magnus has the white pieces, and he opens with d4, which pretty much against Maxime knows that we will have a Grunfeld. So knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. The Grunfeld defense is on the board. We have c captures, knight captures, and e4 going for the center grab. The exchange variation is here. Knight captures, b captures, and bishop to g7. And now again, there are many possible ways to continue the game for white. We always mention this: knight to f3, bishop to c4, basically the most popular, then knight f3, bishop to e3. But Magnus plays bishop to b5 with check. He says, all right, let's play the 4th most popular continuation, just to see if you really know your stuff. So here c6, blocking check with bishop to a4, and now b5. Maxime says thank you for this free queenside expansion. Bishop to b3, and now pawn all the way to a5. We have knight to f3 by Magnus, and both players castles. So castles. And now there are a couple of games that reach this position. For example, in the game Nakamura versus Yanni Pomnishi in the Grandchester Blitz in Paris, c5 was played, and their game ended in a draw. But here we have a4 by Maxime, and a4 is indeed the engine stop recommendation. So Maxime obviously knows about that game, and he knows his Grunfeld, and it is now, as of move 11, that we have a completely new game. So Magnus brings the bishop back, bishop to c2, and now challenging the center with c5. Makes sense, the rook is still on a1, so we want to strike at the center as soon as possible. So rook to b1 by Magnus, and now bishop to g4. And now, okay, the pawn is attacked, but when has Maxim ever defended a pawn? And you can't really just go pawn grabbing here. If you play rook captures on b5, then c captures on d4. The knight is not really defending there, and if captures knight to c6, we just add another attacker, and you're now already playing Maxim's game. It's not really not a fun thing to do. If you advance the pawn, then knight d4, the knight now cannot really be defended well, so you have to play something else, and it's just not all that great. Rook d5, for example, attacks the queen, queen b6, and so on. But most likely you are playing exactly what Maxim wants you to play. So Magnus plays e5. This limits the power of the dark square bishop here, and knight to c6. We just continue striking against the center. We have bishop to e4 now attacking the knight, and the knight also can't move. So rook to c8. Unpinning and defending with h3, and here Maxim gives up the light square bishop, captures, and queen d7, adding another defender to the knight here, also connecting the rooks with bishop to d3, and now comes c captures on d4. Sorry about that, I think Meadow wants to come in. Yep, that was him. So c captures on d4, and now grabbing finally the b5 pawn. Bishop captures on b5, putting pressure on the knight here. D captures on c3, and now queen captures on c3. So yes, you are putting the queen in front of the rook, but if the knight moves, also bishop captures on d7 is there. So queen to d5, going after the a2 pawn, and we have a trade. Bishop captures, queen captures, and now rook to a1, attacking the queen. And here Maxim plays a most interesting move. He could move the queen, of course, queen to e6, for example. That's a nice move. But he actually plays knight captures on e5, and he offers his queen for Magnus's queen. But you know, at the end of the day, he just grabbed a pawn. So he will be up a pawn. And the thing is, sorry, there are a couple of ways you could treat this. You could just trade on the spot with queen captures on c8, which is possible. Let's say queen captures on a1. We're going to play queen back to c2. And now let's say rook to a8. Going after the bishop, we defend the bishop, and now e6. And the game continues, Maxim being up a pawn. So this is one possibility, but Magnus goes for the other one. After knight captures on e5, he just trades. Rook captures on a2. Maxim grabs the queen on c3, and bishop to d2. And okay, Maxim is up a pawn, Magnus has the bishop pair, so you should not be able to push this all the way. But it's you know, it's still a game, and it's a classical one. So rook back to c8, and now bishop to b5. Remaneuvering the bishop over to e2, rook to c5 attacks the bishop, bishop back to e2, and now knight to c6. We have rook to c1, offering a rook trade, and now rook captures. We have bishop captures, and now rook to b8. Finally developing that rook, bishop to e3, and now bishop to d4, offering a trade of bishops as well. But as Magnus is down a pawn, he's not interested in giving up the bishop pair. So bishop h6, bishop g7, bishop back to e3, checking if Maxim will repeat. But Maxim doesn't repeat. Maxim wants to play. He plays h5, g3. We have pawn to e6, and now king to g2 by Magnus, and now knight to b4, remaneuvering the knight to d5 to put pressure on the e3 square or the bishop. So rook to d2, we have knight to d5, and here Magnus doesn't move the bishop. Let's say you go bishop g5, then we further attack it with f6 and so on. He just plays rook to d3, and now he gives up the bishop pair. He says, all right, you can have it, but you're still not winning this. So knight captures, rook captures, and bishop to d4 now, harassing the rook. Rook to d3, now pawn to e5. We have rook to d2 and king to g7. Pawn to h4, and now king to h6. We have f4. Now, of course, you can't capture it because the bishop would hang. Bishop to e3, and now rook to d7, going after the f7 pawn. But here, Maxim just plays e captures on f4. And capturing on f7 would be a deadly mistake here, because if you capture here, rook to b2. Beautiful winning idea. We just attack the bishop. There's no really good way to defend it. If king f3, we just play f captures on g3. We even give up a piece here. So king captures on e3, now g2. How are you stopping the passed pawn? If king f2, just rook captures here. there's no capturing the g2 pawn. If king g1, we just move the rook, we give up the pawn, and once we capture this pawn, we're up 2 pawns. Of course, this is now completely winning for Maxime. So instead of this, after he captures on f4, we have g captures on f4, and now pawn to f5 by Maxime, king to f3, and here we have bishop back to c1. Interestingly, if you threaten some nasty discoveries, let's say you try something like rook to b3, Magnus can always go for this bishop to g8 idea and try to deliver checkmate here. You're not going to be able to do it, but it's still a fun attempt. Let's say rook b4, bishop to g8. Now we play rook captures on f4 with check. Give up the bishop on e3, and now rook captures here. But okay, first we deliver a check, and here let's say we go capture on h4. Now the king has the g5 square. He has the three pawns for the bishop, and it's well, it's a draw. But if anything, black should be better. So okay, instead, after king f3, we have bishop back to c1 by Maxime, bishop to c4, Magnus now going for this very nice idea, if the rook ever moves from the back rank, rook to c8 attacks the bishop, and now bishop to f7. Now you also have to be careful so you don't blunder the g6 pawn. Rook to c3 with check, we have king to g2, and now bishop captures on f4. And here, what can Magnus play? Well, Magnus plays bishop to g8. He is now down 2 pawns, and he has to do something about this. So he plays bishop to g8, goes after this checkmate. Now pawn to g5 by Maxime. And here Magnus plays not h captures. If h captures, king captures. This is an active king, two passed pawns. Of course, black will win this. Magnus instead plays bishop to e6. He goes after this pawn. And here, well, it's a very tricky position, but it's a completely winning one for Maxime. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the move that wins the game for Maxime while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, but also this was a warm-up, because the second pause the video moment will be even tougher. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is g captures on h4. This is not what Maxime played. He missed this one. Point is that now if bishop captures on f5, we have h3 with check. That's the whole point. And now what do you play? There's really no good move you can play. If you play bishop captures on h3, then rook to g3 with check, and now you can't keep defending the bishop. If you go king h2, you go under the mask of the bishop, then we just play rook to g7, open up a discovery, and pick up the rook on d7. Not a lot of fun. For example, king to h3. Okay, yeah, you can't really play that because the bishop defends the rook, but you can play something like rook to d3 with check, and after king to g2, we're gonna play rook to g3 again, and after king to h2, now we're gonna play this bishop to b8 move. That's the way to do it. And now there's no good move for white, because you can't move the king, you can't really move the bishop anywhere, because if you move the bishop, let's say to f5, we just win the bishop. We make a discovery, pick it up. So you have to move the rook, and once the rook moves anywhere from the light d7 square, then we can win it. For example, if rook d8, now rook g8 check, and we pick up the rook. So it's a really tricky line, and of course definitely an easy one to miss. So you're not going to be able to play bishop captures on h3. You're going to have to play something, let's say king f2. Now comes h2. And now after rook to d1, preventing this pawn from being queened, you're going to play rook to g3. And now this is the point, rook h1, and now you are going to play rook to g1, and there is no way to save this, because if rook captures, we just play bishop to e3 check, and only after the king captures, we're going to pick up the rook. So here you would have this position, and you're not going to be able to capture. You're going to have to play something like bishop to e4, but now we just play h4, h3, bring the king into the game, and slowly but surely you will win this, because white is without any move. So it's incredibly complicated, and not all that difficult to imagine that you would miss that this is winning. because if you can't calculate the exact perfect line, you will not play this. So instead, king to g6 by Maxim, but now Magnus just plays rook d5. Now he will win the f5 pawn. g4, we have bishop captures on f5, king f6, and bishop to h7 now, going after the h5 pawn, and now bishop to e5, blocking the attack this way, bishop to g6, now offering a trade of bishops, and here, if you really wanted, you could just capture this, and it's a draw, but Maxim doesn't want to do this, and it's actually a beautiful draw. If king captures, rook captures here, and you play rook to h3, you say, okay, I'm going to win this pawn, I'm going to be up 2 pawns, how is this a draw? It's actually a very, very simple draw. Let's say rook a5 or something, a rook captures on h4. Now, how do you, okay, let's say rook a6 check, how do you make progress here? The only way to prevent the rook from checking you is to go all the way, zigzag your way through checks and try and force the rook somewhere else. But even if that happens, let's say king f5, you deliver a check, king here, check, king here, check, king here. Now you will not play rook to a4 with check, but rather you will play rook to a3. And that's the whole point. Now you don't have this rook to h3 move, and you don't have any other moves with the rook. You don't have a pawn move, so you can just move your king, but that will not help you. For example, you can attack the rook here, but we're just going to play rook to g3. And you can't further advance the king. You can go with the king all the way to here, but then we're just going to move the rook. And you can never bring your rook into the game, and you cannot do anything here, even though you're up 2 pawns. So it's a very, very classy move by Magnus, this bishop to g6 idea, trying to get a draw here. But Maxim sees right through it. He plays g3. We have rook to a3. We have rook to a5, and now comes a rook to c4, putting pressure on the pawn here. Rook to a6 with check, king to g7, and finally bishop captures on g5. We have rook captures on h4. Now Maxim does have a protected pass pawn, but it's very hard to push this with the black king being so inactive. Rook to g6 with check, king h7, and now rook to g5, attacking the bishop. Rook h2 check, king to f3. Here, king to g1 and king to f1 are the only possible moves that don't lose the game for white. After king to f3, Magnus's position is again lost, but it's again incredibly hard to see it. Rook f2 check was played, king g4, bishop to f4, attacking the rook, and the rook to g6. And now again we have this incredibly complicated position where there is a winning idea, but it's just yeah, okay. Feel free to pause the video and try to spot this one while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this, positional brilliancy. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop to c7. Interestingly, you could also play bishop to e5, your position is still winning. You could also play bishop to b8, your position will still be winning. But it's basically a matter of just wasting moves until you finally play bishop to c7, because you will need the d8 square to actually win this. But the real idea is that we want to take away the f5 square from the white king. That's the whole point. We want to force the white king either on h4 or on h3. The point is, and you will see why, because Maxim missed this idea, but after bishop to c7, how do you play this? Of course, if you go, if you move the king somewhere, because now the f file is off limits, we just play rook to h2 with check. And once king g4 is played, rook to h1, and now we are covering the g1 square. So now g2, g1, this is unstoppable. It doesn't really matter what you play. You could play anything. Let's say you play king to f3, we just play rook captures on h5. So you have to keep defending the bishop. If you play king to g5, we simply play bishop to d8 with check. That's why the bishop on c7 was crucial. And after king g4, just g2. You can't prevent a rook to g1. It's just unstoppable. So another thing, after bishop to c7, okay, you don't have to play king to h4. You could play rook to g5, just try and waste the move. Doesn't really matter. Now we play rook to f1, and again we control the queening square. And after, let's say, rook g6, you try to waste the move, g2. Now comes king h3, and of course g1 queen, we pick up the queen, and we have a completely winning endgame. So that's why here moving the bishop was winning bishop to c7, the actual winning move. But Maxime played rook to f1. It seems like it's the same, and we want to go into that line, but he now gives Magnus one move that he wouldn't have in that line, and that is king to f5. The only move that saves the game for Magnus. He of course spots it, and he hides the king on f5. There are no good discoveries. All of white's pieces are on light squares. So bishop to g5 check was played here, trying one last trick. Of course, if Magnus captures, then g2 is winning now. You can't just move the king, because if king h4, rook to h1, and you force the king back to the g file, king g3, g1 check, you have a queen, white doesn't, of course, completely winning. So king e4 was played. Now comes rook to f4 and king to d3. We have rook to f5 and now king to e4. Again, not allowing Maxime to start pushing his pawn, because we would just gobble up the rook, and after this queen comes into the game, we gobble up the bishop as well, and the queen will not be able to win against the rook and bishop. So instead, we have rook to f4 with check, king d3, and now bishop to h4. Rook to e6, and now finally pawn to g2. We have rook to g6, now guarding the queening square, rook to f5, attacking the bishop, and here you don't really have an option of saving the bishop, because here Maxime is preparing rook to g5, and then he will just queen his pawn, so you have to give up the bishop. Rook captures on g2, and now rook captures on h5, and of course this is a known draw. Both Magnus and MVL are more than able to draw this easily, especially in a classical game, but of course it's polite to try and see if your opponent is in a good mood. He might blunder the game. So bishop to f6, we have king to f4, bishop to g7, and now king to e4. You just wait for black to try and force something. King to g8, he has to bring the king into the game. Rook to g6, we have king to f7, now comes rook to a6, cutting off the black king from going after the white king. Bishop to f6, now comes rook to a8, rook to h4 check, king to f5, rook to h5 check, king to e4. Magnus shows that he knows his stuff. Rook to b5, now comes bishop, king to f4. We have bishop to e5 check, king to e4, bishop to d6, and now rook to h8. And it was in this position on move 79 that Magnus and Maxime agreed to a draw, as there is nothing more to be done here. So really an incredible game. They've played many games, especially in this Grunfeld defense, that is so enjoyable to watch. Magnus defeated him many times, and now Maxime finally had his chance. He had two great winning ideas, but as you've seen, both of them are incredibly complicated, and unfortunately for Maxime, he misses both of them. But they are going into Armageddon, and we are going to see what happened there, most likely in the next video, but also maybe not. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're gonna cover a few more games before we check out the standings, as a lot has happened. I would like to thank Charles Huff, Nagarjuna Ponugoti, Timo Salo, Adrian Martin Nagorski, and Benjamin Bogwald for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful event until it finishes. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and yes, I am showing the game today instead of yesterday. It is the Armageddon game between Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. They repeated the Grunfeld from the classical section, but Maxime found an improvement on their classical game, and the game took a new turn. It's a very interesting one, so you guys will enjoy it. It's super complicated, and unfortunately, Armageddon is just not enough time for positions that arise in this game. So Magnus has the white pieces, and if you haven't seen it, do check out the classical game so you would understand the completely new game part a little bit better. So here we have d4 by Magnus, knight to f6, sorry about that. We have c4, everything the same as in the classical game, g6 going for the king's Indian defense, knight c3, d5, captures, and again e4, captures, and Magnus goes, after bishop to g7, Magnus goes for this, like we mentioned in the previous video, 4th most popular line, bishop to b5 check. We have c6, Magnus has to retreat with the bishop, and Maxime gets all this expansion on the queen side, knight f3, castles, and now Magnus also castles, castles. We have a4, bishop to c2, and c5. So everything the same as in the classical game. Rook to b1, and here in the classical section, Maxime continued with bishop to g4. However, after the game, of course, both of them most likely check the engine to prepare something special if the positions repeat, and he plays knight to c6. Now, the engine only slightly prefers knight to c6 over bishop to g4, but it is enough for Maxime to create a completely new game, and this is where we take a new turn. The game is now completely different from the classical game, which of course makes sense as we have a completely new game. So here Magnus has to decide whether to play d5 or e5, and that's always an unpleasant choice when facing the Grunfeld. If you don't know it by heart, then you will just push a pawn. And here we have e5. It's okay to push both of the pawns depending on what kind of a game you want to have. So here we have e5, rook to b8, and now bishop to e4. Going after the knight here, similar like he did in the classical section, we have bishop to f5 now, attacking the bishop, and of course if you capture the knight, then you blunder the rook on b1. So bishop captures, allowing the doubling of the f-pawn, but as you'll see, the position will be quite solid. So g captures on f5, queen to d3 going after the pawn, and now queen to d7 defending. We have rook to d1, putting a rook on the maybe soon to be opened the d file, and rook f to d8. Maxime does the same. We have bishop to f4, and now c captures, and pawn to e6. So it's a very solid structure, equal material. Maxime does have a doubled f pawn, but maybe you can at some point maybe move the king, put the rooks on the g file, have some sort of an attack, and also the d4 pawn is a backwards pawn. So Maxime, at some point, if he piles up on it, it will be very, very hard to defend it. And let's not forget, it's Armageddon, so it's Magnus who needs to push for a win here in order to win the match. So bishop g5 kicks away the rook from the d file, rook d to c8, and now queen to e3. Now with ideas of bishop h6 or maybe even bishop to f6, we have knight to e7, and now Magnus goes for this bishop trade, bishop to f6. Bishop to h6 is a bit more precise as it prevents h6, and h6 is a very nice resource for Maxime as it prevents queen to g5. So this is what Maxime plays. We have h6, queen to f4, now preparing queen g3 and checkmate if Maxime allows it, of course. Knight to, not that, sorry about that, knight to g6, and now queen to g3. We have king to h7, getting the king away from the g file, and now Magnus plays pawn to d5, and this is just a wonderful move. It's a question whether to play it right away or to first maybe start push the h pawn, because you can maybe always play this, but it's Armageddon. You don't have all the time in the world, and Maxime has very little time on the clock. So Magnus doesn't want to let Maxime think. And what this move does is it frees up the d4 square for the knight, but also what it does is it frees up the entire fourth rank, so you can make a rook lift, rook to b4, and bring the rook into the attack. E captures on d4, d5, and now you could play knight d4, you could play knight h4, but Magnus goes for the immediate rook to b4, preparing this rook lift, because of course if the knight captures, then queen g7 will be checkmate, but Maxime stops it, rook to c4, and now Magnus trades, rook captures, b captures, of course not d captures, you don't want to hang your queen, and now pawn to e6. This is what Magnus found when he played that d5 move, attacking the queen and the rook. And now if this was I believe anyone except Maxime, we would see queen c8, just defending the rook, and the game continues. Maybe bishop captures on g7, maybe king captures, or maybe even better f4. First we challenge the queen, forcing the queen to the light square diagonal, and after queen g4, king captures on g7, now making the capture on f7 or pushing the pawn impossible, as the queen on g4 would hang. But here Maxime just captures the pawn. He says, you can have the rook. I'm Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I always give up the rook. Okay, queen captures on b8, Magnus takes it, it is the strongest move. Bishop captures on f6, and now rook to e1, attacking the queen. Queen to d7, and now queen to b6. So it's not easy for Magnus to play this, especially since he's the one who needs to push this for a win, but Maxime just can't stop himself. He has the black pieces in Armageddon, and he's playing for a win. It's just the kind of player Maxime is. He now has two connected pass pawns, and he's ready to push them. So king to g7 first, we have g3, creating a little bit of breathing room for the king here, and now we have pawn to f4. Here d4 is incredibly strong. If you can get this d4 and d3 in, your position just becomes much better, but Maxime is incredibly low on time here, so he plays f4 first. He
realizes that there is a possibility of a piece sacrifice that would allow him to get a perpetual check and force a draw. So here, queen to c5. Now Magnus says, all right, you didn't want to push d4, you're not pushing it now because then the c4 pawn hangs. And here we have f captures on g3. With this move, Maxim frees up the f4 square for the knight. Queen to f4, f5 still allows Maxim to push a little bit harder. For example, king g2, h4, h5, h4, and so on. But okay, f captures on g3. Maxim knows what he's doing. H captures, and now comes the move, knight to f4. If he didn't go for this, he could just push the pawn. It will be nicely defended on c3. But now, if Magnus actually captures the pawn, then queen g4 check, and you will pick up the knight. King f1. Let's say queen captures on f3, and you have all of these light squares that you can use to deliver check to the white king, and it will be very, very hard, or rather impossible, to get out of all the checks. But instead we have queen to e3. Magnus of course doesn't capture the knight, and now we have knight to d3. By not capturing the knight and allowing this perpetual, Magnus has to go into a worse position. Now comes knight to d3, rook to b1, and now we have queen to e6, offering a queen trade. And this is, again, you have to play d4 and depending on where the queen goes, push the pawn to c3 and so on before offering the queen trade. But here Maxim trades the queen right away. Rook to b7, and now queen captures on e3. We have f captures and pawn to c3. And now, okay, you are a little bit better here, but now you're playing an endgame against Magnus, and you are very, very low on time, so that's never a sure thing. So here, rook to c7. Magnus absolutely has to prevent this pawn from reaching c2. If it reaches c2, c1 is covered, so that's game over. Knight to b4, now guarding the c2 pawn, c2 square, also attacking the a2 pawn. But now Magnus has time to activate his pieces, or rather the king, and he should play king to f2. But he plays knight to e1, and this is now a problem because it allows Maxim this beautiful tactic, bishop to e5. And okay, you're attacking the rook, you're attacking the g3 pawn. Magnus just moves the rook, but now the problem is because the knight is on e1, bishop captures on g3 comes with an attack on the knight, and Magnus does not have time to capture the c3 pawn. So king f1, he has to waste a move. Now comes the bishop captures on e1. Again, knight captures on a2, also always an option. Bishop captures, king captures, and now knight captures on a2, defending the pawn here. And now Magnus is up the exchange, but Maxim is up 4 pawns, which is quite a lot. So here, king to d1, pawn to a3. We have rook to b8 and pawn to h5. Now this pawn starts marching forward as well. King to c2. We have pawn to h4 and rook to b1. So the knight is now cut off from the game, and the king to b3 will win the knight. But again, Maxim has all of these extra pawns. So king f6, we have king to b3, and now here comes the magic moment. Maxim should play something like king to e5 or king to g5, just bring the king closer, pick up this pawn, or even play c2. This is pretty much a forced draw. Let's say king captures on c2 because we are threatening to capture the rook and also to promote. So king captures. Now we gain some time because our knight remains in the game, and now after he goes after this, king e4, king captures on a2, and now you have plenty of pawns and you will get a draw here. There's nothing that white can do to prevent you from getting the king here and pushing this pawn. King captures on a3, just king f2, and white will have to resort to perpetual checks here. However, Maxim played knight to b4, and it's the weirdest move ever. But it's not, it's easily dismissible as a blunder. It is a blunder, but no one realizes it's a blunder except for Magnus. Magnus captures the knight right away, and he says, now you're not getting a draw. Now I'm just gonna beat you. And here we have pawn to a2, and this is the problem. This is the position that obviously neither of them thought possible, because there are winning moves here, and there of course are drawing moves here, and there of course are losing moves here. So feel free to pause the video and try to figure out the moves that are winning here for white while I give you a couple of seconds.
So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this, because it's not easy. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, rook to a1, leaving the rook on b1, rook to c1, and the rook to d1 are not good moves. If you do this, you are not winning the game as white, or even rook to e1. However, rook to f1, rook to g1, and rook to h1 are winning for white. So that's pretty incredible. Now, in the game, Magnus played rook to a1, and of course, we're going to show what happens here. But just to give you an example, you could play between the three, we're going to go to f1, as this one comes with check, so it makes sense. And also, there's a pawn on f7. So let's explore this, what happens. Okay, king g5. Of course, black wants to get the king here and push this pawn. We're going to play king b3, king to g4, and now king captures on a2. This pawn is a priority. h3, we're going to play rook captures on f7, and now after king to g3, king to b3, pawn to h2, now we cover the queening square, rook to h7, king to g2, and now king captures on c3. And now after h1 queen, we're going to capture the queen, king captures, and now finally king to d4. We win the game, but only by a tempo. King g2, king captures on d5, and now if the black king was already here, he could just gobble up the pawn, but he's going to play king f3. Now we push e4, our pass pawn is protected, and we are winning this game. So that's one way to do it. However, Magnus played rook to a1, and now the position is no longer winning, because here Maxime plays c2, and now the situation is much different. We have king to c3, now comes pawn to h3. Here we have king captures on c2, and here, incredible as it is, Maxime played king to g5, and after king to d3, he was in this position on move 54 that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game, but he also lost on time. Basically, when he resigned, he had 0-0-0. I guess he saw that he was on a few seconds on the clock, and then he just decided to resign, as there now really is nothing more you can do here, and Maxime knows that this is winning for Magnus. However, there was, instead of king to king to f5, instead of king to g5 that was played in the game, king to f5 is a draw. Incredible, but endgames are just spectacular in that way. So the reason why this is so, sorry, not this king f5. Yeah, this king f5. The reason is after king to d3 here, now we're gonna play pawn to h2. That's the good stuff. And now after, let's say, king to d4, going after the pawn, we're gonna play f6. After king captures on d5, we're gonna play king to g4. After king to e4, we're gonna play pawn to f5 with check. King back to d4, now king to f3. Notice that white can never capture the pawn because black will just queen the h pawn. King to d3, now we're going to play f4. We get rid of white's pass pawn. Pawn captures here, king captures, king e2, and now king to g3, and there is no way, there is no good way to prevent king to g2. If king to e3, king to g2, and now how are you stopping rook to h1? You have to resort to rook captures on a2 with check, and after king g1, rook a1 check, king g2, and you're going to have to repeat, otherwise black will just get a queen into the game. So this is how you draw. The problem is after king to g5, this is tempo not well spent. The problem is after king to d3, the moment when Maxime resigned the game, you don't have a good continuation. If you just play king to f5, we have the exact same position like we did in the previous line, only it's white to move. Black lost the tempo, and now it's completely winning. Rook captures on a2, and your king is too far behind. King g4, we're going to play rook to f2 now, and after king g3, we gobble up the f7 pawn, king g2, rook h7, and now again after h2, just king d4, and we have a similar position to the one that we've already discussed. h1 queen, we're going to captures, and now you are too far behind to stop the pass pawn from queening and winning. And the other thing, if you don't want to repeat king to f5 because you've already played king to g5, you could continue king g4, but now we don't go after the d pawn. Now we play the spectacular king to e2. This is, of course, with so little time on the clock, not easy to find, but the point is after king to g3, there's rook to g1, and now you either force the black king back, and then of course the white is completely winning, or he goes forward and then you play king f2, completely locking the king in, and now black has no other moves other than pushing the pawns. And once all the pawns have been pushed, let's say rook to a1, we're going to play d4, e captures on d4, f4, we have to waste all the moves. We can even capture on a2, and now after king h1, we're going to play d5, f3, let's say king to g3, and now we just checkmated the black king. Pawn to f2, rook to a1 with check, f1, probably a queen, and rook captures on f1 will be checkmate. So that's how incredible endgames are, and why you should always study the endgame before, you know, even having breakfast. Yeah, after king to d3, Maxim resigned, and he also lost on time, and Magnus Carlsen wins the game. Incredibly complicated, which is a shame for Maxim. He was winning in classical, had two clear winning opportunities, but if you've seen the previous video, you know how they were incredibly difficult to spot, and here again Maxim was much better, but when it was crucial to start pushing those pawns, he hesitated, and that was enough. He gave Magnus, if he just before trading queens, for example, played those d4 and c3 moves, then his pawns would be too far ahead, and Magnus would there would be nothing else to do. But here he gave Magnus a slightly worse endgame to play, and but with more time on the clock, and that was enough for Magnus to play this. So sorry for a bit of a longer video on an Armageddon game, but it's such a complicated endgame that even by showing only a few lines, we've you know, explored quite a lot. So yeah, here are the standings, as I know you guys really enjoyed those. After the penultimate round, Magnus Carlsen leading the tournament with 15 points. We have Shahriar Mamedjarov with 14.5 in second, Vishwanathan Anand in third place with 13, and Maxim Vashelograb in fourth place with 12.5. And I think only 4 of them are contending for first place, as a winning classical gives you 3 points. So I believe even maybe in some scenario Maxim can win, but you know, not so sure. However, Anand, Mamedjarov, and Magnus can still. All 3 of them are sure that they can win it. Then we have Wesley So and Anish in 11, Veselin Topalov with 8.5, Aryan Tari 8.5, Wang Hao 6.5, and Temur Rajabov 6.5. So hope you enjoyed the standings as well. We'll see what the final round brings. And of course, I would like to thank Charles Huff, Nagarjuna Punugoti, Timu Salo, Adrian Marcin Nagorski, and Benjamin Bogwald for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this magnificent tournament until it finishes. See you soon, and you know, hope you have an excellent rest of your day. And it's really a shame that another Grunfeld, such you know, played with such elegance, did not result in more than a draw in classical and a loss in Armageddon. But yeah, that's chess. See you soon. Hello everyone, and welcome to round 6 of the Oslo Esports Cup. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Erik Hansen. We have a very enjoyable game that's going to be even more enjoyable if you've seen my previous video where Pragyananda played against Erik, and they played this, well, sort of a rare line of the Grunfeld defense. And here, Magnus obviously enjoyed what he saw in the game that Pragyananda played against Erik, and he repeated the line, hoping that he would also get a fine position. So let's see what happens. Magnus with the white pieces, and they basically repeat the game that was played in the previous round between Erik and Pragu. So here c4, g6, knight to c3, we have d5. Erik again goes for the Grunfeld defense. C captures, knight captures, and e4, chasing away the knight from d5. Knight captures on c3, b captures, and now bishop to g7. So everything the same. And now in the previous game that we covered, we mentioned that, okay, you could go knight to f3, you could play bishop e3, bishop c4, rook to b1, many great moves. But queen to a4 is well, it's not extremely rare, but it is rare. But the move that Erik plays, and that is the c6 idea, this is extremely rare. So let's see how Magnus will now continue. Knight to f3, and here in the game against Pragu, Erik castled, but here he goes knight to d7 right away. We have bishop to e2, castles, and now b5. So pretty much the same as in the game against Pragu, only now Magnus doesn't play queen to a3 and bishop to g5 like Pragu played. He continues with queen to c2, the move that we mentioned that existed before. Knight to b6, and now bishop to f4. And here, bishop to g4, going after the knight here, and it is now as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. So Magnus offers a full trade of everything. He plays knight to e5, now offers a trade of bishops. Bishop captures on e2, queen captures, and Erik even goes for bishop captures on e5 and bishop captures on e5. Now, if you ask the engine about this, the engine will say, okay, that's very fine exchange. But if you ask anyone else, they will tell you, okay, you have a lot of dark square weaknesses here. How are you going to prevent white from checkmating you? And indeed, it's not an easy task, but okay, if you're confident in playing this, then you can play it. Knight to c4, he goes after the bishop, and of course, Magnus saves the bishop. Bishop to f4, the bishop belongs on h6. We have queen to a5, and now rook 8 to c1, just guarding the c3 pawn. We have f6 now, trying to chase away the bishop with the g5, so this is Eric's plan. And the Magnus now plays h4. He says, nope, g5 will not be played here. We have rook 8 to d8, and now rook f to d1. We have e5 now striking in the center, and it seems like Eric solved all of his problems, but he did have to open up his king a little bit. Magnus does put the bishop on h6. We have rook f to e8, and now queen to g4, preparing h5 to completely bust the king side. So queen to c7, bringing the queen to help out with the defense, and now first we're going to play rook to d3. If you go with h5 right away, of course we can just play g5, and it's not all that impressive. So that will have to wait. So first rook to d3. We want to bring the rook into the attack. So quickly queen to d7. Eric wants to trade queens, as he now does have a very nice pawn chain himself. So Magnus declines this. Queen to g3, and now queen to e6. We have rook to e1, aligning the rook with the queen nicely here, and rook to d7, just adding more defense to the 7th rank, and also you can double up on the d file if needed. So Magnus strikes with f4. And here, what do you play for Eric? The problem is you have to play e captures on f4, or even you could play e captures on d4, but e captures on f4 is just extremely forcing, and it's very easy to find an idea with black. You're going to play knight e5, attack the rook. Of course, you can't capture because the rook on d3 hangs, and after the rook moves, hopefully here to help out with the attack, now you play knight f7, attack the bishop, and you've pretty much solved your problems. But Eric does not play that. Eric plays king to h8. He just wants to get the king away from the g file, but now Carlsen's position is completely winning, and this is how. F captures on e5, as you might have imagined. F captures on e5, and now rook to f1. Now Magnus will just double up on the f file. He has the bishop controlling the f8 square, and then rook to f8 will hopefully be checkmate in some of the lines. And you can see how, even though black's position was completely fine, the mere absence of black's dark square bishop just allows the white to very, very quickly and easily mount a crushing attack. So rook to f7, trading off a pair of rooks, but even this doesn't help. Magnus trades, captures, and now rook f3 goes after the queen. Queen e7, Eric needs to keep an eye on the f8 square, otherwise he's getting checkmated, and now, only now, h5. So now is the time to push it. We have queen to d6, and now we have queen to f2. So now, as both the queen and the rook are going after the f8 square, you need both your rook and the queen guarding it. So here, g captures on h5, but here Magnus just played bishop to g5, and it was in this position on move 32 that Eric Hansen resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Interestingly, rook to f8 is also winning, but I guess there's no point in calculating this if you figure out that bishop to g5 is winning. Now, why this is winning is that, of course, the bishop to f6 is unstoppable. We now have a triple control over that square, and whatever you play, let's say you play e captures on d4, we're just going to play bishop f6 check, and after the king moves, rook g3 check, and that's it. You have to go to the f file, and even rook g7 check, king e6, and queen to f5 will be checkmate now. And on the other hand, after bishop g5, if you don't play this, you play something like h6, try and give your king a little more breathing room. Okay, now we just go after the h6 pawn, and that's it. We're going to play rook f6, and okay, you may be thinking, okay, why not just give up the bishop and the queen? So now we have a rook and knight against the queen. Maybe this is playable, but queen f6 check. We're going to pick up the knight here, and of course this is completely unplayable. So bad news for Eric. Magnus repeats the line that Pragananda used to completely crush Eric very, very successfully, and he also gets a beautiful win with this idea. So this is maybe a good suggestion for you in your own games, even though if you analyze the position and you're preparing for an opponent, even if you're playing a classical game and the engine says, yeah, I mean, this is perfectly fine, you should play this, maybe don't play it, because it will be so much easier for your opponent to mount the attack, and well, unless you're perfectly confident that you are able to pull this off, do not give up your very strong defender or attacker, depends on how you use it, for a night like this, because it could end very badly. And here it ended very badly for Eric. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Very nicely done by Magnus. I would like to thank Fred Eckerman, Joseph Virasuria, Robert Taratun, Alois Krosterhuber, and Michael McConnell for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful event and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to round 5 of the Oslo Esports Cup, where we are going to cover the first game of the match, Pragananda versus Erik Hansen. Now, Prago has been having an excellent tournament. He started the first 3 days with absolute victories, then he ran into Magnus Carlsen, then he lost all 3 games they played, and now we are in round 5. So, will Prago be able to bounce back, or will Erik have a say in this? It's a really a devastating attack. You are going to enjoy this game, and once again, you will see how well these young players are able to prepare for a game against anyone, even though you're playing 4 games every day against a different opponent, and still you are able to prepare so well. So Prague has the white pieces, and he opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and we transpose into the Grunfeld defense. Erik plays d5. We have c captures, knight captures, and now e4, challenging the knight. Here we have knight captures, b captures, and bishop to g7. So this is very standard stuff. We've seen this many times. And now you are going to play something like a knight to f3 or rook to b1, or one of the many popular moves here. But Prague's queen to a4 is not extremely rare, but it is much rarer than the other continuations. And especially since Erik plays c6 here, this is even rarer. So this is obviously Prague's something that Prague prepared specifically for Erik. Here we have knight to f3, castles, and now bishop to e2. And here, after b5 challenging the queen, we are still in the game that Erik Hansen already played with the black pieces last year against Arseny Nesterov, that he lost. But now, okay, the queen can be retreated to b3 or c2 or even d1. Prague plays queen to a3, and now we shift from that game. And now I believe that it is possible that Erik is in a completely new territory. However, the position is still a known one. Knight to d7 was played, castles, and now rook to e8, and it is only now, as of move 11, that we have a completely new game. So let's see how they continue. We have bishop to g5. You can see that there's some pressure here on the e7 pawn. Also, you can't just advance it since the queen is on d8. Knight to b6 by Erik, now preparing to develop the light square bishop. Also, at some point you will start pushing that a pawn. Rook 8 to d1, and now queen to d6, offering a queen trade while developing. So Prague, of course, declines this. He does control more space at the moment. Queen to c1, and now bishop to e6, going after this a2 pawn. We have bishop to f4, attacking the queen, queen to d8, and now knight to e5. And here, what do? Do you just capture the pawn? Do you maybe first trade the bishop for knight? Bishop for knight, and then capture the pawn? If you go for something like this, okay, now you can, let's say, capture the pawn, but after something like f4, white's center is just beautiful, and f5 is coming. And even though you can play f6 and kind of trap white's dark square bishop on e5, we can still continue the attack. f5, for example, captures, and as it's a rapid game, white would have all the attack here. The queen can come to h6, the rook controls the f file, you can capture on h7, the bishop can come to h5. So even though it's fine for black to play this for a rapid game, maybe it would be gambling a little bit too much. So there goes queen to c8 first. He guards the c6 pawn that was hanging, and now we have queen to c2. Developing the queen again, guarding the a2 pawn. We have f6, removing the knight from this powerful e5 square. Knight to d3, and now bishop back to f7. So at some point you are hoping to advance this pawn to e6 or e5, depending on what's possible, but Prago says most certainly not to e5. He plays e5 himself, and now we have knight to a4, preparing to further push the pawns and put constant pressure on this c3 pawn, but now just rook f to e1. We have a5, Erik pushes on the queen side, now comes the bishop to g3. We have queen to e6, now putting more pressure on this a2 pawn, and Prago defends it with rook to d2. And here Eric plays g5. Now this is a very bold move. Maybe a simpler solution would be just to capture on a2. It looks like a silly move because of course white is guarding the a2 square twice, but it kind of does work. Captures, 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 and captures. Now we're gonna play captures, attack the rook and the bishop here, and after the rook moves anywhere, really we're just gonna capture the bishop here. After rook captures, so you're gonna get this position where yes, Prago is up a piece, but we have two connected pass pawns on the queen side. We can nicely put the rook on b8, support the pawns. The bishop could also support the pawns via the long diagonal. So definitely something to consider. But okay, g5 was played in the game. We have bishop to f1. Now the queen here is being x-rayed, so of course it's very unpleasant to have it there. Queen to d5 is played, and now pawn to h4. g5 is now a target, and Prago wants to open up the king side to start an attack against the black king. We have h6, h captures on g5, h captures, and now queen to c1, putting more pressure on black's king side. So if black ever captures, then the g5 pawn becomes very, very weak. So bishop to g6, and now f4. We open up the position here, and now it's very hard to keep the position closed. If you play something like g5, then f5 is coming, and that's very, very unpleasant. Now you kind of have to capture this, otherwise you're just allowing knight to f4 for free. So for example, captures knight to f4, attacks the queen, queen will move somewhere, then we're going to play e6, and black's position is just so ugly, no one would willingly play this. So here we have bishop to h6 by Eric, f captures on g5, f captures on g5, and okay, now you get this position where black is sort of defended, but there is one move that wins the game completely for Prague. So feel free to pause the video here and win the game for Prague while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this completely paralyzing idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course pawn to e6. After this move, there is really nothing black can do. There's no way to get your pieces into the game, the rooks into the game. The e5 square now becomes available for the white knight, and everything just falls apart for black, as you'll see. So congratulations to everyone who spotted this positional idea. Here, rook to f8 was played by Eric. And now comes knight to e5, sort of saying, okay, you can capture on e6, but even if you go for this, we can just play knight captures on g6, queen captures, and now bishop d3, attack the queen, and after the queen moves somewhere, now we're just gonna pile up on this pawn here, rook d2, go after the pawn. After the pawn is defended, some like rook e6, and as we've said, there's really nothing for black to play here. So instead, after knight to e5, bishop to f5 was played, and now comes knight to f7, going after the h6 bishop here. Rook captures on f7. Eric decides to give a little something material to stop the attack, but now not even e captures on f6. Prague plays the absolute strongest pawn to c4. He wants to open up this diagonal for his bishop, and now there is nothing for black to do here. Of course, if the pawn is captured, we're just gonna play e captures on f7, and it seems like you can defend. Queen captures, bishop captures. Here you have e6, but now just rook f2. And now again, you really don't have all that much. The other rook is coming to f2. We're going to put more pressure on the bishop. You just can't hold this. Or even better, you could play rook to f2. And now after the rook defends this with rook to e8, you can play rook e5. This could be even stronger. Now just with the simple threat of rook captures, there's no way to parry this. If king h7, we're going to play rook e captures on f5, and of course there's nothing black can do here. You're going to have to give up the queen, but it is definitely not enough to keep playing this. We can play queen c2, attack the knight, attack the f5 pawn. We still have the bishop pair, so there's just no playing this. Another thing, after Prague's c4, you could move the queen back, queen to d8, but this is also not going to work. We're just going to capture the rook and play rook f2, and that's it. You simply can't play this. If e6, you can even play the slap in the face move. Rook captures on e6, and after king captures, queen e3, and again everything falls apart for black. Let's say king f6, queen e5 check, and now you're just gonna checkmate the black king. King f7, queen captures here, king g8, queen f7, and after you go here, bishop to e5 check. Once black gives up all of his pieces, then it will be checkmate. So instead, after c4, Eric decided, okay, it seems like I don't have any decent moves here. I'm gonna play queen captures on e6 and give up my queen for a rook and try to create some counterplay here. But now just rook captures on e6, bishop captures, and c captures on b5. Now saying that, well, if you capture, then I'm just gonna play queen c6, attack this bishop. If this bishop moves, then this bishop is attacked. Also, your rook on a8 is hanging, so absolutely everything is hanging here. This would be, I mean, it's already resignable, but of course we're gonna play a few more moves. G4, attacking the rook and the queen here, but now just queen captures on c6. It's pretty much the same idea. Everything is hanging here. Bishop to e3 check, and now Pragu just played bishop to f2, and he was in this position on move 36 that Eric Hansen resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. What do you even play here? Once you capture the rook here, we're gonna capture, you can even capture the bishop. You don't even have to capture the rook. The position is just so bad for black that there is no playing this. You can't, I mean, you can capture on g4. You still have the bishop pair. Black's pieces are scattered all over the board. The black king is completely wide open. We can easily connect a few moves. Also, bishop to c4 is coming. That's, I mean, resigns on the spot. So Eric, of course, doesn't wait for any of this. After bishop to f2, he resigns, and a brilliant victory for Pragu in round 1 of their encounter. Game 2 ended in a draw, and again in game 3, Pragu with the white pieces achieved the victory. So again, he defeated Eric much like he did everyone in rounds 1, 2, and 3. So Pragu has a spectacular tournament. It's that one match against Magnus Carlsen that puts a bit of a stain on it, but still, if we check out the standings after 5 rounds, here we have it from Chess24 round 5 standings of the Oslo Esports Cup. Pragu is leading with a score of 12 points, followed by Magnus with 9, Jan Shitov, Duda, and Jordan Van Forest with 8 points, Liam Le with 7, Anish Giri with 6, Shahriar Mamdara with 5, and Eric Hansen with 3 points. So 2 more rounds to go. Can Pragu take it all the way, or will someone else be able to catch him? We'll see what happens, but this is a brilliant chess and absolutely fantastic to watch. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Always thank you for recommending me such wonderful games with great motives. I would like to thank Fred Eckerman, Joseph Virasuria, Robert Aratun, Alois Klosterhuber, and Michael McConnell for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. But basically, we will cover this event until it finishes. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a game so many of you have already requested. It's Pragyananda versus Jordan Van Forest, and it's a game from the penultimate round of the Charity Cup that is currently being played. It's a brilliant game, a very short one, and you guys will enjoy it. Most of you have probably already seen it, and you only came here to write in the comments how you thoroughly enjoyed it and what a great experience it was. But for those of you who still haven't seen it, you guys will enjoy it even more. Or maybe the ones who have seen it will enjoy it even more. I have no idea or any way of knowing such things, but I'm sure everyone will enjoy it. So let's dive straight into it. Pragu with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6. C4, G6, knight to C3, and D5. So Van Forest goes for the Grunfeld defense, and now not going for the exchange variation, as this is pretty much the only variation we see when we show the Grunfeld in top level chess, but rather knight to f3, the 3 knights variation, and this can get very, very interesting very, very soon. So bishop to g7, e3, so notice that there is no exchange on d5, and there will be no kicking of the knight, so completely different stuff. We have castles, c captures, knight captures, and now bishop to c4. This is how we challenge the knight, so we kind of do kick it away, but not with the e4 push. Knight to b6, attacking the bishop on c4, bishop to b3, and now striking against Pragu's center with c5. Pragu castles, this is still all very standard stuff, both of them know this. C captures on d4 and e captures on d4. So now Pragu has the isolated d pawn, and he will of course try to make the best of it. We have knight to c6, and now advancing the not the pass pawn, the isolated pawn to d5. Knight to a5, attacking the bishop, and now comes h3, preventing the bishop from being developed to g4. If you play the automatic bishop to c2 and kind of want to keep the bishop paired, then we happily give up the dark square bishop here for captures, and queen captures. We just grab a pawn, ruin white's pawn structure completely, and black would be better here. It can still be very tricky. It's a rapid game, of course. There are a lot of dark square weaknesses here around the black king, but it doesn't seem like it will be enough. But for a rapid game, maybe it could be. So instead we have h3, and now comes rook to e8. Here, the actual there is just capturing the bishop. If you want to go for this, captures. Now bishop captures on c3, but now it is a little bit different. For example, b captures on c3, queen captures. Now we can play bishop to d2, hide the queen on c2, play c4, put the bishop on c3. So again, it will be very tricky to play this for black. So Jordan doesn't want to play this against Pragu. He has already seen how strong Pragu is in these extremely complicated positions, and he plays rook to e8. We have rook to e1, and now bishop to f5. So nicely developing, not doing anything weird, and g4 now, challenging the bishop on f5. And now we reached a position that was reached already in a match in 2018 between David Navarra and Wei Yi that ended in a draw, and in that game bishop to d7 was played. But here we have knight captures on b3, and it is now, as of move 14, that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Pragu replies here. So you could capture with the queen or with the pawn. He captures with the pawn to give the rook the semi-open a file. We have bishop back to d7 as the bishop on f5 is still hanging, and now bishop to g5, nicely pinning that e pawn. So d6 will always be a tricky move to counter, and you can't really push the pawn because the queen would hang. So h6, we have to get rid of that bishop. Bishop h4, g5, bishop back to g3, and now you could continue this game many different ways. Probably the safest one is e6. So we have to challenge this pawn somehow, but that means giving Pragu the pass to d pawn. Now bishop c6, we put our bishop on this diagonal, and we hope that this pawn will not be too strong to win the game for white. And in all fairness, it should be okay for black. But here Jordan played the very aggressive f5, and this is where things get extremely interesting. So now Pragu, of course, you don't want to wait for f4 to be played to completely lock your bishop out of the game. So you either play bishop to e5 right away, or the way Pragu played it, e captures on f5, g captures on f5, bishop captures, and bishop to e5 now. Here we have bishop captures on h3. Capturing the dark square bishop here would be a little bit safer, but this simply won't do. Here Pragu captures on g7, king captures, now queen to d4 check. The white king is also very open here. We only have the f pawn defending the white king, but white has the initiative here. And the problem is, if you move the king, let's say king h7, the problem is there are moves like queen to d3 check. Notice that the bishop on h3 isn't very safe, and let's say king g7, knight e5, and now you are threatening this queen g6 check, followed by queen to knight to f7 checkmate, or queen to f7 checkmate, depending on what the black king plays. But also, if this is prevented, you can just pick up the free bishop on h3. So this would be completely winning for Pragu. So e5 is played, trying to open up some defensive lines for the rook and queen. Rook captures on e5, now threatening all sorts of nasty discoveries, and now comes king to g8, stepping out of the nasty discovery area, and now queen to e4, going after that g6 square. And once your queen hits that g6 square, you are never losing this game. You are 99% winning the game, but you are never losing it. So this is played without question. King to g7, preventing this, and now comes the move I probably will put in the thumbnail. It's a move that completely shatters black's defenses, and it's a move that Pragu played fairly quickly. Rook captures on a7. Just brilliant stuff. Getting one of the defenders of the e8 rook away from the back rank. And there's just no good way to counter this. If you try to trade on e5 first, we can even pick up the b7 pawn with check. Once knight blocks, we can play knight captures on e5. Now we're threatening to capture. Here we're threatening queen to g6. This is insta resign. So after rook captures on a7, Jordan tries rook captures on a7, but now we are not defending the e8 rook sufficiently. So rook captures on e8, queen to d6, and now queen to d4 check, trying to bring the queen over to the h8 square, king to f7, and queen to h8. Now preparing to checkmate the black king. So rook to a1 with check, but now just blocking knight to a1, knight to e1, and there is no good way for black to continue this. However, there is one way that will force Pragu to be very, very creative in order to win this game. So king to g6, rook to g8 with check, king to h5, and now it looks very, very scary for black. However, there is only one move that wins the game for white. All the other moves lose the game, so feel free to pause the video and win the game for Pragu while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the royal fork. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, of course, it is rook captures on g5. We can even do it in slow motion. I know you guys really enjoy that. Rook captures on g5. And you could resign here, but Jordan played a few more moves. Of course, the pawn cannot capture, the pawn is pinned. And if the king captures, then comes the royal fork. Knight to e4 check, and black can resign this. So Jordan, of course, played king to h4, still hoping to somehow save the game. But now comes queen to d4 check. And now you either get checkmated, you have to put something in front of the king, or you finally capture that rook, and this is actually what happened. Knight to e4 with check, and it was in this position during the royal fork that Jordan Van Foreest resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. We can play a few more moves just to show you how hopeless it is. Let's say king h5, we capture the queen, and yes, you do get to capture the knight on e1 with check, but after king h2, the bishop is hanging, the knight is hanging, there is no compensation here. So of course Jordan knows this. After knight e4 check, he resigned in a beautiful position. It would be an even greater move to resign on rook captures on g5, but I guess allowing the royal fork was also very aesthetically pleasing, so we will allow it. So yeah, that's the game. Thank you for recommending it like 100 times. I'm sure I would have seen the game as I'm following the event myself, but it is always nicer when I get so many suggestions at once, even while the game is still being played. So yeah, really brilliant stuff by Pragu, going for that a line that we don't see every day, going for the 3 knights variation against the Grunfeld, playing extremely aggressively. Then Jordan played that f5 move, which kind of opened up the position a bit too much, and Pragu just made everything explode. It's a brilliant game, beautiful to see, beautiful to rewatch. Be sure to show it to your friends at the bar in the library, and well, that's it. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. So yeah, I would like to thank Board Blueberry Friends NFT, Jonathan Sarniletto, Stefan Harsberger, Michael Halberer, and Jay Langdon Consulting for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Charity Cup until it ends. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a game that pretty much ended before it even began. We are in the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix, currently being played in Belgrade. As you know, this is the second leg of the FIDE Grand Prix, first one finished by Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura being the top 2 contenders. Now we are looking for the top 2 contenders of the second Grand Prix, and then there will be the third one, and whoever does best, 2 people will qualify for the next candidates tournament. We know the first 6, and we need 2 more. So this is the first game of the semifinals, Richard Rapport versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. It's something that we've seen many times, but it keeps repeating, and it's just one of the reasons why I also not just left the quote above the board, but it's something that we discussed in the previous video. So we'll be interested to hearing what you guys think about that as well. So let's see what happened and why this ended before it even began. So Rapport with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and of course d5. Maxim goes for his Grunfeld defense, and you pretty much know this. If you play d4, you know that Maxim goes for the Grunfeld, and if you play e4, you know that Maxim goes for the Knight of Sicilian. So it's very easy for players to prepare for Maxim. On the other hand, you will get positions that Maxim most likely knows a lot better than you. So it's definitely playing on his territory, unless you really surprise him very well, which is kind of maybe what happened in this game. So here C captures on d5, we go into the main line, e4 challenges the knight, knight captures, b captures on c3, and bishop to g7. So It's pretty much a theme of this opening that it will be a battle for the d4 square. Bishop to c4 and now c5. Again, black strikes against the d4 square. We have knight to e2 defending the d4 square, and now black castles the safety. We have bishop to e3, again adding another defender to the d4 square, and knight to c6, really putting a lot of pressure on that d4 square, as we've mentioned. And here, the absolute most popular move is just castles, but here we have rook to c1. It's the second most popular, so still nothing out of the ordinary. This is something Maxime knows in his sleep. We have c captures on d4, we have c captures, and now queen to a5 with check. We always mention that it definitely makes sense to move the rook away from the a1 square. If the position opens up, you do not want it stranded there. So queen to a5 delivering check, and asking white, what do you do here? So you can defend against this check in a variety of ways. You can play king to f1, which is the most popular move here. Well, you will not be able to castle, but it has been found that it's really not necessary to castle here. The other way is to block with queen to d2. You could also play bishop to d2, but that's a little bit weird because you need this bishop to guard the d4 pawn. Or you could play what was played in this game, and that is rook to c3. An incredibly rare move. It's been played only on a few occasions, but still, probably something that Maxime knows very well. He strikes against the d4 square again. We have e5 attacking d4, and now we advance it, pawn to d5. And now, how do you play here? One way is to just move the knight, but the other way, and the seemingly more correct one, is to play b5. And this is something that Maxime doesn't seem to have amongst the, well, his army of lines. And the idea is after b5, challenging the bishop. Here, of course, white will move the bishop, and now you go knight b4. You go after the light square bishop, white will castle, you will capture on d3, and once the queen recaptures, you will now play b4, and look at this, your b pawn traveled all this way, comes to b4 with tempo, attacks the rook. Once the rook moves, this bishop is coming to a6, and there are a lot of white pieces on this light square diagonal. So this is the way to play this. However, after Maxime's move, which is very, very tricky, it's not going to be as simple, because there are some games in the database where queen to d2 was played. You're just allowing the rook to move, so not trying to blunder anything. But here Rapport goes back, bishop to d2, and it is now, as of move 14, that we have a completely new game. So you are threatening already some nasty discoveries with the rook, but if you look at the position, there really aren't all that many, if any. Because, well, where will you move the rook? What will you attack? There's nothing to attack, really. So here, just bishop to d7. Maxime says, I'm not afraid of any discoveries here because, well, there just aren't any. But here comes knight captures on d4, e captures on d4, and now rook back to the starting square. Not the starting square, but the second starting square. So rook to c1 opens up a discovery against the queen, and now queen to a3, keeping an active queen. And you are very happy with black because you already have a passed d pawn. White also has a passed d pawn, but yours is, well, could be tricky to grab hold of this one. But now Rapport just plays queen to b3. He offers a queen trade, and why not? You have the black pieces, you go for an early queen trade, you draw the game, and, well, you win the next one with the white pieces. Definitely makes sense. So here, queen captures on b3, bishop captures on b3, and now rook 8 to e8. Again, makes very much sense. The e4 pawn is attacked. You can't really do all that much with the king on e1. And if you defend it, of course, we will strike against the center with f5. But the question is, should we do this? Because Rapport defends with f3, and now it's a question, what do you play here? Well, best for black is not the move Maxime played most definitely. It's to just play something like rook to c8, but still, it's white whose position is better. But here, after f5, it just all falls apart for Maxime, and this is only move 19. So feel free to pause the video and try to find why it all falls apart for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting this very, very difficult line to spot. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is, of course, rook to c7. That's the good stuff. We are attacking the bishop here, and there's really not all that much you can do here. Now, you could move the bishop, or you could defend the bishop, but defending the bishop isn't really realistic, because if you try and do something like this, bishop g5, that controls a lot of squares. If you play rook to f7, then we just open up a discovery. you lose this rook. So you are losing something whatever you play. And another thing, if you, let's say, play bishop to c8, again, just d6 check, king to h8, and d7. Again, you will lose something. So here he goes for the only square possible, and that is bishop to b5. But now comes the move that you had to find in order to play rook to c7, and that, of course, is pawn to a4. This is what Rapport played, and now there really isn't all that much for this bishop to do. Once the bishop leaves this diagonal, d6, d7 is coming, and then with combining all of this with this immense control of all the squares, there just will not be enough squares for the black rook. So here we have bishop to d3. Now comes d6 check, opens up a discovery. King to h8. Now d7 attacks the rook, and okay, if rook to d8, we already said that bishop to g5 is enough. So here we have rook to b8, but still now comes bishop to b4, attacks this rook, and now once the rook defends, we can easily go bishop to e7. So here, of course, Maxim doesn't even try that. He plays bishop to e5, goes for a counterattack, and now the simplest way to end this is bishop captures on f8, bishop captures on c7, and now bishop to e7. This is a beautiful move because it gets the bishop out of harm's way, and also if black isn't careful, let's say try something like bishop b5, you go after the pawn here, bishop f6 is checkmate. That's right, that's the power of the bishop pair right there. So after bishop to e7, Maxim has to waste a move to prevent checkmate. King to g7 is played, and now you see the real weakness of f5. Now white just advances the pawn to e5, and now this pawn is coming to e6, and Rapport will have two defended pass pawns on the 7th and the 6th rank. So here we have b5, Maxim looking for some counterplay. He wants to open up the position, maybe get something like this in, but it's all very, very unrealistic. So bishop to f6 check, king to f8, and now e6. With e7 coming, black cannot allow this. So bishop to d8, blocking this pawn push, and now bishop to e5, attacking the rook and going for bishop to d6 check. If this check lands, it's all over, so we have to guard the d6 square. Rook to b6 guards this square, and now just bishop captures on d4. Again, not going for the rook, our real target is the c5 square and grabbing hold of this diagonal. So here we have rook to c6. We can't play anything else, we have to stop bishop to c5 check, and now we have a captures on b5. This is one way to victory, and it's a very sure one, but we're just going to show that it's not even necessary to do this. You could also play a move like bishop to d5. Just force black to relinquish his control over this diagonal, and even if black doesn't want to go bishop to c1 check, let's say black goes back, rook to c7, now we force black, because now we've taken away the c6 square from the rook, and now once black does this, you give up the rook, and now you go for bishop to d6 check, and that's game. King g7, e7, not much to do here. Bishop to a5 check, you can capture here. Rook d1 check, we're gonna play king e3, rook captures on d5, and finally we promote our pawn to a queen. Captures, we bring another queen into the game, and of course black is well, just lost here, down too much material. So it's not even necessary to capture this pawn, but it's you know, and it's all right. So it only prolongs the game a little bit more. So here we have bishop captures on b5, and now king f2. Now there's no reason to allow such a move. We have king to e7, and now we have bishop to e3. Again, we're saying you are not welcome here. Bishop to g5 will end the game. So bishop to b6, still keeping an eye on this square while hoping to trade off the bishop, but now rook to d1. Now if you capture the bishop, this square will be undefended, but there's really nothing better. Bishop captures on e3 with check, king captures, and now rook to c3 with check. We have king to f4, and he was in this position on move 37 that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here, because after you defend with rook to d3, yes, you have to keep an eye on that queening square. Well, just rook captures on d3, bishop captures, and now the king is, well, free to gobble up all of these pawns. There's nothing black can do here. There's no way to attack any of the white pawns, so it would only be a matter of time before white just gobbles up all of them. You can give a nice discovery here, but it doesn't matter. King h6, the pawns are now falling, it's a game over. So an incredibly impressive game by Rapport, who manages to yet again surprise Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We've seen Maxime play some very impressive Grunfeld games, but from time to time he gets really surprised, like he did here with this. He probably knows the line, and he knows that knight to d4 was already attempted, but bishop to d2 just gives black a terrible position to play, and especially after this f5 move, it was just completely unplayable. The position was still very bad here for black, but probably with absolutely best play not lost, but after f5 it just completely crumbles. And you don't expect something like this, because look at the white king. The white king is in the center of the board. You have rooks on e8 and f8, and you also have the bishop pair, so it's not like you have knights. White has the very impressive bishop pair. You also have the very impressive bishop pair, and still there is nothing you can do after f5 is played. So really an impressive showing by Rapport, and it really shows you well, okay, it would be silly to say that, as we've discussed yesterday during the Capablanca video, that you have to, you know, really prioritize the end game and the middle game, and then only after you reach a certain threshold you should study the openings. Of course, both Rapport and Maxime have reached these thresholds, and they are absolute experts in all parts of the game. But here you can see just how easily one little mistake in the opening means, especially nowadays. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Maxime most definitely didn't, but he will get one more game to try and bounce back and force tie breaks, or it will be Rapport to the finals of this second leg of the FIDE Grand Prix. So yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank greetings from Zdravko Boom, Zulong, Closebox.com, Lucas Teokaris, and Jonathan Lay for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the semifinals until the end. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another really awesome game. It's from round 4 of this year's Norway Chess, and it's Richard Rapport versus Alireza Firouzja. Rapport, the only person to win a classical game so far. He won a game in round 1 against Aryan Tari, and now we have another beautiful classical game. It features a lot of good times, so I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it. Let's check it out and see how this game affected the standings, if it did, you know, in any way. Rapport opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. So we have a Grunfeld defense, knight to f3, and now bishop to g7 by Firouzja. We have captures on d5, knight captures on d5, and now the standard idea here is just e4. We trade off the knights and then continue the game with having a strong center as white, and black will of course try to exploit those with some c5 ideas. But here we have bishop to d2, a move that's becoming increasingly popular as black isn't really having all that much trouble equalizing in the absolute main line. Here Alireza castles and rook to c1, and now it's well, it's a bit of a different story than the absolute main line of the Grunfeld, because usually when you capture on c3, white will capture with the b pawn, and then you are going to further undermine the center with c5, as the white rook would still be on a1. The bishop would very much enjoy opening up the center. You would have the a5 square for your queen. In this case you don't. The bishop is on d2, so it's really a completely different game. So here we have knight captures and now bishop captures. So now again c5 makes really no sense here, as the bishop also covers the a5 square, and this is now very much sufficiently defended. Alireza defends with knight, continues developing with knight to d7, preparing b6, bishop to b7, and then he's gonna try and play some like e6, queen e7, and bring the rooks into the game. E3, preparing to develop the light square bishop, b6, and bishop to e2. Now there is one game from 1999 where h4 was played, but here Rapport plays a bishop to e2, and it is now as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So bishop to b7 by Firouzja, and now b4. B4 again with the idea of preventing black from executing c5, which is something black would definitely enjoy doing at some point, since white does have a strong center. But now if you try c5, although it seems like it's sufficiently defended, not really. We're just going to play d captures on c5, and after, let's say, b captures, we're going to eliminate the bishop here, king captures, and now not go for the pawn right away, but first bishop to b5. That's the idea. Now we're threatening to win material here, so black has to do something, maybe move the knight, and now we can just trade queens. Queen captures, rook captures, and now we play b captures on c5. We're up a pawn. It's a healthy pass pawn. Whether it would survive or not, it's hard to say, but white will definitely be better here. So Alireza not thinking about c5 at this moment. He continues developing knight to f6, and now Rapport castles. We have knight to e4 going after the dark square bishop, and Rapport just brings it back. Bishop to a1, and now queen to d6. The rooks are now connected, and you can start bringing them into the game. So knight to e5, saying, okay, if you want to capture, you can double my pawns, but you're going to have to give up your strongest defender here. That is the dark square bishop on g7. So of course we're not doing that. We have rook f to c8. Now at some point we are hoping to execute that c5 idea, and also we couldn't just capture the pawn on b4 because our own pawn on c7 was hanging. So rook f to c8 kind of makes sense. Queen to a4, a very annoying move defending this b4 pawn, putting pressure on a7, so this rook cannot move, and just controlling a lot of light squares here. Maybe knight to d7 in the future can be played. Knight to c6 is defended by the rook and by the queen. So a lot for Alireza to consider. We have a6 here, and now knight is coming to c6. So what do you play here? Of course, Firouzja not interested in giving up his bishop pair, as it's currently cutting the board in half. So it's a very useful thing to have. b5 kicking the queen away, queen to c2, and only now bishop captures on c6, allowing this knight to remain here. Doesn't make all that much sense, as it's hard to make a move with this knight here. The bishop, without capturing the knight, even though it's really not what you want to do, the bishop is useless. The rooks have no way of entering the game. The knight controls d8 and b8, and it has to be captured. So bishop captures on c6, queen captures on c6, we have queen captures, rook captures, and now Rapport has this beautiful c file open for it, well, semi-open for his rooks. The c7 pawn is a target. This rook is coming to c1, and Firouzja will have a hard time defending this pawn. So he starts by opening up the position. He wants to activate the a8 rook as soon as possible. Now if bishop captures on b5, that's a weird arrow. We're going to capture on b4 and have our rook ready to capture on a2. So here, bishop to d3 first, attacking the knight here, knight back to f6, and now, only now, bishop captures on b5. A captures on b5, and now what do you play here? Well, bishop to c4. We have to keep an eye on our pawn here, and then we're going to organize an attack against black's pawns here. So knight to e4, now hoping for knight to d2 to fork the rook and the bishop here. We really want to eliminate this light square bishop, as it's defending the a2 pawn. So rook to c1, not allowing this fork. Still knight to d2 is played, and now bishop is coming to a6. So you don't have to defend the pawn if the rook does not have access to the pawn. We have rook c to b8. The c8 rook is under attack, and now rook 1 to c2, going after the knight here. So here, rook to b6 by Firouzja, trying to make something out of the position. Now attacking the rook here, but also just threatening to win the bishop. So rook captures on b6. We have c captures on b6. Firouzja forced to double his pawns here, and now bishop to b7, attacking the rook. We have rook to a7, and now bishop to c6. So what do you play here? The knight is still attacked, and well, the e4 square has been captured by the bishop, so you can't really go there. You have to choose between rook to c7, saying if you capture my knight, I'm going to capture your bishop, or the move that Firouzja played, and that is knight to b1. Now you can bring the knight back into the game via the c3 or the a3 squares, depending on what white plays. So here, bishop to d5, again helping out with the defense of the pawn here, and now knight to c3. Saying that, well, are you maybe interested in my knight here? The problem is, if you capture now, then we're not going to capture right away. We're going to play rook to c7, and then you don't get to keep the pawn. For example, a4, we're going to capture on c3, and after captures, black has a very, very strong pass pawn here. We're going to block with the bishop, but still, it's opposite color bishop endgame. Not much hope for either player here. So instead, bishop back to b3 by Rapport, and now rook to c7. We have f4 now, not allowing any maybe future knight to e2 check ideas, and now e6. We have g4, and now bishop to f6. The bishop now will be very useful as at some point you're going to play b5. You want to play bishop back to d8 and maybe shift the bishop all the way to a5 if needed to help out with the defense of this pawn. Because here your knight is allowed to remain a guest on c3 as long as white doesn't play a3. As soon as white plays a3, that knight cannot remain there. So we kind of have to figure out how to keep an eye on that b4 square, and the bishop will do a fine job at that. So g5 here, pushing the bishop further back, bishop to e7, and now king to g2. Now it's time for both players to start improving the activity of their kings. King g7, king to f3, and now h6, trying to undermine the pawn chain, but of course just h4 by Rapport. And now the problem is you would very much like to play something like knight to b5, try and trade the rooks off, but the king is very, very unluckily placed on this diagonal. Although it's still kind of closed, but make no mistake, this here is a bishop pair from hell, as you'll see. So here just d5 check, and you would have problems holding on to this game. We're going to start capturing on e6. The bishop also captures that, and it's just a much better position for white. So here we have rook to c8 by Alireza. Sort of a waiting move, but then again, we are planning some bishop to d8, b5, and bishop to a5 action in the future. And now the problem is also if you play a3 right away, we can play rook to a8. And now the bishop here might be a liability. So instead of a3 right away, we have bishop to b2, exactly for that reason, and now b5. So we have to do something to keep this knight on c3, and now you could go for a3, but again, a3, for example, h captures. We're gonna play rook to h8 now, try and get some activity with the rook on the h file, and after a captures on b4, we can just move the knight back to d5, and it's still white is up a pawn. Of course, white is better, but it's unclear whether this is enough. So here, first we have rook to c1. I guess Rapport wanted to make sure what Alireza would play in such a position, but also it's move 37. We still have 3 more moves to reach time control, and making a move that doesn't ruin your position and doesn't really change anything, but allows you to get to that time control when your position is better is definitely something to consider. So bishop to d8 now. Now bishop to a5 is already possible, and only now a3 by Rapport. We have bishop to a5, and now a captures on b4. Bishop captures on b4, not allowing this diagonal to open up, and now e4. We have bishop back to a5. Now b4 needs to be played so you can once again reactivate your bishop, and now d5. So this will create another pass pawn. We have e captures, and now h captures on g5. H captures on g5, and now b4. So now both players have a pass pawn, but this pass pawn will have trouble getting through that bishop pair, whereas this pass pawn is a bit more dangerous. So here Rapport starts pushing it. We have d6, and now you could continue with something like king to f8. Makes sense to get the king off of this diagonal, but he starts with rook to d8, and now rook to d1, made possible as the knight is pinned, so the knight cannot capture the rook. We have bishop to b6, trying to maybe go after this pawn, but just d7. Here, Rapport says the pawn will be very safe here, but on the other hand, you have to be careful. King f8 to e7 is coming, and then this pawn will be will be rather weak. So king to f8, let's see what Rapport had in mind with this extra pawn push. Now comes rook to d6. Ideas like rook to f6 followed by rook captures on f7 are possible, and also it comes with tempo. The bishop here is attacked. So bishop to a7, and now bishop to c4. So what do you play here? If you allow there's really not much you can do here, but if this pawn gets sufficiently protected, then it's just game over. For example, if you try king to e7 right away, we can just go rook f6. There's not much that you can do here, and now if rook captures on d7, we're just gonna trade here. Captures, king e8, we're gonna capture here, and now the problem is this pawn is on a light square, so bishop to f7 just picks it up, and then we're left with 2 connected pass pawns on the king side. So instead we have bishop to c5 here. Alireza goes after the rook here, rook to c6, and now bishop back to d4. And now rook to c8, just threatening to win material here. Or of course, if rook captures, we're gonna bring a queen into the game. So here Alireza has to figure out what to play here, and he does not go for the only continuation. The only continuation is bishop to b6. You have to defend the rook and just remain passive for a very long time. Instead, he wanted to play actively. He played king to e7. He was incredibly low on the clock, but that's the problem of playing such a difficult fighting game. Every move will require you to burn a lot of time, and of course you will blunder at some point. So this move loses the game for Alireza. So feel free to pause the video and try to find the winning idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding, well, basically the only idea that wins. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is bishop captures on f7. That's the good stuff. We remove the defender of this pawn, and now black's entire position crumbles. It doesn't really matter what you play. If the rook is captured, you could play rook captures... rook captures on d8. Sorry, after bishop captures on f7, you could capture the bishop here, but it doesn't help because we're going to capture the rook, and then it's just game over. There's no defending this. So what you could play is what happened in the game, and that is king captures on d7, but it's not much better. Here we have rook to c4, attacking the bishop here, and now everything is still hanging. This is hanging, this is hanging, this is hanging. There's no way to defend all of it. So here king to e7 was played. The rook now guards the bishop and attacks the bishop here, but just bishop captures on g6. And there's no way to keep an eye on everything. Rook to d6 was played, attacking the bishop here, but here Rapport just played rook captures on b4, and it was in this position on move 55 that Alireza Firouzja resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Everything is, just bad for black. White has two connected pass pawns. If you capture on g6, we're gonna capture on d4, and there's of course no playing this. The two pawns are too strong, and if you don't do this, well, what else is there to do? There's really nothing you could do here. If you play something like knight to b5, trying to do something, I don't know what, that still doesn't make sense. The only move you can make is, trying to give up some pieces, but of course we're not going to do that. So after rook captures on b4 on move 55, Firouzja resigned the game, and Rapport is now not the only person who won a classical game in the tournament, but he is the only person who won 2 classical games in a tournament. Sounds weird because this is a classical tournament, but so far we've only had decisive results in Armageddon games, not including, of course, Rapport's games in classical. So now he defeated Tariq, he defeated Firouzja, and this has done wonders for his classical rating. If you want to check it out, these are the current live standings, so not the actual standings, live standings that get updated every month. As you can see, Rapport overtook some very strong players here. He overtook Dominguez Perez, Shahriar Mamedyarov, Temur Rajabov, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave to claim 9th place. So he is currently rated 9th in the world in classical chess, and if he continues doing this well in this tournament, because we're still not even at the half of the tournament, well, he might even, catch up to, I don't know, maybe Levon Aronian in 5th place, but it's not going to be easy. It's classical chess, and he has to avoid losing any games, and if he wins 2 more games, it's really going to be incredible for his performance and rating. So we'll see what happens. Of course, now Rapport is leading the tournament. He is leading the tournament ever since he defeated Tari in round 1. That 3 points for a win in classical is just huge for the tournament standings. And now beating Alireza, 3 more extra points for a win in the classical. It's not going to be easy to catch up to him. But like I said, we're still not even at the half mark of the tournament. Rapport's next opponent is Yanni Pomnishi, which is, never a walk in the park. So we'll see what happens. Hope you guys enjoyed this. I would like to thank John Queenie, Matthew Coleman, Rupert Hipkins, David Chesluk, and David Kimura for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this amazing tournament, checking up on your wonderful suggestions and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the semifinals of the knockouts of the Chessable Masters. It's Pragyananda versus Anish Giri. This is the second match that we are going to show. We've seen one game from the Magnus Ding match, but we're also gonna return to that one. But first we need to discuss this one as it's well, super important for the tournament standings. It's the second game of their match. First game ended in a draw, and this one is well, really a crazy one. So you guys will enjoy it. Let's dive straight into it. Prago has the white pieces and he opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and now we have d5 going for the Grunfeld defense, and it's the standard line. C captures, knight captures e4, knight captures on c3, b captures, and bishop to g7, and now bishop to c4. This is all main stuff, very, very sharp, and for those of you who don't know, Prago is playing this in 2 a.m. in the morning, and as they said on Twitter, he has school at 8:45, so that's very impressive. So here c5, again the main line. That's basically the idea behind the Grunfeld. In the main line, we want to challenge this d4 square, and we want to try and get white to advance this pawn to d5. Of course, white will never do this. Of course, sometimes white will do this, but it has to be a specific line, and of course we are trying to undermine the position as much as possible, because white has this huge center and we want to challenge it. So here, knight to e2, we have castles by Anish, and now castles by Prago. Knight to c6, again putting more pressure on that d4 square, and bishop to e3, Prago just defends. And now standard ideas here are bishop to g4 and queen to c7. These would be the main moves what black plays here, but Anish plays b6. So now he's ready to fianchetto his light square bishop, and this is quite a rare move. Prago says, all right, this is rare, but I know how to play this, and he strikes with h4. So now he wants to go h5 and then either open up the h file. Maybe you're going to play g3, king g2, put the rook on h1, then try some sort of an attack, or you will even advance the pawn all the way to h6 to hinder black's dark square bishop. So here we have e6, threatening to pick up the pawn, h5 by Prago, and queen to h4 now. And the position has been reached in quite a few games, maybe, 10 top-level games. Wang Hao had it against MVL, Ivanchuk had it against Grishuk, Dubov had it against Svidler, and in all of those games, h captures on g6 was played. However, here Prago prepared queen to c1, or maybe he didn't prepare, maybe he just played it over the board, as it's a very interesting move. What does it do? And of course, it is now as of move 13 that we have a completely new game. Well, the bishop is now guarded by the queen, so a move like bishop to g5 could almost trap Anish's queen. Let's say Anish continues development, bishop to b7 or something, bishop to g5. What can you play? It doesn't really matter what you capture. Your queen will get trapped. For example, queen captures on h5, knight g3, and now after queen to g4, bishop to e2. There's not all that much you can do here. So instead, after queen to c1, Anish says, all right, it's a very interesting move, but it just blunders the pawn, doesn't it? The e4 pawn is free for grabs. So first, c captures on d4, attacking the bishop, and once Prago recaptures, just queen captures on e4. And okay, Anish says, I'm up a pawn, I'm, living the good life. What do you have here? So rook to d1 by Prago, and now knight to a5, going after the light square bishop, and also trying to get this bishop to b7 move in to put pressure on g2. So first, knight c3, attacking the queen, and now queen back all the way to b7. You kind of want to play queen to c6 and get the bishop to b7, but then the queen can easily be attacked. So here, queen back all the way to b7. Now comes the bishop back to e2. Here, Prago wants to put the bishop on f3. Bishop to d7, ready to counter the bishop with bishop to c6, and now pawn all the way to h6. Bishop to h8, and now bishop to f3, attacking the queen. So you have to block this, otherwise you're going to lose material. Bishop to c6, and now d5. So every move, very, very forcing ideas by young Prago, challenging the bishop here, and after e captures on d5, he even plays bishop to d4. Now he wants to eliminate the dark square bishop, and then well, the black king will not have a lot of squares. There will be a lot of dark square weaknesses, and Prago will of course try to use this to his advantage. So here we have rook 8 to d8, and now well, Anish is just up 2 pawns. He says, where is your compensation? Sure, it's a nice position, but is it really compensation? Pragos plays bishop captures on h8, king captures, and now knight captures on d5, grabbing the pawn, but not really, because after bishop captures on d5, there's queen to d2. Incredible stuff here. Now, how are you playing this? Your bishop is attacked. For the moment, you're up a piece, but if you try and save this by playing bishop captures on f3, you just get checkmated, as we cannot forget the pawn is covering the g7 square. After the queen is captured, this will be checkmate. So after this queen to d2 move, we have queen to d7 by Anish. Queen to c7 might be a bit more precise, covering the c3 square, but this is rapid chess. So here we have queen to c3 with check, f6 blocking, and now rook captures on d5. And now, how do you play this? Here, rook to c8 is played. Pragos queen is attacked, and it's a very tricky position, but it's one that if Prago plays correctly, he has a completely winning position. So feel free to pause the video and win this game for Prago while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that you can't just move your queen, otherwise bad things will happen. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is a rook 8 to e1. That's the good stuff here. Problem is, if you play something, let's say queen to d4, you want to play something like rook to d7 and get a winning position, it's very easy for black to activate the knight. Knight goes here, attacks the queen, and once the queen moves, we just play knight e5. And now we defend the d7 square, attack the bishop. All of a sudden, the knight, came from being doing nothing on a5 to being just a monster knight here on e5. So you have to be very careful. After rook to e1, it seems like you're just offering a queen trade, but that's really, the last thing you're doing, because if Anish accepts this, queen captures and rook captures, then how are you stopping rook d7? Once this rook comes to d7, it's a game over. There's no defending against this. So Anish can play this. After rook to e1, he moves the queen back, queen to c7. Notice how we said that the queen might be a little bit better placed on c7, but now comes queen to a3. Again, it's rapid chess, so I will show how forcing queen captures on c7 is, because this is also winning. Rook captures, and now rook to d6. Just an incredibly powerful move, going after rook captures on f6, because if the rook captures, rook to e8 will be checkmate. We cannot forget again that this pawn is preventing the king from going to g7, and there's really no good move here. If you play f5, we just play bishop here. Now we don't allow even the king to come to g8, so the king is completely boxed in. And after you make a move, because you really don't have all that many squares for your knight, you can play knight b7 to maybe try and activate it. We still play rook f6. And that's it. Again, if you capture, you get checkmated. If you don't capture, you can play something like rook to d8 to go after the bishop. Now we just play rook fe6, and there's no defending this. Rook to e7 will be game over. If you go here, you go under the mask of the bishop, and, well, the only way to defend would be to control the back rank, but then you have to give up the knight, so this is just terrible. So that's one way to play it. Prago decided to play it differently. He played queen to a3, but this allows Anish to activate his knight. So knight to c4. Attacks the queen, queen to e7. Again, he offers a queen trade, because if the queens get traded off, then the rooks are just, very, very hungry pigs on the 7th rank. And here comes knight to e5. Rook to f7 was still holding the game. Prago would still be better, but rook to f7 should still hold. However, after knight to e5, with little time on the clock, Anish blunders the position completely. And I don't think you guys even need to pause the video here to figure out what happens next, but just for fun, feel free to pause the video and find the actual winning move for Prago while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on realizing that we are just actually trying to grab control over the d7 square. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook e captures on e5, not rook d captures on e5. That would be a mistake, because now we gain control over the d7 square. Now, of course, if you just trade queens, we are up a full bishop, so that's out of the question. So the only thing you can do here is f captures on e5. This is what was played in the game, but now rook d7. We are threatening checkmate, so queen to c1 with check, And now, again, you don't want to play king h2 because then queen captures on h6 and you are in trouble. This comes with check. So bishop to d1, and here it's really hard to find a move. Queen captures on h6 was played. Okay, this prevents checkmate, but now queen captures on e5, and he was in this position on move 33 that Anish Giri resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So really wonderful game. The problem is that once King J8 is played, our good friend the bishop will have a final say on the matter. Bishop to b3 check, and now you just have to decide how many rooks you want to give before getting checkmated. Let's say rook c4 blocks, bishop captures with check, king f7. We're gonna play bishop captures on f7 with check, and once king f8 is played, queen to h8 or somewhere will be checkmate. So yeah, really wonderful game. Pragu really did a nice one here. Then third game ended in a draw, and fourth game Anish won a brilliant game on demand, checkmating Pragu with the two knights. Also a game that we are probably going to cover, but after the event is over, as Anish is now out of the competition. Pragu is in the finals, and then in tie breaks, Pragu won the blitz section of the competition. Anish, it was a tricky position. Anish blundered a piece, and then he just resigned, and that was enough for Pragu to win the game. So really a tough match. 6 games is what it took for Pragu to beat Anish and get into the finals. And who he will meet in the finals? Well, it will be the winner of the match, Dingluren versus Magnus Carlsen. For those of you who still don't know who won, I will not spoil it in this one, as you will see, because that will be my next video that I'm publishing well, in maybe half an hour or maybe an hour. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Congratulations to Pragu on beating everyone up until this point. We'll see how he does in the finals. But regardless of the result, the games are incredibly interesting and super enjoyable to watch. So yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to wish a very happy birthday to Salvatore Canu, and I would like to thank Robert Kiefer, Mark Manner, Nagarjuna Ponugoti, and Ballswing.cat for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the finals until the end of the tournament. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the FIDE World Cup 2021. We have a very nice game between Sasha Martinovic, the current Croatian champion, and Magnus Carlsen, of course, the world champion. And Magnus doesn't really need to play this tournament because mostly we want to play it to win the spot in the next candidate cycle. So 2 of the top ranked players in this tournament will be getting direct access to the FIDE candidates tournament for the next cycle. And if you don't know, FIDE announced the criteria for how to enter the candidates tournament a few months back, I think. So 1 spot will be the FIDE World Chess Championship match runner-up. So after Magnus faces Yanni Pomnishi now in November, even if Magnus loses, he will still get a direct placement into the candidates tournament for the next cycle. So 1 spot will not be the person with the highest rating, but this time this spot goes to Temur Rajabov because Rajabov gave up his place in the candidates, due to COVID and everything, and then Maxim took his place. But now we will have Rajabov in the next candidates tournament. For those of you who may not have known this, so 2 spots will be given to the to the players who perform best at the FIDE World Cup, which is this tournament. 2 spots will be FIDEchess.com Grand Swiss Tournament, also from 2021, and 2 spots the FIDE Grand Prix Series, as they always do in 2022. So without further ado, let's check out this game. Martinovic has the white pieces, and it's quite a nice positional game. So he goes for d4. We have knight to f6 by Magnus, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. Magnus goes for the Grunfeld defense here. We have c captures, knight captures, and now not going for the immediate e4, bishop to d2 first. And now this is not, e4 is the most common play, the bishop to d2 is the second most common play, but also very much playable. And here black mostly goes bishop g7, or he just shifts the knight back to b6. But now Magnus goes for c5, and it's a move that's only been played in a handful of games, so he's trying to surprise Martinovic here. We have rook to c1. You could also capture it. White will definitely capture this at some point, and then black will play bishop g7 castles, and black will have a very nice rapid development where white still has to play a few moves to get his king to safety. So instead, after this c5 move, we have rook to c1, and now knight to c6. We have d captures on c5, and Magnus continues with bishop to g7. And now there are a few games where knight to f3 was played, but here we have e4, and it is now already as of move 8 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Magnus deals with this. He doesn't capture on c3, he plays knight to b4. Now kind of puts pressure on the a2 pawn, but not really. You never want to give up this bishop just to grab this pawn. It's simply too great of a piece. So knight to f3, and here Magnus castles. We have a3 now challenging this knight, and the knight now goes to d3, delivering check. So white, of course, are very happy to eliminate this knight. Bishop captures, queen captures, and now the queen prevents the white king from castling. So you have to deal with this somehow, either by playing queen c2, maybe queen e2, maybe bishop e3. Maybe you defend this pawn, offer a queen trade, then maybe later on you can push b4, b5. A lot of ways to deal with this. So he plays queen to e2, and Magnus very happily trades. We have queen captures, king captures, and now bishop to e6, with some ideas of grabbing more space. Bishop to c4 check would be very nice, but also bishop to b3 might come in handy at some point. So here, knight to d5, blocking the light square bishop, but also offering the b2 pawn for some activity. So bishop captures on b2, and now Sasha plays rook to c2, attacking the bishop, thinking that Magnus will just go back with the bishop, since you can't really capture on a3, as rook to a1 would trap the bishop. But this is exactly what Magnus does. He plays bishop captures on a3, and now comes rook to a1. And it seems like Carlsen's bishop is trapped here, but there is one move that he can play to get out of this mess. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find this move for black, the only good move for black, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on being a true master of the position. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it is of course f5. And f5 now shows that there's no way for white to actually claim the material advantage, because black is threatening pawn captures here. And then this knight will be under attack, and also this knight will be under attack. So you don't really gain anything by capturing the bishop, but there isn't really anything better. For example, if you try knight to c7, which seems like a good idea, attacks the rook here and the bishop on e6 that's undefended. After everything settles down, let's say f captures on e4, we're going to capture on e6. Of course, you're going to grab the piece, not the exchange. So knight captures on e6. Now e captures on f3 comes with check. And after g captures, rook f3 now goes after the knight. And now after this bishop is captured, we're going to capture the knight with check king to f1. And now if you count everything, it's Magnus who's up a pawn, but also he has a much better pawn structure. White has a doubled f pawn, so black's position should be with perfect play. I don't know if it would be winning, but it would be very, very hard to play this, especially against someone like Magnus. So instead of this, after f5, we have rook captures on a3 right away. F captures on e4, now both of the knights are under attack, and now you have to give up one of them, so you might as well get something for it. So knight captures on e7, grabs back a pawn, knight captures, and now knight to d4, going after the bishop here, but just bishop to d7. At some point, you want to play a6, and the b7 pawn will be a liability, so you want to play this bishop to c6. So here, rook to b2, attacking the b7 pawn, but Magnus just goes knight to c6, attacks the knight, and also if the knights are traded off, then bishop captures here. Magnus gets exactly what he wanted. So instead we have bishop to e3, now comes knight captures on d4, with check, bishop captures, and bishop to c6. So defending the b7 pawn, also defending the e4 pawn, and Magnus now is up a pawn in this very, very interesting endgame, but it's bishops of opposite colors, so if Sasha can get the rooks off the board, could be it might be possible to prevent Magnus from winning this. And Magnus will, of course, try to do everything in his power to prevent this. So here we have rook b to a2, now threatening the a7 pawn. Now a6. We have king to e3, but now rook a to d8. And now you could, with black, you could maybe double up on the d file. You could also double up on the f file. All depends on what white plays. So here we have rook to d2, but now rook to d5. Again, both doubling on the f and on the d file are possible, so all depends on what white plays. We have king to e2, and now rook f to d8, putting pressure on the bishop here. So bishop to e3, now offering a trade of everything, but Magnus just plays rook to d3. And it's a very sneaky idea, because if Sasha grabs this, rook captures on d3, we're just going to capture it with this pawn, and we get the nice passed pawn here. Since you can't capture it, bishop to b5 wins the game for black. So instead, after rook d3, we have rook to a1, and here king to f7. Magnus just slowly starts bringing his king into the game. We have g3, and now rook captures on d2. We have bishop captures, and now bishop to b5 with check. We have king to e1, now comes rook to d3. And you can see, even though it's bishops of opposite colors, black's position is much, much better. Magnus has all of his pawns on light squares, Sasha has all of his pawns on dark squares, so the bishops cannot attack them. The problem is white has no way of activating his king. The rook covers the entire third rank, and there's no way of activating anything. The king can't be activated, the bishop is useless, since absolutely everything Magnus has is on a light square, and the rook, of course, cannot enter the game via any open file, since the only open file on the board is controlled by Magnus. And Magnus has a pretty clear plan. He's going to bring the king into the game and then win the c5 pawn. The problem is, or maybe not, but he's going to, well, if he's not going to be able to win the c5 pawn, then he will be able to do something else, but that's how chess works. So, for example, rook to b1 was played, we have king to e6. Magnus just starts bringing the king in, rook to b4, we have bishop to c6 now, defending this pawn. Rook to b2, bringing the rook back, but now just king to e5, and it was in this position on move 34 that Sasha resigned the game, as there really isn't all that much to do here for white. You could, of course, put up more resistance, but he decided to turn in the towel and try better with the black pieces, because 2 games are played in the FIDE World Cup, so he will get a chance to retaliate with the black pieces. Now, the problem is you can't really stop black from just moving forward. If you try something like rook a2, we're going to play king to d5. If you play rook back to c2, we're going to play bishop to b5. Now we're going to play bishop to c4, and we're going to cut off the rook's defense of the pawn and try to win it. And then, for example, let's say h3, we're going to play bishop c4, we're going to try and win the pawn. If bishop to e3 now defends the pawn, now we start advancing this pawn, because the bishop now moved. He allowed us this square. The bishop covers a2, the rook covers a3, so we're just going to push this pawn, and it's gonna be a very swift victory for black. So although you could make black's life a bit hard, in the end Magnus will prevail here. Sasha, of course, knows this, and after king to e5 he resigned the game. So yeah, very nicely done. We'll see if Magnus will be able to win this. Like I said, he doesn't, even if he loses the World Chess Championship to Niepo, he doesn't really need to qualify via the FIDE World Cup or anything, since he has since he will automatically be seeded into the candidates tournament as the runner-up. But still, he decided to play and maybe eliminate some of the more serious contenders from the 2022 FIDE candidates tournament. But yeah, all in all, seems like he's having a good time here with the black pieces. So let's see what happens in the other games. And of course, keep using hashtag suggestion to suggest more very nice games. So once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Christopher Marchetti, Wojciech Kaminski, Peter Grieve, Francis Air, and Tom Derilau for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the FIDE World Cup, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a really awesome game that was played in the Professional Chess Association Intel Grand Prix in Paris in 1995, and it's a rapid tournament. This is the second round of the tournament. Vladimir Kramnik faces Vasily Ivanchuk, well, as today is Kramnik's birthday, a lot of you have requested a game by Kramnik, and I thought this was a fitting one, as it features, well, sort of a present from Vasil, and I thought it was a good idea since today was his birthday, and it's quite a present to get, as you'll see in the video. So without further ado, let's check it out. It's a pretty standard opening, nothing crazy happening, but it features a very cool twist. So here we have knight to f3. Kramnik starts off with a Reti opening. We have knight f6, c4, and the g6. Now preparing bishop g7, castles, and so on. We have knight to c3, d5 striking in the center, captures, and now e4. Attacking the knight, we have knight captures on c3, b captures bishop to g7, and now finally white plays d4 move, and we basically transpose into the main line of the Grunfeld defense, asking what do you want to do here. So here the standard idea is just keep challenging the center. That's how this is played. We have c5 challenging the center, and also there's the problem of the rook on a1. So Kramnik wants to eliminate this problem right away, so he goes rook to b1. Now black will have to be careful with the development of the light square bishop, otherwise he's going to lose the b7 pawn. So castles, and now bishop to e2. Kramnik now ready to castle. We have knight to c6 and now d5. Now challenging this knight, chasing it away into the corner on a5, and here bishop captures on c3 is what Vasil played, and it was a very popular move, but nowadays knight to e5 is kind of a safer approach, and people are avoiding bishop captures on c3 because it tends to get very complicated, and the lines of attack are very clear for white, as you'll see in the game. But Vasil not want to back down from a challenge. He accepts it. Bishop captures on c3 with check. We have bishop to d2. He trades off the dark square bishops, captures, and now knight to a5. And this is often the destiny of this knight on a5 in the Grunfeld defense. It will either remain here for the rest of the game. Sometimes that's good for black, most often it's not, but if it's able to rejoin the other pieces, then black will have a great game. But let's see what happens here. Kramnik starts now by attacking on the king side. He plays h4. He wants to play h5, capture here, open up the h file, play queen to h6, and checkmate the black king. That's sort of a the dumbed down variation of the idea. Black will of course try everything to prevent this. Vasil goes bishop to g4, and now h5, and now capturing this with the bishop, although possible, isn't recommended. And no, you don't capture the bishop right away. I know that's what you guys want to do, but you play g4, and then black is just lost, because now you either lose a piece or you capture this, and queen h6, you're getting checkmated. So instead, after h5, we have bishop captures on f3, g captures on f3, kind of ruining black's king side, but white's king side, but white doesn't matter. The white king will be very safe on e1, or maybe even on f1, or maybe even on g2. We'll see what happens. So here, the queen needs a way to help out with the king side. So here we have e5. You don't have to worry about en passant because black will definitely enjoy trading queens. So h captures on g6. Now the queen is ready to join the attack. We have f captures. Now both the rook and the queen will be able to keep an eye on the h7 pawn. And now d6. And this is all very standard stuff. This is nothing new. Even back then, queen d5 check now is coming, and there are a lot of threats here. You would not believe how many threats there are, and I'm just going to show you some of them. Here, for example, if black isn't careful, let's say black plays something like rook to e8, you immediately can forfeit, because now rook captures on b7, and that's it. So now you can see that there's simply too much going on here. If knight captures on b, if you don't capture, then you simply cannot defend the h7 pawn. This pawn is just a monster here, so you'd have to capture, but now queen d5 check, and whatever you do simply doesn't matter. If king to h8, we're just gonna play queen to f7, and there is no defending checkmate. If you try something else, for example, after this check, you could try king to f8, but it's still not gonna do all that much good. Bishop c4, and now either queen f7 checkmate or queen here checkmate. The pawn is still covering the e7 square. And aside from h8 and f8, you could go to g7, but now we just pick this up with check, and after the king moves, we just pick this up, and that's it. You're either getting checkmated here or here or here. You're getting checkmated somewhere. So d6 is a deadly move, and Vasil needs to be careful. So you do not want to allow rook captures on b7. Vasil prevents this by playing b6. Now the knight is welcome to rejoin the game, and that's basically what we are always wondering. Will the a5 knight, come back? We have queen to d5 with check, king to g7, and now queen captures on e5. So like we've seen, you can't really defend this pawn with any means, otherwise you get that variation that we've just shown. And now queen to f6, just offering a trade and saying, okay, I would very much enjoy trading queens here. But Kramnik goes back. We have queen to h2, now threatening queen captures on h7. And well, even if you play something like rook to h8, queen coming to h6 check will pose a lot of problems for black. So here we have h5. Now you don't have to worry about the h7 pawn anymore. But now, how do you continue the attack with white? And this is very important here. Problem is, if you try something like e5, and it definitely that does make sense, you have two connected passed pawns. Problem is, queen f5 attacks the rook, and now after, for example, rook to d1, knight c6 comes back into the game. This knight is coming to d4, will block the passed pawn, or rather rook's defense of the passed pawn, and then when the knight comes here, you're going to have a lot of pressure on the f3 pawn. So here, black definitely goes back into the game, and it's all because this knight rejoins the game. That's how powerful this knight is. So here, Kramnik plays the absolute best rook to d1. There are some ideas where you could try with queen to g3, but rook to d1 is just very straightforward, and you will enjoy this. And now, what do you play here? Well, here, black is actually perfectly fine. Black can continue playing this game in a lot of ways. Just bringing the knight to c6 makes sense. You want to bring the knight to d4, and then you're fine. You don't have to worry about those pawns. You can block off the rook's defense of the pawn. Also, you keep an eye on the e5 square, so you don't have to worry about e5. And then you will start bringing your other rook into the game, and so on. For example, queen g3 can come. Now, yes, you're threatening this, but now knight comes here, and it's a very, very tricky position. For example, rook captures here. You're just going to play rook to h8. You're perfectly fine here. However, after this rook to d1 move, Vasil did not play knight to c6, but now we reach the position from the birthday gift that I mentioned. Vasil plays knight to c4, and we reached the position from the thumbnail. Seems like a free knight. It's not a free knight really, because queen to c3 check will win back the piece. But it poses some other problems. So here, bishop captures on c4 was played. Queen to c3 check by Vasil, king f1, queen captures on c4, again winning this pawn piece with check. And now you have to go to g2. You have to defend the pawn with the king. You do not want to allow rook captures here, because then your entire position just crumbles. So king g2, and now rook a to d8. And it seems like Vasil was able to bring all of his pieces into the game, but there is one problem. Here, Kramnik plays queen to e5 with check. We have king to g8, and now we reach the position where, as usual, you guys will pause the video and win this game for Kramnik in great style while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding this beautiful, beautiful move. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook to d5. If you, for some reason, decided to play queen to g3, this also works, but it works because, okay, now you attack this pawn, and if we defended with the queen, now you're just going to play rook captures on h5, and then, well, the position will just be unplayable. Rook can come to h1, you can play rook g5, go after this pawn. A lot of ideas here. And if you don't defend with queen to e6, if you defend with the king, let's say king h7, now you play rook to d5 with a very similar idea, because now after rook to d5, there's simply no defense against the rook captures here. Whatever you play, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to capture here with check, captures, and this will be checkmate. So while queen to g3 is playable, rook to d5 is just a bit more straightforward. So congratulations if you found either of those two moves. So here, what do you play? Well, now the queen no longer has access to the king side, and will have it will be impossible to be of any assistance to the black king. So here, rook to f7. Now the rook can help out with the defense here, but also you can maybe get your king to f8. But now comes rook to h3, now bringing the other rook into the attack here. So rook d to d7, gaining control of the 7th rank. Now rook to g3, defending, attacking the g6 pawn. We have rook to g7 by Vasil, and here Vladimir played queen to e6 check, and he was in this position on move 29 that Vasily Ivanchuk resigned the game, and a brilliant victory for Vladimir Kramnik in round 2 of this Paris Grand Prix Rapid Tournament. Because now it doesn't matter where you go with the king, this rook can always move and open up a discovery towards the white queen. So if you go h8 or h7, we're just gonna pick up this pawn, and after captures we're gonna win the queen, and that's it. There's no playing this. Same could be said of king to f8. If you go king to f8, we can win the queen like this, but then we have to give up the rook. This is even more straightforward, so we don't even have to do this. Now this is a threat. There's no There is no defense against this, so it's really pointless. So another thing you could do after queen to e6 check, you could block check with this rook, but here Kramnik would just say, okay, d7, thank you for my second queen, and now you resign. There's no move black can play here. So really a crazy game, and it all came down to this moment after Kramnik played rook to d1, where Vasil it's basically his signature move. Vasil said that the hardest move to find is with the knight back, and here he went forward with the knight, and it simply was not a good move. But he tried; it made sense, but the position was simply unplayable. But it's also a nice game to know, from theoretical point of view, because it's just a standard Grunfeld, and you can see that all of these ideas are possible. That you can give up the H pawn, then you can give up the G pawn as well. Black has to be very careful about the B7 pawn, so B6 has to be played. And like we mentioned, the knight remained on A5 for the rest of the game, and not for the rest of the game, but for a very long time, and it didn't retreat to C6 but C4, and that's it. Just a crushing win by former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, who, if you're wondering, turned 45 today. So there you have it. And Kramnik crushed the entire tournament, but it was a knockout tournament, and then in the finals he was knocked out by Garry Kasparov. But yeah, other than that, brilliant tournament and a brilliant victory against Vasily Ivanchuk. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. And I don't always get a chance, you guys often mention that, okay, today's, we have this birthday, then, this death anniversary, then this, and it's really a lot. So I don't manage to cover all of them, but from time to time I will cover them. And now was the, one such time. So yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. Congratulations to everyone who found either of the two moves. You are an excellent player. I would like to thank Alexander Williamson, Derek King, Jorge Campos, David Trainer, and Kevin Stormheier for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another really awesome game from the FTX Crypto Cup. It is Anish Giri versus Yanni Polnishi, so the two of them already faced off against each other quite a lot. They played in the Candidates tournament together not so long ago, and if you remember, Giri was very close to winning the Candidates. He finished only 1 point behind Nepo in third place. Whereas, of course, we know that Nepo will challenge Magnus in November in Dubai. But in this game, it really features a moment that's very hard to explain, but you'll see what I mean when we reach this. It's a very interesting game. So Giri with the white pieces opens with d4. Sorry about that. We have knight to f6 by Nepo, c4, we have g6, knight to c3, and d5. So the Grunfeld defense is on the board. Nepo plays this quite a lot. We have c captures, knight captures, and now knight just e4, chasing away the knight, going for the exchange variation of the Grunfeld. Captures, and bishop to g7. So all very standard stuff. We have knight to f3, c5, attacking that center since the rook is still on a1. Rook to b1, getting the rook out of harm's way, and now we have castles by Nepo. We have bishop to e2, and now knight to c6, putting more pressure on the center. All been played before, nothing new here. We have d5 now, attacking the knight here, also asking maybe are you interested in this pawn here, but this is a very well-known line, so usually people don't grab this pawn. So knight to e5 with knight captures, bishop captures, and now queen to d2, defending this c3 pawn. Now Nepo goes after it with queen to a5, now threatening to win Giri's queen here, and rook to b3. This is how Giri defends. We have e6 now. White king is still in the center of the board, so it makes sense for you to open up lines of attack. We have f4 by Anish, chasing away this bishop to g7, and c4 now, adding more pressure to the center. And now look at Giri's strong center here. If you imagine him getting moves like f4 and e4, e5 and d6 in, it's going to be very tough to play this, already getting a pass pawn on the d file. And here there are some moves where queen capture, some games where queen captures on d2 was played. Also queen to c7 is a known move, but the move that Nepo plays is a new move. So after queen to d8, we have a completely new game already as of move 15. So let's see how Anish deals with this. He challenges the dark square bishop. This is by far black's strongest piece, for the moment even stronger than the queen, I would say. Bishop captures on b2. Not really anything you can do about this. Giri will capture the bishop on the next move. So here Nepo trades, we have captures, captures, and then now e5, trying to weaken white's very strong center. And it's a very clever idea, because if you capture, then you can go for this check, and after the king moves, you're going to eliminate the e4 pawn, go after the e5 pawn, and now after this is defended, just rook e8, and you will win this pawn as well. So for example, something like bishop f3, we're going to capture here, and let's say captures, captures, and you get this position. White that does have a passed d pawn, but not much for black to worry about here. So instead, after this e5 move, we have castles by Anish, and now comes queen to d6, adding more defense to the pawn here. And now just well, a nice active square for the queen, as active as you can find. And here we have f5, and f5 is an incredibly tough move to face, because you know that f6 is coming. If you play something weird, let's say play b6, f6 is coming, and then you might find yourself in some sort of a mating net. So instead, after f5, we have g captures, e captures on f5, and now, of course, f6 is still coming, so Nepo has to play f6 himself. And now his king is a bit open, but you can imagine maybe if this bishop gets developed, maybe you can bring the king over to h8, maybe you can double rooks on the g file, and maybe you can do some damage here. So here we have rook to b3. Giri, of course, knows that now it's time to shift the rook over to the king side, and it makes sense to do this second rook lift. So bishop to d7, a very tricky idea, offering the b7 pawn for some development, but Giri, of course, not interested in that. He's interested in the attack, and he jumps in with queen to h6. I'm just gonna show a different line, because it's an extremely strong one, and even try and pause the video here and try to find this idea, because if you find this, then there's no defending black's position. So feel free to pause the video here and win this game for Giri while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding either Giri's move, the one that I've shown you. So congratulations if you found that, but also if you found bishop to h5. And this is just an incredibly strong move, because it takes away the f7 square from this rook. And now there's really not all that much you can do here. Queen to h6 is coming, and then rook to g3 is coming. And now if you try something like, let's say, bishop to e8, you want to trade off this strong piece. We're still gonna play queen to h6, and now after the bishop gets traded off, now rook to g3 check will win the game, because now you can't really move the king, you're getting checkmated, so you have to move the king here. But now the king hunt starts. Rook g7 check, king e8, we're gonna capture with check, king will move, we're gonna capture here, and then it's just a very, very tough position to play. We can capture here, we can double up rooks on the b file. This is just complete annihilation. So was in the position, but okay, these are rapid games. Of course, players cannot see everything. We have a queen to h6 by Anish. It's seemingly the same thing, but not really, because now Nepo has the f7 square available for his rook, and that's exactly what he goes for. We have rook captures on b7 now. Now is as good time as any to grab this pawn. You might go for bishop to h5 now, but now it's not as potent. You're just going to play rook to g7, and now it's, well, still, of course, much better for white, but there is no clear way how to break through. So instead, Anish grabs the b7 pawn, and now rook to g7. Now Nepo, of course, will play king to h8. He's going to bring the other rook to g8, and he will try to get some sort of an attack of his own going. So bishop to f3, adding a defender already to the g2 pawn. The bishop will come here to also help out with the defense of this pawn. You can't really move the bishop, otherwise you're getting checkmated, so the bishop is stuck on d7 for the moment. King to h8, and now bishop to e4 by Anish. We have rook 8 to g8, now doubling up on the g file, putting pressure on g2. For the moment, the bishop is defending it, so it's not really an issue. Rook captures on a7. Anish grabs yet another pawn, and now his position is better. He's the one sort of attacking, but not really, as the bishop no longer can be used as an attacking piece. So the bishop's time to shine was at the moment the bishop to h5 should have been played, and now it's gonna be very difficult, and you always have to worry about all of this pressure on the g file. But he does have the passed a pawn, and that's also one of the winning conditions. If you're able to start pushing that pawn all the way up the board, will be very good for you. So here, queen to b6. Nepo finds basically the only good move. This is how you activated the queen, by attacking the rook. So here, rook to a3 and queen to b2 now. So that pawn wasn't really a free pawn. It activated black's position quite a lot, as now there's a triple attack here on the g2 pawn. And there is only one really good move. Okay, you could defend with queen h3, guards both of them, but rook to g3 is much better. So this is what Anish does. And now queen to d4 with check. This now connects, and now Giri loses the bishop. So king to h1, we have queen captures on e4. So now Nepo is up a piece, but it's not a very impressive piece. This light square bishop, not a lot of squares for it. So here we have queen captures on f6, and now comes queen captures on c4. So attacking this rook on f1, we have rook to b1, and here there are a couple of good moves for black. You could play something like bishop to c8. You could play something like bishop to b5. That's a weird arrow. Bishop to b5 simply prevent that rook from going up with any tempo. But if you move the rook to a weird square, also just queen to f1, you have to be mindful of the checkmates. So here we have bishop to e8 by Nepo, but now this simply doesn't work. This entirely loses the game for him, but it's very interesting how this may or may not happen. So here Anish captures on g7, we have rook captures on g7, and now he's still down a bishop, and there's really no good way to activate, because if you bring the rook up, then you're just getting checkmated. So what do you do here? Well, here Giri just played queen to f8 check, rook to g8, queen back to f6 check, rook g7, and here he repeated moves, and after rook to g7, they agreed to a draw. But there is something better here, and it's absolutely incredible, because, okay, here I prepared it for you so you can check it out. Let me just find it. Yeah, this is it. This was the exact time on the clock when this game was drawn. I'm just going to make it like really, really big here, so you can see it. Maybe there's a better place to put it. Nah, there isn't. I'm just gonna put it here. Okay, I'm gonna block Tal for a moment, so sorry about that, but just so you guys see it. So here you can see that they still had, Anish had 8 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock, whereas Nepo had 10 minutes and 33 seconds on the clock. And it's really incredible, because there's a spectacular winning idea here. So while they drew the game, you are, I imagine, comfortable at your own home. So feel free to pause the video and win this game for Anish while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on not repeating moves like Anish did. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's actually queen captures on e5. And although it looks weird in such an intense position, just grabbing a pawn, there's no defense now. The bishop is under attack, and that's one of the reasons why the bishop is really bad on e8 and would have been okay on c8, for example. But here it's a direct target, and there's just no stopping losing this. And I'm going to show you why. Because whatever you play, let's say you try something like bishop to f7, you allow rook to b8 check, and now you can block with the bishop, which is perfectly fine. But now comes rook captures on g8 with check, and the rook is pinned. The rook cannot capture, so the king has to capture, and now queen to e8 will be checkmate. There is nothing for you to do here. And there are a lot of other options you could try. Like you could try queen to a4, just defend the bishop like this. But now we get this f6 move in, and that's it. There's no defense here. If you try something like rook f7, then comes rook to e1, now with the threat of just queen captures bishop here. And the king does not have access to the g7 square, so that's a pretty big deal. And if you try something like rook to f8, then simply f7, a nice discovered checkmate. So there's also that. And another thing you could try, let's say, to defend the bishop, not queen to a4, not bishop to f7, we could try something like bishop to b5. Just prevent the rook from ever reaching that square, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to play f6, push the rook back, and after rook moves anywhere, because we only wanted the g7 square taken away from the black king. So now after the rook moves, now queen b8 check, and that's it. Rook has to block, and then queen captures will be checkmate. So there are some other possibilities, but these are the ideas why it's impossible to defend this position. But it's not okay if it was like a few seconds on the clock, or even maybe a minute, or maybe a little bit under a minute. It's understandable to take a draw here, but I mean, Giri is a very strong player. I mean, he finished third in the candidates tournament, and him missing this idea is, well, to me, it's simply incredible, not finding queen captures on e5. And it really shows something that I've mentioned quite a lot in my videos, that Nepo is like, okay, maybe Dubov attacks like Tal. No, there's no denying that. But Nepo, he's able to hypnotize his opponents like Tal. And he's always playing these positions where he's like -1, -2, -5, and then he just sort of makes it work. And here it's a completely lost position, and Giri with almost 9 minutes on the clock, Nepo somehow hypnotized him. And it's not like they were playing over the board, so Giri could see that he's maybe very calm, he's very overconfident even. It was just a game over, or an online game, so you don't even see your opponent. So it's really interesting, and I would be very interested to hear how this happened, and why didn't Giri even try to give this position maybe a minute or two, or even 7, because you can always force a draw. So really incredible stuff. And yeah, I mean, that's chess. Weird stuff happens in chess, as I always say. So this is one of those moments. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I imagine Anish will not be very happy with himself, but he's doing very well in the tournament, so that's all that matters. These are only the preliminaries. But yeah, once again, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Devan Shah and Aman Patel, Barry McMurdoch, Prathamesh Mahajan, Caleb Ewing, and Michal Voska for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, most likely with another game from the final day of the preliminaries. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to the quarterfinals of the Indian qualifier, where 2 of the top placed gentlemen will go into the Champions Chess Tour. And here we have a game between Pragnananda and Bhaskaran Adiban, and 3 games have already been played. The first 2 games ended in a draw, and Adiban won the 3rd game. So now Prago, with the white pieces, has to win to force tiebreaks. This is a rapid game, so if he manages to force tiebreaks, then we go into 2 blitz games like we've already seen in the previous game that we've shown. So here, let's see how Prago does with the white pieces, and can he force tiebreak. So Prago with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. And as you can see the quote above the board, Adiban says b3. As he won the previous game by using his b3 Nimzo Larsen idea. As you all know, he did a course on the opening Unchessable, so he also employs it now. But this is what I find very interesting, now that a lot of strong grandmasters are also making chessable courses, that they kind of maybe feel obligated to use them, and then maybe it's easier to prepare for them, but it seems like it's not. It's a very sharp opening, and it's a cool game. It's not as nice as this one, so I decided to show this one, but do check it out if you manage. I will even put a link to it in the description below, so you can check it out. So here we have d5, going for the Grunfeld defense. We have c captures, knight captures, and e4 now. So just the main line of the exchange variation, kicking back the knight or forcing black to capture. Knight captures on c3, b captures, and the bishop to g7. So all very standard stuff. We have knight to f3, c5 now, striking in the center, and the bishop to e3. White continues development. We have bishop to g4, and now queen to a4 check, unpinning with with check. So knight to d7, and now this position has been reached many times, and the known moves here are knight to e5 and also bishop to e2. You do not want to allow a bishop captures on f3, but even you can. In a lot of lines, this has been allowed. But here we have rook to d1 by Pragu, and it is as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Adiban deals with this. He simply castles the safety. Now the knight can move. We have bishop to e2, and now he trades in the center once. We have captures, and knight to f6. And if you look at the position now, it's a normal position. There's nothing wrong with White's position. White usually will have this very nice center here. Black has a 2-to-1 advantage on the queen side, so if it gets to that, it could be advantageous. But as you can see, both players still having the bishop pair, so it can really go either way. And you can't really castle because the e4 pawn is hanging, so you have to deal with that. And if you advance the e pawn, then some like knight d5 attacks the bishop on e3, and you again can't really castle because there's also knight to c3 attacking the rook and the bishop and the queen, so you have to deal with this. So instead we have d5. Now the queen guards the e4 pawn, and now Pragu says, okay, my position is now just better. I'm just gonna slow play this, wait for a mistake on your part, and maybe I can even out the match. But Adiban says nope, and he plays b5. And b5 is a very aggressive idea. Of course, the idea is you want to get rid of the queen defending the e4 pawn. If this happens, then black is just better. You've just grabbed White's very strong central pawn, and you're again threatening knight to c3, so White still cannot castle. Definitely not something to look for. So instead, we have bishop captures on b5. Again, this that doesn't have to be captured. You could play something like queen to b4, but Pragu says, oh, okay, I don't see you having anything here, so let's see where's the compensation for the sacrificed pawn. And here you could go for knight captures on e4 right away. For example, queen captures on e4, and then let's say you trade bishop for knight here, captures, and then you will win back the bishop with queen to a5 check. For example, king f1, queen captures on b5 with check, and then the game continues. But even though you've messed up White's king side, it's not really a lot. The king will be very safe on g2. You can bring the rooks into the game, and you have a very nice d5 pawn here. So not much to look for. So instead, after bishop captures on b5, we have rook to b8, now putting pressure on the bishop. So for the moment, you cannot go pawn grabbing, but you could capture with this bishop. But still, then you again have to worry about knight captures on e4, queen to a5 check, and so on. So here, Pragu just goes bishop to c6, and he says, okay, now my position is just better. What is the compensation behind this pawn sacrifice? Adiban goes knight to h5, and again, what do you play here? You always have to take into account that this bishop captures on f3, whether it's okay to capture this or not, and then your king side will get all messed up. But there's not much you can do about this. You don't have a bishop here to bring back to e2. You cannot bring the queen back. You cannot move the knight, otherwise bishop captures rook on d1, so you have to do something. And here Pragu just bravely captures the pawn with queen captures on a7. So grabbing yet another pawn, and now Adiban is down 2 pawns, and he has to show what his plan is. So he captures on f3 first, g captures, and now just slow plays queen to d6. So what's happening here? He's saying that, okay, now you will not be all that safe here. On the king side, if you castle king side, I can easily bring my queen into the game. The bishop can come to e5, could be very strong. The knight can later come to f4. I can maybe use my rooks along the b file, and it could be very dangerous. And even just castles and bishop to e5 will put a lot of pressure on White's king side. So instead, we have queen to d7. Now Pragu is up 2 pawns. You have to exchange queens and hopefully win the game. So queen to f6, and now you would very much like to start pushing your passed pawn here. Even some of the squares are already nicely protected by the bishops, but the problem is queen captures on f3. So Pragu first has to defend against this. Queen to g4 is played, and now comes queen to c3 with check. So what do you play here? You have to either block this or move the king. King to f1 was played. There's nothing wrong with bishop to d2. Pragu just prefers king to f1, but now comes f5. and this is just a crazy position. It's interesting that Adiban chose such a funky line, even though he's leading the match, and he just sacrificed 2 pawns out of the opening and now is going for the attack. But if it works, I mean, why not? So e captures on f5, and now not recapturing but rather rook to b4, first bringing the rook into the game with tempo. We have queen to g5, and now comes bishop to f6. And the queen doesn't have all that many squares. You could go, for example, to h6, then maybe bishop to g7. Then if we go back, then black has to figure out a different way how to play this. But Pragu immediately brings the queen back. He immediately brings the queen back to g1. And now there's a problem. Here, bishop to d4 by Adiban. A very strong idea is also king to h8, but this is a rapid game. You don't always have time to find all the intricacies of the position. But here, king to h8 with rook coming to the g file is just insane. For example, if you capture on g6, queen to c2 can be played. Attacking the rook, and now after you move the rook, queen d3 check, and now you force the king away. If the rook blocks, then you can just win the game with rook to b1, or if the king goes here, now we just go, let's say, queen captures with check, king f1, queen back to d3 with check, and if king to g2, then we just deliver rook to g8 check, and this is now over. So instead, after king to g1, queen to g1, we have bishop to d4, the other move that Adiban found, and now comes rook captures on d4. Maybe a different approach could have been queen to g5, but then we just go back bishop to f6, bishop to g7, and then we look for other ideas like bringing the knight to f4 and so on. But here we have rook captures on d4 right away. We have rook captures on d4, and only now queen to g5. If you go for this captures, you could also try this captures, but this is just unplayable for white. This is just, look at this rook. This is never coming into the game. The queen is really terrible here, and it's really no way to play this. So instead, queen to g5 was played. Now white's queen is much better placed, but now there's a problem. So feel free to pause the video and win the game for Adiban in the quickest way possible while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on playing either rook captures on f5. This is possible, but this is the slow way to do it. And for those of you who found knight to f4, that's the good stuff. You always have to look for knight to f4. Remember Botvinnik versus Tal, game 6 of their first match, knight to f4. You always have to look for knight to f4, and good things will happen. So here, knight to f4, and there is no defense here for Pragu. The e2 and g2 squares have been covered. Rook to d1 will just end the game on the spot, so you have to capture that. There's no way around that. Bishop captures on f4 was played, but now the f3 pawn is hanging. So queen captures on f3, now with a double attack on the bishop and also attacking the rook. That would fall with check. So what do you play here? And also there's just the threat of rook to d1 checkmate. I mean, how do you prevent all of these threats? Here, Pragu tried bishop to d2. Now, okay, the bishop is defended. You cannot capture it or deliver checkmate. But here, you can pretty much play anything, and it's still completely winning. You could grab the rook, although this is dragging the game on. Adiban found the quickest way to win. He played rook to b8, and it was in this position on move 27. Yes, only 27 moves were played, even though it looked more because we showed a lot of sidelines. But rook to b8, and it was in this position on move 27 that Praggnanandhaa resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So the threat of rook to b1 is simply too great, and there is no stopping this. You could try bishop b1, for example. We still just play rook b1. Now the threat is very clear. For example, you capture on g6. We're just going to capture on e1. King captures, and now let's say rook to d1 checkmate. So obviously not going to be played out that way. And if you try anything else, let's say bishop to a4 to guard that d1 square to prevent this line, then we just go rook to e4, and again there is no way to prevent this. Rook captures is coming, and that's it. So Pragu saw this after rook to b8. He resigned the game, and with it the opportunity to join the the big guys in the Champions Chess Tour, because he is now out of the competition, and Adiban, goes into the upper parts of the competition. So Adiban won both Game 3 and Game 4, and like I said, he won Game 3 with his very nice B3 move that you can check in the description below. Also, I will put a link to that. So congratulations to Adiban, tough luck for Pragu, but only in Highlander they say there can be only one, but in this tournament there can be only two. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it and that it improved your weekend at least a little bit. I would like to thank Aditya Parasharhati, Kashit Sharma, Simon Johansson, William Gould, and Mayuresh Modak for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to some extremely joyous news from the chess world. We have a new youngest grandmaster. It is United States international master Abhimanyu Mishra, now a grandmaster, and it was quite the journey. He finally reached his 3rd grandmaster norm, and for those of you who are new to chess, to achieve the title of grandmaster you need 3 grandmaster norms, which means you need to finish 3 tournaments with an ELO rating performance over 2600, which is not a small feat, and you need to have an actual rating in classical chess over 2500. So those are the requirements of to becoming a grandmaster. And here, going into this tournament, Mishra already had 2 norms and he had a rating of 2500. So he just needs to do well in this tournament, and by just I mean he has to fare well against many strong grandmasters to achieve the 3rd final norm and achieve his title of grandmaster. And here he faces 67th Indian grandmaster. He got his grandmaster title in January this year, Leon-Luc Mendonca, and he's, well, as you'll see in this game, a very fierce opponent. So without further ado, let's check it out, and we're gonna discuss a little bit more after we check out the game. And also, this is it was played in the last round of the Ezerkepso Grandmaster Mix in Budapest, where he got all of his norms, and also he was doing extremely well in the tournament. He was on 5 out of 6, and then he lost to Slovak Grandmaster Milan Pacher. Then he bounced back in round 8 with a win, and now this is round 9, the final round, and it's quite the game. So without further ado, let's check it out. Mendonca with the white pieces opens with d4, and the game, as you'll see, is very nice. So knight to f6, we have c4, g6, knight to c3, and Mishra goes for d5. He goes for the Grunfeld defense, and now common here is just captures or knight f3, but Mendonca goes for bishop to f4. Also very popular. We have bishop to g7, and now e3. We have castles by Abhimanyu, and now rook to c1, going for the Capablanca variation against this line of the Grunfeld. We have c5 striking in the center, and now d captures on c5. So it's a temporary pawn sacrifice, so you want to grab some rapid development. Bishop to e6, we have knight to f3. White also needs to continue developing pieces. He has to get his king to safety. Black king is already very safe on that g8 square. Knight to c6, and the bishop to e2 now. So white now also ready to castle with, and here comes queen to a5. So black can always pick up the pawn. It's not really an issue, but black is enjoying his position very much. And here we have knight to g5, just going after that bishop on e6. So what did Abhimanyu prepare for this game? Well, the position has been reached before. Known moves are rook 8 to d8, rook f to d8, knight to e4, also a known move. But here we have knight back to d8, and it is now already, as of move 10, that we have a completely new game. So defending this bishop and saying, if you go for it, for example, knight captures, captures, and captures, I'm just going to capture on f4, mess up your pawn structure here, and then, well, the position is just very nice for black. Yes, you do have 2 pawns, but after some like rook to d8, you will never be able to keep them. I'm just going to play queen captures on c5, and that's it. For example, castles, queen captures on c5, and then white is left with the isolated d pawn, which you can of course play if you enjoy isolated pawns. Some do, some don't, but he decides against it, as well, he knows that this is unexplored territory, so he just retreats. Bishop to g3, and now d captures on c4. e4. This is now a nicely protected pawn. We have knight captures on e6, eliminating the defender of the pawn. Knight captures, and now queen to a4, offering a queen trade. But Abi, of course, doesn't want to trade. He goes queen captures on c5, and now bishop captures on c4. And here we have queen to b6, saying, okay, your king is still in the center of the board. I'm just going to put some pressure here on the b pawn, and I want to clear the c file for my rooks. So what do you play here? So here, queen to b3, offering a queen trade, and now black accepts. We have queen captures on b3, bishop captures, and now knight to c5, looking to ruin white's pawn structure with knight captures bishop here, and this is a very strong bishop. White still has the bishop pair, so you do want to eliminate one of them. So now those who enjoy playing with the bishop pair probably will go bishop back to c2 and tuck the bishop in for later, but here Mendonca says nope, I'm just gonna play king e2, bring my rook into the game, and you're welcome to capture here. I don't see any problems. So knight captures on b3, a captures, and now the rooks come into the game. Rook f to d8, rook h to d1, and now knight to e8, opening up this dark square bishop's diagonal, but also just shifting the knight into the game via maybe d6 or c7 later on. So here we have a trade of rooks. We have rook captures, and now he offers a trade of the other pair of rooks as well. He could keep the rooks on the board, go rook to a1, or just start advancing pawns, but he decides to take the rooks off the board, and he wants to play this minor piece endgame. So here we have rook captures on d1 and king captures on d1, and now comes knight to f6. So now the knight comes back into the game. We have king to c2 and now knight to d7. And now black is looking into playing something like f5, e5. He does have some nice control of the e5 squares, and then start bringing his king into the game. And you do have an advantage on the queen side as black has doubled b pawn, so it's definitely a weakness. Whether you can take advantage of this, it all depends on what white plays. So here b4, taking away the b5, the c5 square from black's knight, also just making room for the king so he can enter the game. We have f5 and now knight to b5, attacking the a7 pawn. We have a6 and now knight to c7. So what do you play here? Black starts bringing the king into the game, king f7, now comes b5, but by white, obviously. Trying to trade off a pair of pawns, we have a5. Black wants to keep as many pawns on the board as black has doubled pawns. White has doubled pawns, black doesn't, so of course black doesn't want to get rid of white's only weakness for free, so of course he advances the pawn. We have knight to d5 and now knight to c5. We have bishop to c7 now going after the a5 pawn, and a4 now defending. So how do you prevent the white king from entering the game? Well, so far you're doing a fine job. The pawn guards this square, the bishop covers this square, and the knight covers this square. So the king is for the moment locked out of the game. But we have f3. White isn't really worried about that, and king e6, dislodging the knight from such a powerful square. Knight to c3, and now he asks, what are you gonna do here? I can't go forward with my king, but I'm not even trying to. It's you who need a win to become the youngest grandmaster ever. So here Abhimanyu makes a very interesting choice, and he plays bishop captures on c3, and it seems odd giving up a long-range piece like that when we have play on both sides of the board. The entire board is still full of pawns, but the thing is, after king captures on c3, notice that his pawns are all on light squares, okay, except this one, but that's easily fixable, and the opponent has a dark square bishop, so maybe, just maybe, the knight is a little bit better here than the bishop, but we'll see what happens. King to d5, you have to bring your king as close as possible to the action, and now bishop to d8, forcing black to get rid of this pawn from a dark square. So while you could play e6, he decides to advance it all the way to e5, and then he's going to push it to e4 to lock his pawns on light squares this way. So bishop to e7, and now knight to b3. Both of them were already very low on time here, so calculating whether you can allow the trade here and maybe just go into a king and pawn endgame, there's no need to do this. Chances are higher of just prolonging the game as long as needed to achieve a win with pieces on the board. And here we have h3. Here white could have gone with king to b4, but like I said, both of them were low on time. It's hard to calculate everything. The point is here your a4 pawn is now under attack, and black has to resort to this knight d2, king captures, knight c4 now, attacking these two pawns, and once white defends one of them, let's say bishop g5, now you pick up this pawn with check, king a5, and now knight to c4 locks out the king from entering deeper into the position. You have to go back, and now knight d6, and the game continues. But it's not much for black. White is actually very happy with this, so might not be a bad idea. White played h3 instead, and now black maybe gets a pretty valuable tempo. So here we have e4, f captures on e4, and now not king captures, which seems like a good idea, but f captures instead. And why did he capture with the pawn instead of with the king? Well, this is his plan. King to b4, attacking the pawn, and now knight to d2. So again, what do you play here? Here we have bishop to f6. Now after the knight attacks both of these pawns, you can always shift the bishop here to help out with the defense. And now, again, you could go for knight to c4, but then we played this, and then, for example, knight to d2, king captures on a4. We're going to play king to c4, and whether white can survive this king march going after these pawns, it's hard to say and very hard to calculate under, well, being low on time. So instead, after bishop to f6, we have h5, and now comes king captures on a4, king to c4 now, well, winning a lot of important squares here. We have king to a5 going for this to pick off the b7 pawn, and now knight to b3 check. King to b6, and now knight to c5, defending this pawn. So what do you play here? Well, for the moment, you can't really move your king as the knight would be hanging. So here, just bishop to d4, defending all of the pawns, attacking the knight. And black is not doing great here. He's down a pawn, and it seems like he maybe got into a little bit of trouble. But there's a saying, whenever there's a knight on the board, there's a chance. Knight to b3. So what do you play here? If you go for king captures on b7, then we play knight captures on d4, and of course if pawn captures, then this pawn advances. But this is even playable, but you have to play b6, and I mean, who can calculate these things under severe time pressure? For example, knight to e6, you're going to play king to c6 to get your pawn up the board, but now we're going to play h4. And now, after king to d6, going after the knight, because if you advance the pawn here, for example, you push b7, we can just play knight to d8 check and give the piece back and win the pawn. So we're going to play king, for example, to d6, but now comes knight to c5. Again, we guard the b7 square, and now we're going to play b3 with check, trying to get the king away from the defense of the knight, or the knight from the defense of the b7 square. And now, after king to b4, we're gonna play king to d5, king to b5 now, and then b7. But now knight captures, king captures on e4, and this all resolves in a draw. So here, after knight to b3, we have bishop to f6 by white, and now comes king to b4. But now, only now, king captures on b7. And this was a bit rushed. You don't have to go for it right away. You should keep the tension, play something like g4 maybe. But here, he captured the pawn right away. And now, black captures on b5. We have king to c7, king to c4, king to d6, and now king to d3. So now it's again a race. We have bishop to g5 defending the pawn, and now knight to d2. And here, the thing is, you have to play b4 or some like king to e6, and you're doing fine. But white played king to e5, and he allowed black such a sneaky maneuver that, you know, it's almost as if Kaisa smiled at young Abi. You know, just to achieve this prestigious title at such a young age. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best move for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the nasty fork. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to f3 with check. And now, what do you play here? Well, you most certainly don't capture the knight. You have to play king to f4, and then you are, again, allowed to draw this game. For example, knight captures on g5, king captures on e3, and now b4 is enough to draw the game. King f2, we're going to play b5, e3, b6, e2, b7, and now both players get a queen into the game, and that's it. There's no winning this. It's completely equal queen and pawn endgame. So instead, after knight to f3 check, he didn't move the king, he captured the knight. He accepted the challenge, but this will lead to his demise, as after e captures on f3, we now have bishop to h4. You have to guard this square. If you don't, then black's just going to promote to a queen. And now g5. White cannot accept this pawn because then we just get a queen. So instead we have bishop to f2, but now comes king to e2, further harassing the bishop. And now there's no escaping, because if you go here, we follow, and if you go here, we follow, and that's it. That's just game. You're going to promote this pawn again to a queen and win the game. So here white started pushing the pawn, but now it's simply too slow because there's a very, very neat trick in the end. King captures on f2 was played, b5, we have king captures on e3, b6, we have f2, b7, and now f1 queen. And it was in this position on move 55 that Leon-Luc Mendonca resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The problem is, if white brings a queen into the game, we have this very, very nasty queen to f4 check, and now you have to move the king, we pick up the queen, and now of course it's completely winning for black. So really, really incredible. A lot of twists to this game, but like I said, it's almost as if Kaisa smiled at young Abhimanyu Mishra, so he will achieve this great achievement and break Karakin's record by over 2 months, as I've learned. So yeah, he became a grandmaster now at the age of 12 years, 4 months, and 25 days, more than 2 months prior to Sergei Karakin, who's been holding the title for, I think, 18 or 19 years. So really, really incredible achievement. Congratulations to young Abi. And well, as you see, they are getting younger and younger. Very soon we will be having an 11-year-old grandmaster, then a 10-year-old grandmaster, and then, I mean, it's just incredible how fast they are progressing, and how quickly, you know, they are achieving this incredible norm. So yeah, what's your take on that? I mean, simply incredible. Huge congratulations to young Abi, and you know, wish you all the best in your future endeavors. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Feel free to join in the congratulations to young Abi. I would like to thank Nigel Holloway, Leandro Moderson, happy birthday CCP, Konstantino Bucci, and Vlad Ularu for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the other tournament that we're covering, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the coverage of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational Knockouts. We are in the first day of the semifinals, and this is the other match, Wesley So versus Anish Giri, and this is game 4. So the match started, well, definitely in Wesley's favor. Wesley won the first game, then the second game ended in a draw, and then Giri was able to equalize in the third game. So this is game 4, and everything is hanging on this game. Well, not the result of the semifinals, as there will be another day of 4 games, but definitely a lot. So here Wesley has the white pieces, and well, enjoyed this one. So Wesley opens with d4, and we have knight to f6 by Giri. We have c4, we have g6, knight to c3, and d5. So just a standard Grunfeld defense here, and now bishop to f4. So something that's used to avoid any sort of, as I'm aware of, complications in the Grunfeld. We have bishop to g7, and now we have e3. We have castles by black, the so-called Grunfeld gambit, and this is basically giving up a pawn, but it's very dangerous to actually. It's not dangerous for black in the sense of maybe he's going to get into a lot of trouble when you're playing against someone like Giri, who knows probably everything by heart. The problem is if you go for the pawn with something like with c captures on d5, knight captures, and queen captures. Yes, white can capture on c7, but it's going to be well, the white king is still in the center of the board, and maybe not something you want to do in a rapid game. And I think out of all the lines that come out of this position, this one has the highest drawing percentage. So here, the ways you can avoid this Grunfeld gambit is something like queen b3, rook to c1, knight to f3, and so on. And here Wesley goes rook to c1. He doesn't want any sort of a quick draw, because this is game 4. Everything is hanging on this game, and he has the white pieces. So of course he wants to keep keep everything on the board and play a serious game. So rook to c1, this is the top move in the position, and now bishop to e6 by Giri. We have c5, Wesley grabs more space on the queen side, now with ideas of maybe b4, a4 in the future, and now c6. This is the standard idea when someone plays a move like c5, later on you want to undermine it with moves like b6, and if b4 then even a5. So bishop to d3, Wesley continues development, and now bishop to g4, getting the bishop out of that e6 square, so you can strike with e6 or e5 depending on the position. So here knight g to e2, and there is one game in the database, a fine top tier game from the 2015 Biel tournament between Radoslav Wojtaszek and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, where Maxim played rook to e8, but Maxim lost that game. So here instead we have b6 by Giri, and it is only now as of move 9 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how you deal with this. Usually when black tries to undermine your pawn chain, you're going to play something like b4 and then if a5, a3, but here Wesley instead goes knight to a4. He says, okay, if you capture here, I'm just going to get a beautiful outpost for my knight on c5. So here knight f to d7, adding another attacker to the c5 pawn, and now f3, finally chasing back the bishop. But now you don't really have a good square for the bishop because, well, you can't go here, or g4 just traps your bishop, and the knight is kind of blocking your way. So here Giri goes for e5. This was the plan all along, and now the point is the dark square bishop of whites is under attack, and if you move it, only then will Giri move his bishop back to e6 without blocking his pawn that was still on e7. But instead, after this e5, Wesley says, okay, I accept your challenge. Bishop captures on e5. We have knight captures on e5, and now d captures on e5. So the bishop is still under attack. Giri has to move it. Bishop back to c8, and now Wesley plays f4 and gets this very strong setup in the center here. So f6. First you undermine the pawn chain on the queen side, now you do so in the center. That's how you have to destroy pawn chains. We have e captures on f6, queen captures, and now we have king side castles by Wesley. And if you look at the position now, it's a pretty fine position for both of them. Maybe black is to be preferred a little bit, I have no idea, but the knight here is a bit oddly placed. You have a backwards pawn on e3 that could become a target, so I don't know. Even though the engine is very unclear here, it seems, I don't know, black seems to be perfectly fine here. So instead, okay, we have queen to e7, going immediately after that weakness on e3, and now queen to d2 defending. We have rook to e8, Giri piles up on the e3 pawn, and now rook to f3, defending it once more, and now bishop to g4. So this is all very standard. We have rook to g3, still keeping an eye on the e3 pawn, and Giri trades here. We have bishop captures, and knight to d7. So a very quick trade in order to well, finish your development. So here b4, cementing that pawn on c5, and now knight to f6. The knight now can come to e4, and that would be deadly because the rook and the queen would be under attack. So knight to c3, you have to bring it back to control the e4 square, and now b captures on c5, b captures, and rook a to d8. And if you look at the position now, although you know, it could be equal in engine's terms, but for a human it does appear like black is the one putting all the pressure on the position because of this weak backwards pawn. And here it's not easy to find a move for white. White doesn't have an active move in this position. White needs to play a waiting move, something like bishop to d3, for example, and then black has all sorts of moves. Black can play rook to b8, black can strike in the center with d4, black can even grab a pawn on c5. That's kind of the idea. And if you go for something like this, then let's say knight e2 opens up the attack towards the queen moves, and then maybe you can continue playing this being down a pawn. But it's not an easy position for white. So Wesley instead, and he was very low on time here. I think Giri was down to some maybe 2.5 minutes. Wesley was down to 30 seconds. Wesley strikes in the center with f5, and we finally reached a position from the thumbnail. And as the title suggests, you know, you've heard f6 is bad, but I mean, f5 can also be pretty bad. And this f5 is kind of losing on the spot. So feel free to pause the video here and win the game for Giri while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding the this elusive idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop to h6. Bishop to h6 and white can resign. There really is no good move here. Bishop captures on e3 is coming, and that's just it. There's no way to defend the pawn. One way to defend it is to move the knight to d1, but if we do that, then we no longer defend the e4 square. So if you play knight to d1, knight to e4, and then white just loses material, and that's it. There's no point in continuing this. So here, had Giri played bishop to h6, it would be, I think, a quick resign for Wesley. There is some counterplay here with some moves like f captures and g6, but this is only for fun. It's not really doing anything. For example, bishop captures here, delivering check, rook captures, and then or queen captures, and then we can trade everything off. Captures, and captures, and then you can get one more capture here, and after king captures, we get this position where okay, maybe you can play this, but it would be of course a very easy win for black. Maybe if not for the passed d pawn, but it's completely winning for black. So although it's possible, it doesn't really matter because Giri did not play it. Giri instead said, okay, thank you for the free pawn. Giri just grabbed the pawn, and like I said, Wesley was very low on time, so Giri didn't want to spend too much time trying to find a better move because he knew the extra pawn was probably winning, so why not save time. So here, rook to f1, Wesley will now try to organize some sort of an attack, and now knight to e4, getting the knight to this beautiful outpost and forcing a trade because now the queen and the rook are under attack. So knight captures, f captures, and now bishop to g4. We have rook to f8, and now Giri just, of course, wants the trade, and bishop to f5 now, avoiding the trade and preparing the queen to enter the game. We have rook to f6, now preparing to double up on the f-file, and queen to e2 now, preparing queen to h5, so queen to f7, stopping that, and Wesley still brings the queen in with queen to g4. We have rook to f8, Giri now triples up on the f-file, and now rook to f2. So what do you play here? There are a couple of moves you could play, but some of them could be wrong, so be very careful. Feel free to pause the video here and find the only winning move for Giri while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on just unpinning. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, king to h8 is the only winning move. You have to get the king away from that g file. To give you an example, if you try a weird move, let's say you play something like a5 just to get an idea of what the threat is. The threat is bishop to e6 and white wins. The problem is if you capture the bishop with the rook, then just rook captures here, and that's it. Whatever you capture with, just either rook captures or queen captures here, or if king captures, then the queen captures bishop, and black is completely doomed. Another thing after ideas like this after this bishop to e6 is to capture with the queen right away, but then it's just checkmate in one. Queen captures on g7 is checkmate. So you have to be careful. Wesley's rook to f2 is basically a waiting move, but also if the bishop kind of moves, rook captures on f2 will not be checkmate, whereas rook captures on f1 would be checkmate. So kind of a waiting move, but Giri doesn't fall for it. Giri finds the winning idea. He plays king to h8, and now Wesley still continues with bishop to e6, but it is not enough. So here, queen to e7, Giri just gets the queen out of harm's way. Now the rook is hanging here, so bishop back to f5, but now bishop to h6. And now you don't really have a good move here. Rook to h3 was played, but now queen to e5. Again, with a triple attack on the bishop, but also going after the a1 square. And here, Wesley tried defending that a1 square, rook to f1, but now just rook captures on f5. And it seems like Wesley will be able to win back the piece because rook captures on h6, but not really. We have rook captures on f5, we have rook captures on f5, and it was in this position that Wesley so resigned the game. And Anish Giri wins game 4, which means that he also wins the first match. Problem is, if you capture this, then it's a mate in 2, queen to a1 check, the king has no squares, you have to block with the queen, and then queen captures on d1 is checkmate. So after rook captures on f5, Wesley resigned, and a very nice victory in only 36 moves for Anish Giri. So as you've seen, it was a pretty crazy game. Geary was playing a very safe line. Then Wesley, of course, declined to play for unknown, maybe drawish line with the white pieces. He wanted to take his chances, but then he started spending too much time. And as Geary is extremely solid, it all went down to this position where Wesley tried to open up something for the attack with this f5 move, and then it just didn't work. So this is one of those positions where, the engine will tell you that, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Maybe you can play it and you can hold it, but in a rapid game, if you look at it, it's definitely all black, because black's moves are somewhat intuitive and you can find them, whereas the white's moves are, pretty much forced waiting moves. So I don't know, it's kind of difficult to play positions like that. But yeah, that's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll see what happens. So Yanni Pomnici defeated Magnus Carlsen in the first match. Magnus will need to bounce back today to get back, and we'll see what happens on day 2 and who will meet in the finals of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank Mr. Hoodie Guy, Pete Kawan, Robert Jackness, Nicholas Bolokos, and Connor Watts for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to Game 4 of the Opera Euro Rapid of the match Magnus Carlsen versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. This is the second match and Maxime is now leading, so Magnus now needs a win to win the match completely and go into the finals, or if Maxime draws or wins this one, then they go into the tiebreak. So let's see what happens here, as it's quite interesting and quite short. So Magnus with the white pieces again goes for d4. We have knight to f6, c4, we have g6, knight to c3, and d5. Again, we have the Grunfeld defense. We have captures, and now again Magnus goes for the bishop to d2 line. We have bishop to g7, and now e4, striking in the center. We have knight back to b6. We already explained a few videos ago why knight captures on c3 is not all that favorable here. So knight to b6, and as now the pawn is attacked twice, you have to defend it. Bishop to e3. Now the pawn is defended twice. We have castles, and Magnus tries to get rid of this knight from b6, and he wants to push a5. So Maxime stops that, pushes a5 himself, and now h3. We have knight to c6 and knight to f3, and there is one game in the database where e5 was played, but that's not all that impressive, as white really does gain a lot of space with the d5. So instead, after knight to f3, we have knight to b4, and it is as of move 10 that we have a completely new game. So now Maxime moves the knight. He wants to play c6 and prevent white from pushing the central pawns. So bishop to e2, Magnus is now ready to castle, and c6 as planned. We have castles, and bishop to e6 now. It looks kind of weird because this pawn is still on e7, but his real plan is bishop to c4 and then to trade off the light square bishops, and he will be left with 2 good knights and a very nice dark square bishop. So here, knight to g5 by Magnus, going after this bishop, and just bishop to c4 as planned. And here Magnus plays rook to c1. You don't want to trade here because you don't really gain anything by it. So rook to c1, and now there is a lot of pressure on this bishop, and the situation on the clock is 7 minutes for Magnus and 13 minutes for Maxime. So Maxime very comfortable in this position. It seems that today he's fully prepared for everything Magnus throws his way. So rook to c8, there's really no good way to exploit this. You can't really capture and then open up a discovery somewhere. So instead b3, pushing back the bishop, or rather bishop captures on e2, because you don't really have a good square to go to, and if, let's say, a6, then white just captures and doubles your pawn. So bishop captures, knight captures, now the d4 pawn is nicely defended, and knight to d7, now preparing to strike in the center, with moves like c5, maybe e5 is an idea later on. So Magnus goes for f4, and now h6, pushing back the knight. Knight to f3, and now e6. And here, although it seems like you can grab a lot of space with the g4, it could be a bit too risky. And Magnus, although he wants to attack, he also wants to be solid. So here, knight to e5, And now comes c5. Maxim played the c5 move pretty instantly. He wants to attack white center and thus weaken it. So here we have knight captures on d7. Also possible was knight to c4, and the knight has some excellent squares here, putting pressure on a5 and so on. And if knight to f6 now, just e5, and it's a very interesting position for white. But by playing c5, Maxim in fact gave Magnus a pawn, so Magnus just grabs it. Knight captures, queen captures, and then now comes d captures on c5. And now the pawn is grabbed, and Maxim just blockades the pawn and makes room for this room to enter the game. And now Maxim sacrificed the pawn, but he will get a lot of activity for it. Magnus goes e5, grabs more space here, and now rook f to d8. As planned, the queen is under attack, and now comes knight to d4. And this is already quite a tricky move, because bishop to d4 is the way to go here. Bishop to d4, and then you have nothing to worry about. The bishop is nicely defended, all of this is defended, and if queen e4 or something like that, you can even play rook to c4, and everything holds. However, Magnus, after rook f to d8, played knight to d4, attacking Maxim's queen, and now Maxim just played queen e4, attacking Magnus's bishop here. And now Magnus wanted to play queen to d2 to defend the bishop and continue the game, and then the game might continue in various ways, something like bishop here going after the pawn or something like that. But Magnus grabbed the queen with the mouse, of course, as these are online games, and played queen to d3. And as soon as Magnus played this, he also resigned the game, because this is now a free queen, and now the knight can just capture it. So it was in this position on move 24 that Magnus Carlsen resigned the game, and now they have to go into tie breaks, and Maxim is the winner of the second match. So this is something that happens quite often in online chess. There's no way to prevent this. I know you guys gave a lot of suggestions on how to counter these to give confirmations or something like that, but none of that works, because in time trouble, if both players have a few seconds on the clock, there is no time to play move and then confirm move and then so on. So it's something that players will have to get used to, and I don't know. For the moment, it seems that we're stuck with the mouse slips, and it will be a standard part of modern chess. But Magnus wasn't all that angry with this. Usually when Magnus loses a game or something, he's going to be very angry. He might even throw something. But here, he just smiled and he thought it was funny. Because, he didn't expect to actually win this game, because now his position is worse even without blundering the queen. He will take his chances in the tie breaks. So we'll see what happens. Queen to d3, quite a move, and of course he resigned here. So yeah, very exciting stuff. Careful with the queen if you're playing with the mouse. That's the game. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and by the looks of Magnus, he also enjoyed it, as he did not mind blundering this queen. He really had a good laugh about it. We'll see what happens in the tie breaks. I would like to thank No Deathman, Louis Burkhardt, David Kimura, Harry Lewin, and Stephen Hunt for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this very nice tournament, probably with the tie breaks, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the semifinals of the Opera Euro Rapid. We are in the Armageddon games. So after all of the 4 Rapid games, there were 2 Blitz games, and both of the Blitz games ended by white player winning them. Magnus won the first one and Maxim won the second one, and now they have to play the Armageddon game. And for those of you who are new to the chess world, the Armageddon game means that whoever plays with the black pieces can get a draw, and that means he wins the match. So or the player with the white pieces must win in order to win the match, but he does get 1 minute extra on his clock, and there is no time increment prior to move 60. So that being said, let's check out this game. Magnus must win this to win the match, or otherwise it's Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in the finals. So Magnus with the white pieces opens with d4, and they will repeat their line from the rapid section. So knight to f6, we have c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. The Grunfeld is on the board. We have captures, and Magnus yet again goes for bishop to d2. We have bishop to g7, and only now e4. Knight goes back to d6, as we've already seen for the 3rd time. Bishop to e3, and castles. castles. We have a4, a5, so I'm pretty sure you remember this. H3, and now knight to c6. We have knight to f3, and now comes the new move. So Maxime had this specially prepared for this game. He pushes f5, and it's very interesting because this is a very, very aggressive approach, but Maxime likes to play like this. He's not a very defensive player, so I don't know. I don't think being black in Armageddon works all that much for him, but we'll see what happens. So f5 by Maxime. Magnus captures on f5, bishop captures on f5, and now bishop to e2. Magnus prepares the castle to safety, and only now knight to b4, preparing c6 to gain more control of the center here. We have rook to c1 as knight to c2 was kind of a threat, and now c6 by black. We have castles by Magnus, and now knight 6 to d5, putting pressure on the dark square bishop here. So Magnus, reluctant to part with his bishop pair, moves it to d2, bishop to d2, and now queen to d6, developing the queen, connecting rooks, and now rook to e1. And now Magnus is a little bit cramped in. As you can see, all of his pieces are here, but Maxime's position is kind of open, so it's going to be very interesting. Maxime starts with king to h8. He's expecting bishop to c4, so he doesn't want his king to be on g8. And now knight captures on d5. Here, you could have improved the position a little bit first, maybe with bishop to c4 or bishop to g5, but this is Armageddon. You capture first and ask questions later. So knight captures on d5, knight captures, and now bishop to c4. So the bishop is activated this way, and this bishop is coming to g5 definitely at some point, as the rook is already putting pressure along the e file. So knight to b4, and queen to b3 now. Again, you could start with bishop to g5 to go after the pawn, as the knight now moved, and after, for example, rook a to e8, go knight e5, with some threats of knight f7 check, but the knight can play knight to d5, defend this square, and white is still better with the idea of queen b3, and the bishop can go after the a5 pawn, but it's all very... you don't want to spend too much time. So instead, after knight b4, the immediate queen b4, and now rook a to d8. We have bishop to g5 now, putting pressure on this pawn, and now bishop to f6 defending. We have bishop to h6 attacking the rook here, bishop back to g7, and now queen to e3. And now you can capture here, but Maxime doesn't like this. He doesn't want to part with his dark square bishop. This knight to g5 move is very scary. The bishop controlling this diagonal is very scary. So this this f5 move that Maxime played simply opened up a whole, sea of possibilities for Magnus to attack. So here, after queen to e3, we have rook d to e8, defending the e pawn like this, and now bishop back to f4, attacking Maxime's queen, knight to d5, counter-attacking the queen on e3, and here bishop captures on d5. This is the absolute best idea. Bishop captures, queen captures, and now comes rook to c5, improving the activity of the rook, pushing the queen back, queen to d8, and now comes bishop to e5. And this is a pretty crazy position because there simply isn't a good move here for black. White is better however you put it, but the move Maxime plays is a pretty bad one, and here after bishop to c8, Magnus is now completely winning, and it's quite a beautiful move. So feel free to pause the video and win this game for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting such a spectacular idea. For those of you who found the d5, that is very nice, but there is an even greater move, and that is queen to h6. And here there is simply no good move for black. So the queen cannot be captured because just bishop is pinning the dark square bishop from black. So you have to play something. The problem is you cannot capture the bishop, because if the bishop is captured, knight g5, and the queen is so far away, the queen cannot help out with the defense. You're just getting checkmated. To show you how this is happening, if you block with rook f7, temporarily give up The rook, that's really pointless because, I mean, your queen hangs, but the white doesn't even have to capture the queen. White can just continue like this, knight back to g5, and again threatens checkmate. And even if bishop here, just check, king to here, and just a queen captures on g6. Again threatening checkmate, and after king g8, now you just go queen f7 check, king to h8, and knight to e6. And here you simply resign because this is checkmate, and also this will result in checkmate, and you cannot defend against both threats. So after this bishop to c8, after this queen to h6 move, capturing not possible. So Maxim finds the only move that continues the game, which is rook to f6. But here Magnus very happily grabs that rook. He wants to trade down. He wants to get into an endgame as quick as possible to enjoy his extra material. So e captures on f6. He trades with check. Rook captures, queen captures, and now queen back to e3. He offers a queen trade, now he's up material, and he's very happy to play this endgame. So Maxim, of course, declines, and queen back to e1, going after the a5 pawn, because there's no point in guarding the d4 pawn. If black captures this, is just checkmate. Queen e8 check, bishop f8, queen captures on f8 is checkmate. So after queen to e1, bishop to f8, attacking the rook here, and now rook captures on a5. With bishop to d7, Maxim without an active move in sight, we have rook to a7, attacking the pawn here, queen to b8, and now queen to a5, threatening rook a8 to pick up the bishop here after the queen moves. So here, after king to g7, still rook to a8, now comes queen to f4, getting the queen out of harm's way, but just queen to d8, now threatening to pick up the bishop here. Queen to c1 check, king to h2, and queen to f4 with check. But now Magnus doesn't have to play g3, Magnus can just play king h1, which he does. And now point is, after queen c1 check, you can just play knight g1, and there are no more checks. Black is just getting destroyed here. As this is being threatened, and you don't really have a good move here once because this bishop is under attack, and also this bishop. So instead, after bishop to c1 check, we have king to h2. After queen to f4 check, we have king to h1, and now queen goes back to d6 to guard this pawn, this bishop and this bishop, but now just queen to b8. Magnus offers a queen trade, and if the queen moves somewhere, that doesn't guard the bishop, just queen captures on f8 is happening, and this will be checkmate. So queen to b4, Maxim tries to keep an eye on the bishop, but here Magnus just played rook to a7, and it was in this position on move 40 that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game, and Magnus wins the Armageddon game, which means Magnus goes into the finals to face Wesley So, as Wesley won his match against Teimour Radjabov. We're also going to show some games from that matchup, probably gonna show that tomorrow. So yeah, really wild stuff. Magnus, with so many blunders, manages to win the match. It's simply crazy. He blundered the bishop, and he also blundered the queen. One due to a blunder, the other one was actually a mouse slip, but still incredible that he still manages to beat Maxim with so many misfortunes happening to him in the match. But what are you gonna do? Those are the joys of online chess, it would seem. So here you resign because there's really nothing to do. Rook captures on b7 is happening. There's no stopping that. You can't really do anything here. You could move the king, but then still just captures. The bishop is under attack, and the point being that there's no attack for you to even go for, and you're already down material. So Maxim doesn't want to play this. He resigns, and Magnus is off to the finals. So yeah, really crazy stuff. Again, Magnus crushes Maxim in the first match like he did Dubov. Then Maxim bounces back in the second match, and then Magnus has to grasp for straws to kind of remain in the game, and nothing is going his way. He's blundering pieces back and forth, and then in the Armageddon game, Maxim goes for this crazy f5 line, and Magnus just crushes him. But it was such a beautiful moment when this bishop to c8 was played to play this queen to h6. So really amazing to play this with all of black's pieces on the back rank is just awesome stuff. Might even use this as a thumbnail. That's the game and the coverage of their semi-final match. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I would like to thank No Deathman, Louis Burkhardt, David Kimura, Harry Lewin, and Stephen Hunt for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Opera Euro Rapid, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So, thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Russian Chess Championship Super Final, where 12 fine gentlemen are fighting for the title of the strongest gentleman in Russia. We've already checked out one game from the women's section and now a game by one of the leaders of the men's section. Yanni Pomnichi is leading the tournament, and out of the 8 games he already played, he won 4 of them and drew 4 of them. And this is game 9, whereas Dubov did lose one game to Maxim Chigaev in the second round of the tournament. But this game, it's very, very, very interesting, as you will very rarely see when, for example, Nepo is playing or when Dubov is playing, that it will be a boring game. When two of them are playing together, we can expect a very, very interesting game. So without further ado, let's check it out. Dubov with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Nepo, c4, g6, and knight to c3. We go into the King's Indian defense, and now d5 transposing into the Grunfeld. C captures, knight captures, and now e4. So just the main line of the Grunfeld. Knight captures on c3, b captures, and bishop to g7. And now there are a couple of moves how white can continue in this position. Bishop to c4 being by far the most popular. However, Dubov goes bishop to b5 with check, and now asks Nepo, what do you play here? So Nepo blocks with the pawn, forces the bishop to move. Bishop to a4 and b5 now. We have bishop back to b3, and now a5 by Nepo. The most played move is b4 here. You want to weaken the center and make this bishop even more powerful. But okay, Nepo goes a5, and now knight to f3. And here both players castle. Castles, and now there is one game from 1997 in a game between Viktor Korchnoi and Alexander Finkel where c5 was played, and Viktor was able to win that game. However, here we have a4, and it's as of move 11 that we have a completely new game. So bishop must retreat, bishop back to c2, and then now comes c5. Now striking in the center, Nepo wants to make this bishop, even more powerful. So rook to b1, Dubov moves it, and now knight to c6, continuing to put pressure on the center here, and now finally d5, grabbing more space in the center, knight to e5, and we have a trade once. Captures, and now comes bishop to h6, attacking the rook here. And now, while you can move the rook or retreat the bishop, it's not all that impressive because, for example, after captures, this b5 pawn is very weak here. You cannot capture it right away because of bishop to a6, but after something like bishop to d3 or even just rook to e1, getting the rook out of harm's way, it's going to be very hard for black to play this. You're going to have to play something like c4, and this is just very, very ugly. This is a constant weakness, and once white picks this pawn up, and white will do that, it's just going to be, a very difficult position for black to play. So here Nepo decides to play in great style. He plays bishop to a6. He offers the rook on f8, and Dubov captures it. With bishop captures, king captures now, and now comes f4. c4 is also very interesting, as this is a target, and you might want to play c4 to mess up black's beautiful pawn structure on the king side. Also, this will weaken the a4 pawn. But okay, Dubov goes f4 first, puts pressure on the bishop, and now Nepo just captures it. We have bishop captures, and now rook to f3. So giving a little bit of material back to gain some initiative going. And here, although bishop to d4 is a perfectly reasonable move, just getting the bishop out of harm's way with tempo, Nepo goes queen to a5. And queen to a5, although it does serve its purpose, defends the bishop on c3, also adds more protection to the b5 pawn. It does bring the queen away from all the action, and if you look at black's king side, it does seem plausible that all the action will happen on the king side. So here Dubov continues pushing in the center. We have e5, and now what do you play here? Best for black would be bishop to d4 check, move the king, and then bishop back to b7. And now everything is nicely defended. This pawn is under attack, but after bishop to e4, it's very hard to decide how to continue playing this game with black. This pawn is very weak. You can't really you can't really defend it other than maybe just leaving the queen there, but you know, f5 is coming and the black's position will just fall apart slowly. So instead, after e5, Nepo played king to g8 now, getting the king away from the f-file, so these moves can be met with just captures, but this doesn't really work. e6 now is possible right away, but Dubov first wants to get his king to a safer square, king h1, and now rook to d8, going after the pawn here, and now comes e6. And e6 looks a bit weird because if you capture, you cannot recapture, but this is exactly what the Dubov wanted. F captures on e6, and now feel free to pause the video here and try to figure out what Dubov had in mind while I give you a couple of seconds. Also might use this as a thumbnail. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the beautiful bishop sacrifice, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's bishop captures on g6. And now you don't really have all that much to try here. It's either capture the bishop or play something else, but nothing comes to mind. For example, if you try something like rook captures on d5 with an attack on the queen, white will persist with the bishop sacrifice. Bishop captures on h7 with check, king captures, and now queen to e2, for example. And the king being here, it's just too ugly. Rook can come to h3, queen can come to g4. It's just going to be a very quick checkmate. Or even if you try defending, let's say bishop g7, just queen captures on e6, attacks the rook. Now you defend the rook and defend from any future checks. Rook g3 now, threatening check followed by checkmate. And once you stop that, because the rook now covers the 6th rank, just queen f7, and there's just no defense against this. Queen c3 is covered by the rook, and it's game over. Black can play a few more useless moves, but that's pretty pointless. So after this bishop captures on g6, Nepo decided to capture the bishop, and now comes queen to c2, and this is the only good move here. If you try something like rook g3, then rook captures on d5 is coming, and you won't have a lot of fun because, well, it's just an unnecessary move to allow. So first queen to c2, now threatening g6. Bishop back to g7, blocking any checks, and now comes rook to g3. Queen captures on g6 is possible, but then again you allow black to recollect his forces. However, after rook to g3, there's just not all that much you can play. Here g5 was played, trying to get some pawns in front of the white king, you know, in between the rook and the king. However, here we have queen to g6. Again, rook captures on g5 now allows again rook captures on d5, and you don't have time for queen g6 because then rook captures rook and you don't have enough pieces to finish the game here. So after g5 we have queen to g6, and now comes queen back to d2. Now rook captures on d5 isn't all that great. Queen captures with check, just picks up the rook. So instead, after queen to g6 we have queen to d2. But again, it's not a lot. The queen is basically waiting for the rook to move, so the queen can occupy the c3 square and defend the bishop here. But it's very passive, but it's the only thing Nepo can do here. So rook captures on g5, and now queen to c3, defending the bishop, and now queen captures on e6 with check. It's very hard for black to even find moves here. King to f8, and now rook to e1, putting pressure on this pawn, threatening to capture it. So here you could try something like rook d7 to defend it, but then d6 is just ugly. If this, then it's checkmate, and if of course rook captures, then you can just capture on e7. So here Nepo tries one last idea. Queen captures on e1 with check, but now comes just queen captures on e1, so giving up the queen. Queen captures on e1, and then now comes queen captures on e1, and now bishop to f6, defending. And here, instead of moving the rook, just queen to h4. Point is that if the rook is captured, just queen h8 to check, and you lose the rook here. So after this, we have rook to d6, just defending and removing the rook from the back rank. And now queen to h7. Again, if you allow this bishop captures, then just f captures, and the pawn can be promoted all the way. So after queen h7 we have king to e8, and now comes queen g8 check, king to d7, and now even queen to a8. So what do you do here? Bishop captures on g5 was played, f captures on g5, and now c4. So it's a bishop and rook against the queen, with black having a very advanced past c pawn. However, white doesn't care. It's very easy to stop that pawn. We have b4, and now queen to a7 with check. We have king to e8, and now queen to b8 with check, connecting with the pawn. King f7, and now queen captures on b4. We have rook captures on d5, and now just queen captures on a4, and it was in this position that Jan Nepomniachtchi resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. The bishop is under attack. If you move it away from the c-pawn, then just queen captures. That's not possible. So after something like bishop b5, we'd see queen c2 going after the h7 square, but after king g7, just queen to e4, attacking both the rook and the pawn, and of course after the rook defends the pawn, just h5, and it's game over. So yeah, after queen captures on a4, a brilliant victory by Dubov, and well, it's very interesting to see what will happen in the championship. And while I'm recording this, the final round is being played, and well, Jan Nepomniachtchi drew his last game, and it's up to Sergei Karakin, who is trying to catch up to him to see if Karakin will maybe win the championship, or if Karakin draws his game, it will be a tie, and then he will have to go into playoffs against Jan Nepomniachtchi. The problem is Karakin is playing against the Dubov, and it's such a crazy game that it's most likely the next game we're going to show after this one. So stay tuned. That game is coming very, very shortly. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, when either of them are playing, it's a great game. When two of them are playing together, it's gonna get, fireworks will happen. So I really hope you enjoyed this one. So yeah, I would like to thank Samuel Katagi, Alessandro Paglialunga, Kevin Federley, David Grosskind, and Joseph Posansky for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Russian Championship, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. And of course, after we finish all that is happening, we return to the Morphy saga. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another game we'll be showing from the final round of the 2021 Tata Steel Tournament. It's world champion Magnus Carlsen against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and it's incredible that two of them are meeting in the final round, but it doesn't matter which one of them wins, they will not be winning this tournament. So that's pretty incredible, as Magnus is world champion and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is currently leading the candidates tournament alongside Jan Nepomniachtchi. So this is quite the upsetting of just something we couldn't even imagine when the tournament started. But it does matter for the tournament standings, as for those players who are leading the tournament. It depends on how well, of course, Maxim and Magnus do in the tournament for their own standings. Something like an additional criteria. So without further ado, let's check it out, and Magnus and Maxim will again have another theoretical debate about none other than the Grunfeld defense. So let's see what's happening here. Magnus with the white pieces opens with d4, and we have knight to f6. And for those of you who haven't seen the previous videos in the series, how the Grunfeld is challenged when Magnus plays against the Maxim, I will put some links in the description below. I think there's like 3 or 4 of them so far. But okay, d4, knight f6, we have c4, g6, knight to c3, and the d5, so just the main line of the Grunfeld. We have c captures on d5, knight captures, and e4. So just forcing the knight to either move back or to capture on c3. Capturing on c3 is the absolute main line, what Maxim always plays, and now bishop to g7. And here bishop to c4 or knight to f3 are the most usual moves, but Magnus goes for the very early queen to a4 with check. Now asking Maxim, what do you want to do? Want to block with the bishop, with the knight, or whatnot? Maxim blocks with the queen. He says, I'm very happy trading queens here, you will simply help me develop my pieces. And the Magnus goes queen to a3. Now saying, if you go queen to d6, I don't care, because if you capture, then you are helping me develop my pieces. So here b6, Maxim prepares to fianchetto the light square bishop, and now knight to f3, just continuing development, and now in the spirit of the Grunfeld, striking in the center with c5. So white has to be very careful that rook is still on a1, so bishop to e3, and interestingly, Envil already had this position twice in 2019 FIDE Grand Prix in Riga. He played it against Shahriar Mamedjarov, and Mamedjarov continued with bishop to d3 in both of the games. But here, Magnus goes bishop to e3, and it is already, as of move 10, that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Envil continues. He castles here, and now comes rook to d1. Just getting the rook away from that nasty a1 square, putting the rook on the same file as the queen, and only now Maxim trades in the center. Captures, and queen to d6 offers a queen trade now, but as an end result, he will get an isolated d6 pawn. So captures, and now Magnus shifts the rook back to c1. Maybe already we could have a nice rook lift with the rook to c7. But first, bishop to b7, preventing this because the e4 pawn is undefended. And now bishop to d3. Magnus defends it, and now knight to c6. Just continuing development. And Magnus says, I'm not castling here, I'm leaving my king in the center of the board, the queens are off the board, I'm going to be very safe here, and only then will I bring my other rook into the game. Or maybe I won't. So here, rook 8 to c8, and Magnus now goes h4. And this is pretty standard stuff in modern chess. You will always pretty much play, if your opponent castle kingside, h4, h5, h6 is what's now, it's what's meta nowadays. So here, knight to b4 with an attack on the a2 pawn, also pressuring the bishop here. Magnus goes back, defends against both of these threats, and now rook c to e8, shifting the attention towards the e4 pawn. And here, sorry about the arrow, this is the arrow, and now we have a3. Magnus pushes back the knight, knight to c6, and now bishop to a2. Here Magnus says, okay, you are welcome to grab that e4 pawn, but if you do that, I'm playing bishop to d5, and good luck surviving that. But these are exactly the kind of positions that Maxim enjoys playing, and he already has a pretty bad tournament. I think this is probably his worst tournament in, I don't even remember if from when I heard of Maxim that he had a tournament this bad. So here, this is basically what Magnus is offering, and Maxim goes for it. Rook captures on e4. He grabs a pawn and will give up the exchange, but he will have the mighty bishop pair. So let's see what he had in mind. Bishop to d5, now with an attack on the rook and a double attack on the knight here. Knight to a5, and here bishop captures. With bishop captures, now his bishop pair is very, very strong here. I wouldn't say fully operational just yet, but they are very strong. And here, rook to c7. Magnus gets this wonderful rook lift in, and now you could defend it with rook to a7, but you don't want to do that too soon. So first a6, and now h5. Magnus continues now pushing. Of course, he doesn't mind if the g file opens up, then he gets the h file open for his rook as well. So b5 by Maxim, now preparing to move the knight, maybe create a nice pass pawn on the queen side, and h6 by white now. As was planned all along, we have bishop to f6 and now bishop to g5. Magnus wants to trade off at least one of the bishops, because then without the bishop pair, you don't really have all that much. So Maxim, of course, avoids that, bishop to h8, and now rook to h4, putting pressure on the light square bishop. Bishop to d5, and now king to c3. We have knight to c4, and here we have knight to d2, offering a trade of knights, but also asking, are you maybe interested in another pawn? And as we often said, Maxim enjoys grabbing those pawns, so he goes for it. Knight captures on a3, a very bold decision. Now he created two connected pass pawns here on the queen side, but what was Carlsen's plan here? Magnus goes king to b4. He attacks the knight, forces it to go back to c4. Knight to c4, and now knight captures on c4. And now his idea is, if b captures on c4 to get this pass pawn, he's just gonna play bishop to e7. And black really has no good moves, and you are much too slow. For example, if rook to b8 check, you're gonna block the passed pawn. And now again, this is being threatened. What do you play here? If you go after something like rook to b3 check, king c2, you have to go back because well, you're gonna get checkmated. The pawn is guarding the g7 square. So it would be a completely winning position for white. So instead, bishop to c4 was played, and now bishop to e7 by Magnus. We have rook to e8, and now rook to f4. Maybe asking, are you maybe interested in saving the pawn, but then exposing your f7 pawn? Maxim says, all right, we're gonna start with f5, and now comes g4 by Magnus. So just going after that weakness. And now it doesn't really matter what you play here. You could try and maybe go rook captures on e7, rook captures, but and then maybe start pushing those pawns, but there's just no way to start pushing them. This dark square bishop is completely boxed in, and the king is completely stopping black's complete play on the queen side. So nothing to be done here really. So after this g4 move, we have king to f7. Maxim tries to activate the king, but now just bishop captures on d6 with check, king to e6, and the bishop to c5. We have bishop to f6, and now g captures on f5 with check. G captures, and now rook to c6 with check. We have king to f7, and now comes rook captures on f5. So preparing to win that bishop here, but now just rook to e6. And Maxim says, all right, we're going to trade rooks here, and then I'm going to try and do something like bishop maybe here after I move my king, push a5, a4. Maybe there's some counterplay here. However, the position is completely winning for white, so feel free to pause the video here and win the game for Magnus while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the pawn push, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's d5. So, like we said, if you trade here just captures, then black still has the bishop pair. He can just move the king, start pushing those pawns. White is still winning here, of course, but it's just going to be much better, or even better. The king captures, forcing the rook to move. So it's gonna be better for white, but black will have some chances. However, here after rook to e6, Magnus just played the d5, and it was in this position that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave decided to resign the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. So whatever you do, if you go rook captures, on c6, for example, then d captures on c6, and then white is just winning. There's no stopping this, and it would be a pretty terrible game. No point in continuing this, and of course Maxim knows this. So he already had a bad tournament. He probably just wanted to get this game over with and focus on maybe continuing the candidates tournament if that ever happens. And maybe it's also one of the reasons why Maxim was playing so bad in this event, because he doesn't know what's happening with the candidates. Will he continue being the leader? Will it start over? Will they whatnot? I don't know. Will they include Rajabov in the next one? And maybe even he doesn't want to show off his preparation during this tournament, because then he can't use it in the candidates. So a lot of things to consider. Or maybe he just downplayed this completely in case he maybe wins the candidates, and then he wants Magnus to feel very confident going into a match against Maxim. So who knows what's happening here? But maybe it's just Maxim not feeling very motivated. He played his Grunfeld, and then, I think pretty much in the last 4 classical games he played the Grunfeld against Magnus. Magnus just won, but I will put some games in the description below, so do check out them as well if you're also interested how to play against the Grunfeld defense. So yeah, that's the game. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll keep you posted on what's happening in the event and who will take first place. I would like to thank Jeff Norris, Aditya Suresh Kumar, Jerko Jake Katan, Kevin Huang, and Caitlin Quinn for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of what's left of the Tata Steel, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Skilling Open. We are in the semifinals, and this is the first game we're going to show. It's from round 1, Magnus Carlsen versus Yanni Pomnishi, and I wasn't planning on showing any more games today. I was planning on showing it tomorrow, but this game ended like instantly. It's incredibly short, so I thought maybe best just show it now. So without further ado, let's check it out. Magnus with the white pieces opens with d4, and this game is also incredible for a very specific reason, that it follows a game Magnus played against Viswanathan Anand in their 2014 World Chess Championship match. You'll see what I mean by this. So knight to f6, we have c4, g6, and knight to c3. And here we have d5, and with this we transpose into the Grunfeld defense. We have captures. Now offering a trade of knights, and now bishop to d2, bishop to g7, and now e4, grabbing the center and also forcing black to exchange knights. You could also go back, but capturing is the main line. So captures on c3 and Nepo castles. We have queen to d2 by Magnus, and now knight to c6. Both players continue developing, black putting a lot of pressure on the d4 square. So here knight f3, adding another defender, and bishop to g4, attacking one of the defenders of the d4 square. So black naturally goes d5, and here we have a series of trades. Bishop captures on f3, captures on g7, king recaptures, and captures on f3. And now comes knight to e5, putting pressure on f3, threatening to capture it and to win material here. And here Magnus castles queenside. So up until this point, it's exactly the game between Viswanathan Anand and Magnus Carlsen. However, in that game, Anand had the white pieces and Magnus had black. And here we have c6 by black. Of course, now you don't capture on f3. It would be pretty pointless. Queen c3 check just wins the knight. So you don't want to lose the game like that. So here, c6, Nepo plans to bust open the position. You want to get your rook to c8, put some pressure on the white king. And now we reach the position that's exactly the same as Anand's game against Carlsen in the World Chess Championship match. Here, queen to c3 was played by Anand. However, Magnus goes bishop to h3 here. And now it is as of move 14 that we have a completely new game. So now from a completely new game, as you see from the title, that in 16 moves we have a completely winning position. It's hard to imagine what could go wrong here for black, but that's exactly what happens here. So here, king back to g8. Of course, Nepo is expecting the queen to come to c3. You don't want to have your king on a dark g7 square. And Magnus goes there all the same. So queen to c3, now attacking the knight. And here we have queen to b8. Queen to c7 is the move you want to play to defend the knight, because after queen to b8, it seems reasonable because black also wants to start attacking on the queen side, but now the position is completely winning for Magnus. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this mysterious move while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on completely crushing black and winning that knight on e5. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's d6. And after d6, it's game over. The knight is trapped. There is no square available for the knight. All of these squares are covered. This is covered. This is covered. The d7 square is covered by the bishop. So that's just it. You have to capture it. You cannot capture with the queen, of course, because the rook guards it. So you have to capture with the pawn. And now comes f4. And now the knight really doesn't have a square. So here, move 16, white is already completely winning. So Nepo played a few more moves, but there's just no hope here. He played rook e8, and Magnus doesn't even capture right away. He says there's plenty of time to capture, let's just continue improving our position. And Nepo started pushing pawns on the queen side. a5, king b1, Magnus even finds time for a nice prophylactic move. a4, and only now f captures on e5. We have rook captures and f4 by Magnus. Now challenging the rook, rook to c5, and now comes queen to f6. So now preparing to bust open the position as the rook captures is coming. So a3, now black also hopes to destroy the white king's defenses, but now comes b3. So not allowing this, and here rook to h5, going after the bishop, but Magnus says you are more than welcome to grab the bishop. Magnus plays rook captures on d6. And this is very sneaky, because if Nepo goes for the bishop, rook e to d1, and there's no defense against rook to d8, it's just game over, which will, win the queen and end the game. Even if you try something like this, it's still the same rook d8, so not much you can do this. You're losing the queen whether you want to or not. So here Nepo found queen to e8. Now it's a little bit different, but Magnus finds a brilliant move either way. So not rook to d1 right away, but first he plays bishop to e6, and this is just insane. How do you proceed here? There's not much you can do this. You cannot defend the pawn on f7. If you try something like this, then rook e to d1 is coming either way. So you just win a move by doubling up. And the worst of all is that if you capture, which Nepo did in the game, rook e to d1 was played, and it is as of move 26 that where Yanni Pomnishi resigned the game. as there is nothing more to be done here. So rook to d8 is coming, and that's it. There's no defending against this. So this is one of those cases where both players are extremely well prepared, but here Nepo just ran straight into basically what's Carlsen's opening preparation. And even though Nepo is known to be an extremely well prepared Grunfeld player, he's a monster in the Grunfeld. He ran into this. So really crazy stuff. Like I said, there's no defense against rook to d8. This is just lost. Even queen f7, just rook d8 to check, and after this there's no more moves for black. You're gonna have to block it, and now rook or queen captures will be checkmate. So really awesome stuff. And what's really incredible here is that we have guests. So after this castle's queenside, it's really just incredible that after this c6, this bishop to h3 was played, and it was possible to trap the knight like this. So yeah, I have no idea who that is. Koto. Oh yeah, it's the pizza guy, but we didn't order any pizza. The people next door ordered that, and then sometimes they just think it's our place. So really weird stuff. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you guys enjoyed it. We're gonna see what happens later on. But with Magnus so quick and winning game one, it's gonna be pretty crazy if Nepo will be able to bounce back. But we'll see what happens. See, Medo's a great guard dog. So yeah, once again, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Sergi Palopas, Tazos Arampatsis, Austin Creel, Juan Pablo Barrera, and Peter Gauthier and Sons for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this wonderful tournament, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to some drama from the chess world. Not a lot, but a reasonable amount. We are in the finals of the first ever FIDE Online Chess Olympiad, and it's a very nice game from the second match between India and Russia, Vidit versus Nepo. And it's quite the game, and we're going to talk about what happened in the entire match after we check out the game. So without further ado, let's check it out. Vidit with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6, but first, sorry about that. Knight to f6 and the c4. We have g6 and the knight to c3, going for the Grunfeld. So the Grunfeld is on the board. We have d5, captures, and e4. Going for the main line, we have captures, and now bishop to g7, preparing c5 to strike in the center. We have bishop to e3 and c5 now. So this is all very standard stuff. We have queen d2 and now queen to a5, putting more pressure on white's center. We have knight to f3, developing while defending, and here Nepo just castles. We have rook to c1, now adding another defender to the c3 pawn, preparing d5, and here bishop to g4 by Nepo saying that, okay, if you go d5, I might be interested in capturing your knight and messing up your pawn structure. But this is exactly what Vidit goes for. He pushes d5 and now allows this ruining of Vidit's pawn structure on the king side, and this is in fact the most often played move here, but Nepo very rarely plays what is often and goes for b5. And now what's happening here? He's giving up the c5 pawn, but what does he get by this? Well, Vidit goes for it. Bishop captures on c5, now also putting pressure on e7, but now comes rook to c8. So what is Nepo's idea? Well, if the bishop moves, there will be a triple attack on the c5 pawn, so it obviously has something to do with that. So bishop to d4 or bishop to b4 is an idea here. Vidit goes for bishop to b4, attacks Nepo's queen, and queen back to c7, now clearing the path for the a pawn to start marching forward. We have knight to d4. Here Vidit doesn't allow the ruining of the pawn structure, and now Nepo continues with his pushing of the pawns. We have a5. We have bishop back to a3, and now b4. Everything completely forced. And this is still not a new game. All of this was played before in last year's Grand Swiss, FIDE Grand Swiss between Andrei Sipenko and Gawain Jones. But we're gonna mention that when we get to the fork. So here we have bishop to b2. If you go for this c captures on b and open up an attack on the queen, as the bishop does defend the rook here, you get queen e5 now with a double attack on the knight. And even after the trade, captures with check, queen to c2, just getting rid of the defense of the knight by attacking the bishop on c8, for example, bishop d7, and now bishop to b2. It is playable, but now it captures on b4, and black can be very happy with what's happening here. So instead, after b4, we have just bishop back to b2 by Vidit, and then now comes queen to b6 by Nepo. And even though Vidit is still up a pawn, you kind of feel that Nepo really got enough for the sacrificed pawn. And here, this is where the game takes a different turn. In the Grand Swiss last year, Esipenko went c4 here, and he won a game against Gawain Jones. But here, instead, we have bishop to b5 by Vidit, and it is as of move 17 that we have a completely new game, which is also a very interesting move because it kind of seems like it blunders a piece. Why not just capture the defender of the bishop and then eliminate the bishop? So it's a very interesting idea. Feel free to pause the video here and figure out, is it okay to grab the knight and the bishop, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who decided that it's okay to go for it, it's most definitely not. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the reason why it's not is because if you go for it, bishop captures, queen captures, and then now queen captures here, well, there's the problem of this queen-bishop battery, just c4, and black either loses the queen or gets checkmated, and there's nothing more to be done here. So that's why it's not okay to go for the piece. Vidit is on top of all the tactics with bishop to b5. So first e5 by Nepo, he tries to get rid of the defender of the bishop this way and also closes up this diagonal, but now d captures an e6 en passant. We have bishop captures on e6, and now a trade. Captures, and now c4, adding a defender to the bishop and offering a trade of dark square bishops, which Nepo goes for. We have bishop captures, queen captures, and now finally knight to c6. And while you could castle now, Vidit says there's no rush, let's go after Nepo's real weakness, that is the e6 pawn. So queen to f6, going after the pawn. And now knight to d4, defending it with the knight and the queen, but allowing Vidit this very nice bishop to d7 idea. Now with a double attack on the rook and on the pawn. Here we have rook to f8, attacking Vidit's queen, and queen to e5. And here we reach the position from the thumbnail, and Nepo goes for his rook captures on f2 idea. b3 is one possibility, trying to create a pass pawn. Or just force open some lines, but Nepo's idea also is a very nice one. He plays rook captures on f2, and what he wants here is to get Vidit's king in front of the queen to, well, be able to do some very nasty discoveries. And although it looks very ugly, it's like in that game we've shown where Kasparov played against Carlsen, where Carlsen had to play that king captures on h2. It's same here. Vidit has to play king captures on f2. And go in front of some nasty discoveries, but there aren't all that many of them. For example, if you go knight c6, it seems like you can win the queen, but not really. Sorry about that arrow. c5, and there's just not all that much to do. For example, knight captures here. You're gonna capture the bishop as well, but now b7 just wins the game easy for black. For example, rook b8, you're gonna go here with check. King f7, you're gonna go rook to c7, and once you unpin, you're gonna go rook to d1. And now there's not much you can do about avoiding the knight. If you move the knight, let's say knight to f6, you're just going to get a nice rook to c8 check. And if you try something like, let's say, knight to b6, still doesn't help. Rook to d6 is coming, and you're either losing the knight or rook to c8 check is coming. So you can't very well go for this. So instead, after this king captures on f2, instead we have rook to f8 check. And here Vidit really has to decide what to do here. Does he go back or does he go up the board? Now it's a very counterintuitive to march your king up the board, but king to g3 is actually very interesting here. But it's so ugly to play that, well, not a lot of people would play this, especially in a rapid game where you have very little time on the clock. But if king g3, then knight e2 check, forces the king further up the board. King h4, queen to d8 check, but now you can defend with queen to g5. And here you have to give up the bishop back and then continue the game. Rook c to f1, trade off the rooks, and then enjoy. As you're still up the exchange, although your king is on a very bad square. However, you should be able to push for advantage here, but it's extremely hard, like I said, especially in a rapid game. Like if black just gets a few moves in, he already has a pass pawn, and it could get very dangerous. But the route Vidit chose, he played king to e3, offering even more nasty discoveries. Now there's a double check possible with knight to f5, also a double check possible with knight to c2 check, as it would be a check from both the knight and the queen. Nepo goes for knight to f5 with check. And now again, what do you play here? Whatever you play, queen to e3 is coming next, because both the knight and the queen guard that square now. So king d3, queen to e3 with check, king to c2, and now knight to d4 with check. We have king to b1, and now queen to d3 with check, king to a1, and here Nepo, of course, made a very nice rook lift, rook to f2, because if you try something like knight to c2 check, white would be more than happy to give you the rook. It's not a problem, because after bishop captures on e6, black is completely lost here. You can go captures, bring a rook into the game, but white is up a rook, and black is getting checkmated very, very quickly. For example, king g8, you're going to go queen e8 check here, and this is mate. So after king to a1, we have rook to f2 by Nepo. Now maybe with some ideas of rook captures here, followed by queen here, check, maybe knight coming to b3. A lot of things possible, but he still has to do something, as bishop captures on e6 is coming. So this is exactly what Vidit does. Bishop captures on e6, and now not capturing here the knight, because if knight captures, then rook h to d1 first, getting the rook into the game, and now you're just completely lost once queen captures comes and the other rook comes into the game. There's not much you can do here, and this doesn't help you. Like, you could go for rook captures on a2 and hope to get some sort of a perpetual here, but after king to b1, queen b3, now you can finally block with queen to b2, and there's not much you can do now. You're just gonna lose this game. So after bishop captures on e6, Nepo goes king to f8. Now the rook on f2 prevents the rook from checking the king along the f file. And now queen d6 check by Vidit. King g7, queen to e7 check. And now the problem is Nepo cannot go for king to h6, because if king h6, queen h4 check picks up the rook on f2. So Nepo forced back with king to h8, and now again queen to d8 with check. And here we do have a repetition. King g7, queen e7 check, king h8, queen d8 check, king g7, and queen to e7 check. And it was in this position on move 37 that Vidit and Nepo agreed to a draw. And while this game ended in a draw, although it was extremely wild, a lot of things have happened in both of the matches. And now we're gonna show a little bit of what happened. So these are the standings of both matches. As you can see, the one below is the first match. As you can see, all the 6 games ended in a draw. So Artemiev Harikrishna, Hampi Koneru, Katerina Lahno, Hari Kadronavali and Alexandra Kostenyuk, Alexei Sarana and Rameshbabu Pragnananda, Deshmukh Divya drew with Polina Shuvalova, and of course we've seen the game Nepo versus Vidit. So all 6 games ended in a draw. And you have the first one where you can see that not all games ended in a draw, but the problem is that aside from the 3 games that were drawn, Shuvalova defeated Divya Deshmukh, Nihal Sarin defeated Esipenko Andrei, Nihal lost to Esipenko Andrei, and Alexandra Goryachkina defeated Hampi Koneru. The problem is both Nihal Sarin and Divya Deshmukh disconnected from their games, and well, they lost on time. And Hampi Koneru also had a lot of connection issues, and even though she was able to reconnect later on, she lost a lot of time, and her position deteriorated, and Alexandra Goryachkina won the game. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say if the same thing wouldn't happen even without disconnect. But the problem is, India and Russia were both proclaimed winners of the 2020 FIDE Online Olympiad by Arkady Dvorkovich, which is very odd, as well, such a thing never happened in, well, I don't think in any sport. Because so far, when one of the players disconnected, I mean, you disconnect, you lose. But here, more than one player disconnected, and the Dvorkovich's decision was that we're not gonna award Russia the win. We're actually gonna just make both teams the winner. So it is an odd decision. We still haven't had an official statement from Arkady Dvorkovich, FIDE president, and I will keep you informed whenever we hear something. But here we have some, here we have some tweets just to check that out. So you can see Levon Aronian of Armenia is very, very dissatisfied with this. He says, I guess like always, some of us are less disconnected than others. A point being that India reached the semifinals by defeating Armenia, and Martirosyan also disconnected in his game, it was just he disconnected, so he lost, and India went to the semifinals. And here now that 3 of the Indian players got disconnected, Arkady Dvorkovich said that we're not just gonna award Russia the win. We're gonna make both India and Russia joint winners. And Yanni Pomnishi here tweeted that it's a smart decision to please Indian chess community, meanwhile forgetting about other fans and players, a selective nobleness, saying that India has so many fans in the chess world that it would be foolish of FIDE president to just say, okay, you lost due to disconnect issues. And here you can see that Anand says, we are the champions, congratulations Russia, which can definitely be misinterpreted as they are joint winners. It's not that India are the champions and that Russia is like in second place, but pretty much everyone is tweeting it like that. For example, here is a tweet from the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He says, congratulations to our chess players for winning the FIDE Online Chess Olympiad. Their hard work and dedication are admirable. Their success will surely motivate other chess players, and he would like to congratulate the Russian team as well. So while it is hard to figure out who's congratulating who and what actually happened, the official statement for the moment is, I don't think for the moment, I think it actually is that they both won gold. So they are both winners of the first ever FIDE Online Olympiad. And I guess like it's a reasonable decision, because you can't just, what are your other options? Your other option is to either make Russia the winner, or to say, okay, both matches are a draw, let's force a random Armageddon on one of the boards and play Armageddon. But that's like also weird, because if 3 of the Indian players had problems with their connection, if Dvorkovich, for example, proclaimed that both the matches were a draw and then Russia lost the match in Armageddon, then of course the Russian fans and the Russian community would be very angry. So it is a very tricky situation, but it's not that odd. I mean, we've had a lot of problems since this whole situation in the world happened, and since chess turned completely online, and we'll see more problems like these. And it's hard to say, will we respect the decision that if a player disconnects then that's a loss, or will sometimes people have to step in and do something like this. So it's definitely a bold decision by FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. So I'm interested, what's your opinion in this whole matter? Was it a good decision? Was it a bad decision? How would you handle the situation, and so on? Congratulations to both India and Russia on winning the FIDE Online 2020 Olympiad. That's the game and the match behind, and the story behind the match. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Eric Novak, Corey Tolliver, David Kimura, Gita Schechter, and Manfred Christ for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the good stuff, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another really awesome game from the Nations Cup. My phone's been ringing non-stop with hashtag suggestions of this game, and for good reasons. It's unlike anything I've seen in a very long time. I'm not gonna say ever, but in a very long time. Especially between 2 such strong players. One is a former world chess champion, and the other one is the current member of the candidates tournament that is currently being adjourned, but obviously the players of the highest caliber. So such a game, really just best for me to just show it, but your friends at the bar and the library are really going to enjoy this one. So Anand, with the white pieces, opens with d4. We have knight to f6 by Nepo, c4 and g6. Nepo will go for his Grunfeld defense. He much like Maxim, enjoys the knight with against d4 and the Grunfeld against d4. So c captures on d5, we have knight captures on d5, and now Anand doesn't go for the immediate e4, which is the most popular move here, but rather prepares it with bishop to d2, saying that, okay, after I kick your knight away with e4, I'm just going to recapture on c3 with the bishop. So it's going to be a bit different than the standard knight or Grunfeld. We have bishop to g7 by Nepo, and now e4. Just kicking away that knight. Knight captures on c3, we have bishop captures on c3, and now c5. And the difference between recapturing with the B pawn rather than playing first bishop to d2 is that now you can play d5. Otherwise, you just have bishop captures. So with check, you're going to grab the the c3 pawn, and the white will lose a rook. So here it is possible to grab more space in the center with d5. We have bishop captures on c3 by Nepo, b captures on c3, and now just queen to d6, developing the queen, preventing the immediate e5. And the next black will castle, develop the knight, develop the light square bishop, and so on. So here Anand plays queen d2. He now wants to play f4 and continue with his pushing in the center with e5. So Nepo castles, and now f4 as planned. So Anand really doing a lot here in the center, with his king still being in the center. We have e6 by Nepo, and now this exact same position has been reached already in this year's candidate tournament between Anish Giri and Maxim Varshay-Lagrave, but in this position Giri went for bishop to c4, and that game ended in a draw. However, here Anand prepares knight to f3, and it is a new move in the position. So already as of move 12, we have a completely new game. Nepo continues with e captures on d5. Of course, he wants to open up the position as Anand's king is still in the center of the board, and only now Anand goes bishop to c4. Now you cannot capture, as the queen would hang here, and also he just prepares to castle. So Nepo just goes bishop to e6, adds another defender to the d5 pawn, and Anand just castles here. And here Nepo deciding what to do, he pushes d4, which allows for some nice trades. You can trade here, you can trade here, which would give also Nepo the semi-open f file. So a lot of things you could do here. However, Nepo did not realize, but by pushing d4, he is now completely lost, and Anand now has a way of winning the game on the spot. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this winning move while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as it's not an easy move to find. The engine struggles with it, and only at higher depths will the engine acknowledge that this is actually winning for white. But for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's f5, and here you can easily resign the game. Point is that it doesn't matter how black replies, white's next series of moves is the same. It doesn't matter if you move the bishop, doesn't matter if you capture the bishop. So obviously those are the two options. You either move the bishop, otherwise you're going to be down a piece, or you capture the bishop. So here Nepo captured the bishop, but now comes the idea Anand had, e5. And now Nepo's queen is under attack, so obviously you have to do something about that. You cannot capture as the knight that defends it. So Nepo played queen to d7, but it doesn't really matter where you move the queen, because Anand's next move is the same. And here Anand played f6. And it was in this position on move 17 that Jan Nepomniachtchi resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Anand's next moves will be queen to h6, followed by queen to g7 mate, and there is nothing you can do to prevent this. Whatever you play, even though you're up a piece, doesn't really matter. There's no way for you to give back material. You can even grab more material still, just queen h6 followed by queen g7 mate. And there's no way to defend any move you make. It's just a beautiful position, and one definitely to be remembered. Such a miniature in modern times against the Grunfeld really, this might really make this bishop to d2 line a bit more popular, as players with the white pieces will maybe try to emulate this in blitz and maybe bullet games. So yeah, really wild stuff. Hard to imagine that this is a game that was played in an actual online tournament between such strong modern players in 2020. It would be more like it's a game from the Morphy era, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's a prepared variation from home, but I will still award Anand with the Morphy head. There we go, for such a wonderful victory. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and I do hope your friends at the bar and the library will also enjoy it. I would like to thank Russell Lloyd, Philip Sawad, Daniel Vasquez, Alexander Galitsky, and Andreas Rosenthal for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Nations Cup and whatever else I manage in this time. So, thank you all. I will see you soon and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Legends of Chess tournament where we have the first game featuring an actual legend. It is Boris Gelfand facing Ding Liren, and I would just like to say that before this game the two of them faced each other 8 times, and those 8 games were classical games, and in those 8 games Ding won 3 games, Boris won 1, and 4 games were drawn. However, this is rapid and we'll see what happens here. Now this is I think this is the best game of day 1. Some of the games are still being played, but I don't see them being more exciting than this one. I could be wrong though, it has happened before. So without further ado, let's check it out. And oh yeah, I would just like to mention one more thing. There is a link in the description below. Do click on it. It's a really an awesome chess music video by Adam Genesis. He played a bullet game against me and made it into a music video. So I'm not gonna spoil it too much for you, but do check it out. You know Adam, he makes some of the thumbnails we've enjoyed on this channel lately, and he's also the newest member of our chess manga team. So do check it out. A link is in the description. Now, getting back to this game, Boris opens with d4. We have knight to f6 from Ding, c4, we have g6 and knight to c3, and Ding goes for d5, and we have the Grunfeld defense. We have captures, and e4. Boris goes for the main line, knight captures, c captures, and now bishop to g7. We have bishop to c4 by Boris, of course going for the main line, and now c5. Ding strikes in the center, as you do want, as you have all of these nice pieces here attacking the center. So knight e2, Boris develops while adding a defender to the center, and knight to c6. Ding again develops by attacking the center. Bishop e3, Boris does the same, as this is the theme of the main line of the Grunfeld, and now both players castle. So castles, and here the most common way to continue developing is bishop g4 and queen to c7. However, Ding goes for sort of an offbeat line with b6, prepares to develop the bishop to b7, bring the rook into c8, play knight to a5, and go for the usual Grunfeld stuff. So queen to d2 by Boris makes sense to make this battery. At some point you might want to exchange white's dark square bishop for black's, and bishop to b7. Ding just continues developing. We have rook f to d1 and rook to c8 now by Ding. We have rook a to c1 by Boris. Now the development of his pieces has been completed, and e6 now. Numbing the power of the light square bishop, and also fighting for the d5 square now. And now when the rook moved to c1, you're no longer really worried about any dark square bishop action. You want to play d5 at some point and claim the center. So here there is a move bishop to h6. This is a known move. It's been played in the game Lequang Liam versus Alexander Grishuk in the World Cup 2013, where Lequang Liam won a game against Grishuk with this move. However, Gelfand goes for bishop to g5. He attacks the queen. It's a bit of a different idea, not such a forcing line, and it is already as of move 14 that we have a completely new game. So let's see what happens here. Queen d7 by Ding, and now just h4. Boris, even though he's not very active lately, he's been following the development of chess theory via, of course, Lila Chess 0 and Alpha 0, and he knows that you should always push your h-pawn to victory. So with knight to a5, the usual Grunfeld stuff, putting your knight on the rim, attacking the light square bishop, and bishop back to d3 now. And here, Ding takes this opportunity to trade some pieces, pawns in the center, and trade off some rooks. So captures, and here we have rook captures on c1. Rook captures and rook to c8. With this move, Ding now completely trades off everything and is left with two very nice bishops and a knight on the rim, but the knight can easily rejoin the game. So rook captures on c8 by Boris, queen captures on c8, and now h5. Boris continues pushing the h-pawn, as that's how modern chess is played. We have knight to c4 by Ding, bringing the knight back into the game, hoping for bishop captures, but of course Boris goes queen to c1 now with a double attack on the knight. And now b5. Later on in the game, Ding will probably play a5, move the knight, play b4, and try and create a pass pawn here on the queen side, as he does have the 2-to-1 advantage on the queen side. However, h6 from Boris, now really in the style of Leela. And now bishop to f8, keeping an eye on that h-pawn, but also controlling the entire queen side now. We have queen to f4 by Boris, and Ding now just plays a6. He says, there aren't any threats on the king side. It looks scary, but it's really not. My dark square bishop is taking care of everything here. So knight to g3. Boris brings the knight deeper into the attack, although it's not at all clear where the knight is going. Probably something like e5, knight e4, and something like knight to f6, which would be ideal for white. So knight to d6 by Ding, now putting pressure on the e4 pawn. If the knight moves or the bishop, then the e4 pawn falls. However, e5. Ding was expecting the e5 move to come, so with this he already makes preparation for the knight to come to f5, which he does. So knight to f5. But now knight to f5 is not the most precise way. Ding should have gone for knight to e8, because with knight to f5, Boris finds a beautiful tactical shot. Knight captures on f5, sorry, not knight captures, bishop captures on f5, e captures on f5, and now you will pause the video and try to find, dare I say it, the winning idea for white, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on keeping on attacking in the greatest of styles. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's knight to h5. And now the problem with the knight to h5 move is that you don't really have the option of declining the sacrifice, because if you play something and you don't really have that many moves to play. I mean, what can you play? If you play something like bishop to d5 to block the pawn, knight f6 check just, for example, just picks it up. Bishop here, knight f6 check, picks up the bishop. So you could play something like a5, just continue with your plan here, but the problem is knight f6 check, king h8, and now d5, the knight covers both of the light squares, d6, d7 is coming, and it's just game over for black. So here, Ding is forced to capture the knight. So g captures on h5, and now Boris goes for bishop to f6 with the terrible threat of queen g5 or g3 check. Bishop blocks and just queen captures with checkmate. It's that easy. And if this was, any other player other than Ding, I think that this would just be game over. However, Ding finds the only move that allows him to continue the game, and that is bishop to b4. But bishop to b4 only allows him to continue the game. It doesn't actually save the game. But there is only one move that wins now for white. So for the second time here, feel free to pause the video and to win the game for Boris while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the only winning idea. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's a3. I know, it's always funny when such a move is the only winning move, but this is the case here. But just in case you're wondering why not just queen g5 check or something like that, we will explore the options, as this game is very, very complicated for a rapid game. If this was a classical game, this would be so crazy. But point is, after queen g5 check, the problem is after king f8, queen g7 check, king to e8, and queen g8 check. Now the king doesn't move and allows you to capture, the bishop can just retreat via bishop to f8. And now, while you can go bishop g7 with a double attack, king e7 just defends everything. And the problem is black is now up a piece, and you will be able to like pick off this pawn, create a pass pawn, but it will not be enough to compensate for the extra piece. So here you could trade down, let's say, with e6 to force the king away from the defense of the bishop to win your bishop back. But now it's not a problem, as black can force a draw here. Let's say queen c1 check, king here, and you're gonna go queen to f4 with check. And now if this then just captures and you're getting checkmated, so you're forced to go back, and then again queen here check, king h2, queen f4 check, and so on. So really awesome stuff after this bishop to b4 move. Now the only thing that does win is a3, because now the bishop has no squares. So if you go to f8, then just queen g5 check, the king has no No escape square on f8. This is covered, this is covered, this is covered, and now b4 is also covered. And the problem is with capturing that now queen g3 check just picks it up. And yes, it's equal material regarding pieces, but with this coming with check, king back to g8, queen g3 check now. Now it's a bit of a different story because there is no bishop to f8 check. And once this check arrives, you're going to capture here with check. You're going to go king to c6, capture this pawn, and now you have this pass pawn. It's just completely winning. So here, after bishop to b4, Boris unfortunately did not go for a3. He played d5. Similar idea, giving up a pawn for queen captures here. As now, if Boris wants to save the piece, play something like queen a5, then, well, then you really have problems. Then you can go even bishop to e7, block off the king, and then it's just completely winning. So here, Ding immediately grabs this. He says, oh, this is just, you know, the saving straw. So Boris captures on b4, and now queen to c1 check by Ding. King to h2, and now queen to c4. Going for a queen trade, but of course Boris not interested. He still wants to either checkmate black or pick off some of these pawns, create a pass pawn, and win the game. So king f8. Ding doesn't allow this to happen with check, and now f3. Taking away some squares here, and also blocking the light square bishop. So for the moment, you are doing well still here as white. So king e8, Ding looks for sanctuary on the other side of the board, and now queen a5, threatening queen to d8 checkmate. So of course Ding has to go back, and now queen to a3 by Boris, threatening this checkmate. So queen now has to move away from the defense of the a6 pawn, queen c7, and now Boris grabs it with queen captures on a6. And now it's 5 pawns to 5 pawns, but with Ding's king being so vulnerable here, it's very hard to say how this game will end. So here, bishop to c6 by Ding, not allowing the queen to have any access here, and now queen back to a3. Still keeping an eye on this e7 square, so the black king for the moment cannot go anywhere without defending the e7 square constantly. So king d7, Boris starts running away, and now queen to f8. Still going for this h7 pawn. That guy needs to be eliminated. We have bishop to d5, now guarding this pawn. You don't want to part with this pawn either. And now queen to g8, going after the pawn here. But now queen to c4. Here the problem is, if you go after the h7 pawn, that there actually is no problem. But it's hard to see that queen captures on h7 also wins. Because it's you have to see that after queen f4 check and king here and bishop captures on f3, you don't have to accept this, and you can just continue with your game, and black will not get a single tempo here to finish the job, because you can just continue harassing, queen e8 check, and at some point queen b6, you will be able to remaneuver your queen to the defense of the king. Let's say bishop d8 check, king a7, you're going to go queen d7 check, king here, queen c8 check, you're going to go king to a7, and now finally queen to c5 check. And with this queen now guarding the f2 square, you will be able to bring the queen back. So now let's say king b7. Now you can capture here, and after this check, you will be able to defend with the queen. Let's say queen checks, you're going to go here, check, and finally block. And now with the extra piece, of course, you are winning. But not an easy thing to spot with the seconds on the clock ticking away. So Boris goes for queen to d8 check instead. Idea being that if king here, then this is just checkmate. So of course Ding goes the other way, not getting checkmated. King to c6, and now comes queen to c8 check with king to b6, and now queen captures on f5. Now you have this this as an option in the future. You will capture this, you will capture this, and hopefully finally win the game. So bishop e6 by Ding, and now not going for queen captures on h7. First Boris goes for queen captures on h5, because now it's just a very straightforward draw. You cannot touch the h3 square, so you have to go back, and now queen e3 check. You can't go here because of bishop c4 check, so you'd have to repeat moves like this. So here Boris instead captures the h5 pawn. But now queen to f4 with check, king to g1, and now queen to e3 with check, king h1, and now queen to c1 with check. Now Ding grabs hold of this diagonal after king h2 check, queen f4 check, king to g1, queen e3 check, king to h2, and queen to f4 check. The players agree to a draw. Rather, it's a draw by threefold repetition. So really an insane game. I don't know the exact age of Ding. I think Boris is like at least twice as old. Boris is 52 at the moment, but he doesn't seem to mind playing rapid against one of the best chess players in the world. Ding Liren, member of the 2020 candidates tournament, and just showing him who's the boss here. And Boris already won one game, so he actually had a chance in closing the match. This is actually game 3. So Boris won one game and two other games were drawn. I don't know the results of game 4 as it's being played while I'm recording this, but you know, anything can happen. And if it will be an interesting game, we will of course show it. But I thought, even though we had a decisive game in the match, Gelfand versus Ding, I thought that this one was just incredible, and I thought I should show this one because for a rapid game, this is just beautiful to watch. But you know, I imagine extremely exhausting to play. But that's the game, first game by an actual legend, Boris Gelfand. So I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Duitran, Carlo Botta, Michael Arboy, Nathan Wallace, and Tom Juntunen for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Legends of Chess tournament, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. And do check out the chess music video in the description below. See you soon, guys. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Magnus Invitational. We are at round 4 with the second pair of the players. Anish Giri with the white pieces against Ding Liren. This is the first match we're going to cover. And Giri so far without a single game won in this tournament, so maybe Ding will be the unlucky character or the victim for Giri. So without further ado, let's check it out. It's quite the theoretical struggle. So d4 by Giri, knight f6, c4, and the g6. We have the king's Indian defense, knight c3, and now transposing into the Grunfeld, we have d5. And c captures on d5, just going for the classical way. Knight captures e4, knight captures on c3, b captures, and bishop to g7. So this is all very standard stuff. Bishop to c4 and now c5, attacking white's strong center. We have knight to e2, defending, and knight to c6, again attacking. We have bishop to e3 defending, and both players just castle here. Both players just castle here, and now b6. Again, this is all very standard. And here rook to c1. We have bishop to b7, developing the light square bishop, and then now comes a bishop to b5. Making it hard for black to develop the rook. If you go here, then d5 comes, and also as black will probably capture once on d4, you will already have 2 of your pieces attacking the knight here. So here we have a trade, captures, and this capture is a new move in the position. It's never been attempted before, so it is as of move 12 that we have a completely new game. So let's see what Ding had in mind. C captures, and now defending the knight, rook to c8, and queen to d2. Giri develops the queen, prepares rook to d1, and at some point he wants to push d5, of course. We have e6 by Ding, preventing that for the moment, and rook f to d1. Knight to a5, offering to trade off a pair of rooks, and Ding trades. We have rook captures, queen captures, and bishop to g5 now. The idea is that if of course the pawn is captured, then bishop to e7 and the rook doesn't have any squares. Black's gonna have to give up the exchange. So here Ding just goes queen to c7, and now Ding starts pushing the pawn. We have d5. With this, he creates a pass pawn. E captures e captures, and queen to c5 now, putting pressure on the bishop here, and the Giri defends it. Queen to d3. And here, queen to d6. Ding now blocks the pawn here with his queen, but Giri just kicks it away. Bishop to f4, we have bishop to e5, and now by trading here, you allow the pawn to start marching forward. So d6, rook to d8, and now comes d7. So this is either a very strong pawn, or it's going to be a liability later on. So Ding will try to win it at all costs. So first, knight to c6. He just gets... puts the knight in front of the bishop, so the bishop is not defending the pawn, and he will try to put more pressure on it. We have knight to c3 by Giri, and now a6, attacking Giri's bishop here. And here you don't really have a clear way of what to do. Bishop to c4 probably, then b5, then bishop back to b3, and then the game just continues. But it's hard to say. Will you be able to do something with this pawn of yours? However, Giri played something else here. Giri here played bishop captures on a6, and this is a huge problem as it blunders a piece. Ding just captured the bishop, and now your queen is under attack, and you don't really have much options here. Giri captured, and Ding just grabbed the knight here. So Giri continues with queen to c8, just putting the queen there. There's no actual threat here for the moment, since of course black will never capture, and if you capture, the knight just picks it up. So queen c2 goes after the rook, rook to e1, and now queen to d2. Again harassing the rook. We have rook to e8 check by Giri, but again king to g7. And now the problem for Giri is he can't win back his piece because he has back rank issues. Now if you just pick up the piece here, just queen to e1 is checkmate. So after king to g7, Giri played h3, but now you know what to do. It's not enough just to have a good position, you also have to win it. So feel free to pause the video here and try to win this game for Ding while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on remaneuvering the queen with checks. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen d1 check, king h2, and queen to d6 check. You use the two checks to come back and defend the knight. And now once the king moves, or g3 as was played in the game, just rook captures on d7. So this is what Ding played, and it was on move 33 that Anish Giri resigned the game. So no win for Anish Giri as of yet, but the match continues. We'll see what happens in the games to come. So here he resigns as he's down a knight, and that's just pointless to continue. There's no way to say this better. So yeah, that's game one of their match. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Eric Pilkington, Callahan Cohane, Robert Greaves, Xavier Martin, and Andrew Robson for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Magnus Invitational. We are continuing with game 3 of our match, Alireza Firouzja versus Anish Giri. Sorry about that, that's nothing you've seen on the board. Well, so far the situation is Giri won game 2 and Alireza won game 1. So the match is a tie, and now we're into game 3. So Alireza again with the white pieces, and again he goes for d4. Sorry about that. And Giri here goes for knight to f6. We have c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. So not the Queen's Gambit decline like in game 1. Here we have a nice Grunfeld defense. We have c captures on d5, knight captures, and e4 going for the exchange variation, the main line. We have knight captures, b captures, and of course bishop to g7. The bishop will be very strong on this diagonal. We have bishop to e3 and now c5, challenging the center. Of course, you cannot push or capture because bishop captures on c3 wins the rook, the usual Grunfeld stuff. Rook to c1, getting the rook away from that diagonal, and now black just castles. We have queen to d2 by Firouzja, and now comes e5. So asking, do you want to capture and maybe trade queens, or basically your only other option is to advance the pawn in the center. So d5 and the queen to d6. And this position has been reached a few times in top tier games. For example, Wang Hao had it against Rajabov. Their game ended in a draw. Wang Hao tried knight to f3 here, and also there is a game Wesley saw against Maxime Vachier-Lagroix where bishop to d3 was played, also ended in a draw. But here we have f3 by Alireza, and it is a new move. So as of move 11, we have a completely new game, and it seems that Alireza brought some new poison for the Grunfeld. Giri, of course, continues with f5. He strikes in the center, and the queen to c2 now, keeping an eye on that pawn, but also freeing up the d2 square for the bishop, as the f2 square will be reserved for the knight. Giri plans to develop. Firouzja plans to develop with knight h3 to f2. So knight to d7 by Giri, and now knight to h3 as planned. Here Giri advances the pawn all the way to f4, bishop back to d2, and now knight to b6, with some ideas of maybe even capturing here. So knight to f2, and now white's next move will most likely be c4, so Giri prevents that and pushes c4 himself. And here it's not all that simple for Firouzja to complete his development. This bishop, it's unclear how you will develop it, and also not clear how you will develop this bishop. But Firouzja will play bishop e2, castle here, and bring all of his rooks to the b file and try and play along the queen side. So bishop to e2, and now bishop to d7. We have castles by Firouzja as planned, and now queen to c7. Keeping an eye on this pawn here, and rook to b1 now, with the idea of lifting the rook and bringing the other rook over to b1 as well. We have knight to c8, and now comes a4. Preventing a5, b5, and so on. So rook to f6. Now the rook will also be useful in defending the queen side, but also if you start pushing on the king side, also will be useful for attacking purposes. So we have rook to b4. Now just preparing the rook lift as the other rook is coming to b1, and knight to d6 now. As the queen freed the d6 square for the knight, it's a very good outpost, and the c4 pawn is again protected. We have rook f to b1, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and now g5 just. Giri starts his push on the king side. We have queen to a2, preparing to advance the a5 pawn, and now comes rook to c8. Just continuing development with a5, sorry, not h5, a5, just continuing to advance the pawn on the queen side, and Giri starts attacking on the king side with h5, preparing g4, of course. So Alireza prevents it, and now it would be a bit too premature to go for g4, and then after all of the trades, captures, let's say captures and captures, you will have bishop captures, and black cannot grab the e4 pawn because the rook on c8 is hanging. So here, Giri just continues with rook g6, he prepares the g4 push, and just king to f1, getting the king away from the g file, and now Giri still knows that it's too early to push this, as it's protected way too many times by the 2 pawns, by the knight, by the bishop. So first bishop to f6. We have bishop back to d1, and now bishop back to d8, now attacking the a5 pawn, and rook to a1, defending it once again. And here Giri continues with rook to b8. The idea being that he knows that g4 will at some point end with bishop captures on g4, but the bishop is now here. You no longer have to worry about your rook being under attack, and here g4 would actually be a valid, a reasonable try, because after f captures and h captures, now it's different. You no longer have to worry about your rook being under attack since the bishop is here, and if something like h captures on g4, then you have bishop to h4, also very important. The bishop is no longer on g7, so you have this, and you just remove one of the defender of the g4 and e4 pawns. So this would be very good for Giri. However, he went rook to b8 instead, and now bishop back to e1 by Firouzja. And b5 now. Giri wants to force an en passant trade here on the queen side. We have a captures, and now queen to b1, putting pressure on the b pawn. So queen to b7. Not allowing rook to a6 to add another attacker to the b6 pawn. We have rook to b2, and now comes b5, starting to expand on the queen side. We have rook b to a2, now preparing to make a nice rook lift here, so bishop to b6, guarding the a7 square. Rook to a6, and now king to f7, getting the king away from the back rank. Rook 1 to a2, now preparing a queen rook battery here, and now rook g to g8 to help out with the defense of the back rank. We have queen to a1, and now comes queen to c7. So basically we have a Lehin's gun here. And now comes, sorry, not that, but bishop to e2. Firouzja waits to see what the plan is. Also, if Giri at some point starts attacking here, you will have some pressure on the c4 pawn already. And here we have bishop back to c8, pushing the rook either back or forward. So rook to a8 by Firouzja, and now Giri trades. Rook captures, and now just queen to c5. If the bishop moves, you will have a nice queen to f2 checkmate. So queen to a3, trying to get rid of this tension, forces, well, not forces, but offers a queen trade here. And we have bishop to d7, just offering not only a trade of queens, but also to trade rooks. So queen captures, we have bishop captures, and now rook a6. Firouzja prefers to keep one pair of the rooks on board. And king to e7 now, so the bishop can move, the knight will be protected. We have knight to d1, now trying to activate the knight, and rook to b8. Giri is ready to push b4 and create a pass pawn on the queen side. We have bishop to f8, and Giri happily trades. Bishop captures, we have king captures, and now g4. So you can either do some trades here or just advance to g3 with check. So here we have h4. Firouzja doesn't want to trade on g4, and now b4 by Giri. b4 it creates a pass pawn. Either it creates a pass b pawn, or if you capture it creates a pass c pawn. But it might be a bit too soon, as it might be hard to defend this c4 pawn. However, Giri went for b4. We have c captures, rook captures, and now comes king to e1. Now, of course, Alireza wants to bring his king over here to help out with the defense, but also with the attack against the c4 pawn. So g3 by Giri, and now rook to a8. Here, trying to reach the h5 pawn. So bishop to c8. Giri, of course, does not allow that, but now king to d2, going after the c4 pawn. We have rook to b6, and now king to c2. We have rook to b7, and now going for rook to c7 to put the rook behind a pass pawn, and knight b2 with a double attack on the pawn. Rook c7, Giri defends the pawn, but now rook to a4 with a triple attack. And this is what I meant by b4 might being a bit too soon, because now c4 pawn is a liability. You don't have ways of defending it, as it's attacked 3 times and you cannot defend it 3 times. You could, however, push the pawn all the way to c3, but just knight d1 and you're going to lose that pawn. There is no way to further defend it. But it is an interesting move. For example, here Giri would have bishop to h3 try. If you capture the bishop, then you advance this pawn. So basically, your g2 pawn is under attack. You have to go bishop f1, bishop captures, and now. It's a really crazy position. The bishop no longer guards the b5 square, so you can go here to guard this pawn. And it's just incredibly crazy. No human would ever play this, of course, but it did exist in the position. But yeah, crazy stuff. Bishop to h3. So Giri went for bishop to d7. He attacked the rook. We have rook to b4, and now there is no more way to defend the pawn here. So rook to a7. We have knight captures on c4, knight captures, so the pawn has been grabbed, and bishop captures on c4, leaving now Firouzja with the passed d pawn. We have rook to a1, trying to go for the g2 pawn, and Firouzja could defend it, but instead Firouzja goes for some attacking ideas with rook to b6. And okay, Giri goes for the pawn, rook g1, and now rook to h6, goes after this pawn to create a passed h pawn. Giri grabs the pawn with check. We have king to c3. And here, it's important not to do a bad move. It's always important not to do a bad move, but here it's especially important. Here, a move like bishop to e8 would have been okay, or king to d8 would have been okay. But the move Giri played, rook to f2, is not okay. He creates some threats here with g2 and g1, bringing a queen into the game, but it doesn't work. Giri is now completely lost, so feel free to pause the video and try to find this idea while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on finding the mating pattern. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's d6 with check. And here the problem is, if you go to d8, which definitely is an option, you get rook h8 check, and the king has nowhere to go. You have to block with the bishop, and then just bishop here wins the game. That's the easy way out. However, Giri, of course, went king to f8, not king to d8, and now Firouzja played rook to g6. And this is how quickly Firouzja finds these things in shorter time formats. Now the pawn is guarding e7, and there's no defense against rook to g8 mate. Whatever you do, you're just getting mated on g8. So here, Giri tried rook captures on f3 with check. Firouzja played king to b4, and there still is no defense against rook to g8 mate. Whatever you play, it's a rook to g8 mate. You could, of course, postpone with rook to b3, but I'm not even going to comment on that. So really just incredible stuff. So Firouzja wins game 3, and it's like in game 1. Giri was better for the entire game, and it was Giri who was pushing. But as the time on the clock, came lower and lower, so did Firouzja become stronger and stronger. And the faster the time format, the deadlier Firouzja is. And here, finding this idea is just incredible. But yeah, that's game 3. I do hope you enjoyed it. We're not going to be showing game 4, as game 4 ended in a draw, which means Firouzja wins the match, and now neither of them can qualify for the playoffs. But they played some very interesting chess, and well, I definitely enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. So yeah, Firouzja wins that match, and we're gonna see what happens in today's rounds. So once again, I would like to thank Abdul Mohsin Al-Raji, Karsten Kurze, Stephen Atkinson, Chris Antley, and Martin Fischer for your contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Magnus Invitational until it finishes. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome to the semi-finals of the FIDE Grand Prix. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and both of them are fighting it to reach the candidates tournament in 2020. So it's definitely a lot is at stake here. And this is the first game of the classics, and Nepo has the white pieces. We do have a nice photo or two of this matchup. There you have it. Nepo even bows his head a little bit as a sign of respect towards MVL. MVL having a nice smile, and there you can see that MVL has 2 bottles of water, whereas Nepo only has 1. Which could mean that Nepo prepared something vicious with the white pieces, and he doesn't expect this to be a very long game. Or, on the other hand, it could mean absolutely nothing. And also we have the first moves on the board here. There you have it. Nepo opens with the d4, and Maxim replies with knight to f6. As you know, if you play e4 against Maxim, he will 99% of the times go for his Najdorf, and if you play d4, he will try to go for his Grunfeld defense. So this is also the case here. d4 by Nepo, knight to f6 by Maxim, c4, we have g6, knight to c3, and d5. The Grunfeld is on the board. We have knight to f3 and bishop to g7. So not the main c captures, knight captures. We have queen to b3, and now c captures, d captures on c4. We have queen captures, and now MVL castles. We have e4 by Nepo and knight to c6, bishop to e3, and now going after the dark square bishop with knight to g4. So you can't really move it like you can in some lines of the Sicilian to go for some maneuver like this, because your d4 pawn is under attack 3 times. So you have to allow the trade. We have e5 by Nepo, and now knight captures on e3. But this is what he prepared. F captures on e3. So Maxim gets the bishop pair, but Nepo has his preparation. So bishop to g4, and this is a new move. a5, a5 and knight to a5 are known moves in this position, but bishop to g4 is a new move. So it is as of move 10 that we have a completely new game on our hands. Nepo replies with h3. We have bishop captures on f3, g captures on f3, now gaining this massive center, although the pawn setup has been somewhat compromised, but he will use it to attack the black king with perhaps f4, f5 in the future, or h4, h5. We have e6 and now h4 right away. We have knight to e7 by MVL. f5 seems like a very nice square for the knight. We have f4, and now comes b5. You could go for knight to f5 right away, put pressure on the e3 pawn. White will play something like rook h3, defend, and then figure out where to go from there. But MVL says your king is still in the center of the board. It's time to open some lines, and he pushes b5. So what do you do here? If queen captures, rook b8 gets a lot of activity. You don't want to give black ideas like that, especially not a player like MVL. So here, queen to c5, Nepo ignores it, and now knight to f5, putting pressure on the e3 pawn. And now not rook to h3, but instead king to f2. The king will be much safer there than in the center of the board. But now Maxim says your king is now on f2, occupies the same file as my rook. Let's open up the f file with f6. We have rook to d1. Now if you capture, then the pawn can capture here, and that's why b4, trying to dislodge the knight so you can capture here, because the knight guards the rook on d1. So we have queen captures on b4. Of course, you cannot move the knight, and now rook to b8. Maxim grabs some activity for his rook. Queen to a3, guarding the b2 pawn, and now c5 is a very interesting move, but it's a move not a lot of people would make, because you allow this captures, create a passed c pawn for white. You open up the d file for the rook, but then you can go queen to c8 and then put pressure on the c pawn and undermine it later, because it's actually the white king who doesn't want the lines to open, not the black king. But okay, with f captures on e5, just grabbing that pawn, d captures, opening up the d file, and queen to e8 now. We have bishop to g2 by white, and here Maxim goes for bishop captures on e5. Now he wants to open up the f file and then create some nasty discoveries with his knight. We have f captures on e5, and now knight captures on h4, opening up a discovery here. King to g1, and now knight captures on g2. And now the idea Maxim had was if you capture the knight with king captures on g2, you have queen to c6 with check, and now after you block, you have queen to b6, putting pressure on the f2 square here. And now it's very hard to decide what to play here. Rook h3 is the best move here. You have to allow queen to f2 if you want to look for activity or at least some advantage with white, because if you try something like rook to f1 to prevent the queen from reaching f2 this way, then queen e3, and well, with the rook controlling the f file and with the queen being able to reach g5 and h6, black has at least a draw here, and there are no problems here for black. So Nepo of course did not capture the knight. First he played knight to e4. Now the knight can reach the f6 square, and this knight cannot escape anywhere. You can't go here, you can't go here. If you capture, the queen just captures it. You haven't really achieved anything there. The knight is still coming to f6. This rook can then go to h7. Then the rook can also come here, as the knight from f6 will be guarding all those squares. But worst of all, it comes with a fork, so probably you will have to give up the rook here. So after knight e4, we have rook to d8 by Maxim, and now rook to c1, preparing to capture here. Then you have complete control of the 7th rank. And here, it's very hard to decide how to parry the threat of knight to f6. There is a way. It's rook to d5. This allows black to hold on, to a thread, because after knight f6 check, you capture, pawn captures, and now rook to g5. You save the knight and you threaten some very nasty discoveries, and it's not going to be easy for white to get out of it. White is of course much better here, but this was the way to go. However, we have rook to b5 by Maxim, and now comes a move that, well, feel free to pause the video and try to find the best move for Nepo in this position while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on exploiting the weakness of the 7th rank. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's queen to e7. Now that the queen left the defense of the 7th rank, now you're just threatening queen to h7 mate. So of course, rook to d7, not allowing it. And now, although you could capture on e6, it is possible, Nepo goes for knight to f6 with check. We have rook captures on f6, and now queen captures on f6. And here, well, you could go for knight captures on e3, but then it's just, again, queen captures on e6 check, king f8, and rook to h3, attacking the knight also. You can just go rook to f3. It's gonna be, it's not gonna be possible for black to defend. So we have rook to f7 by Maxim, but now comes queen to d8 with check. Rook to f8, and now queen captures on c7. It's very important to eliminate the c7 pawn. It's not just grabbing a pawn. And it works wonders for white that he can grab the pawn while also threatening checkmate. So black doesn't have a moment to catch his breath. Rook to f7, now queen d8 check, rook to f8, and now queen to e7. Again threatening mate, and also with a very interesting trick, because now with rook to f7, now you have rook to c8 check, king g7, and now of course you will see the forced mate in 2, most likely even without pausing the video, as the pawn covers the f6 square. So just queen captures. So I know you all saw it. King captures and rook captures on h7. That's why I didn't ask you to pause the video. It's now mate, as the rooks control the 8th and 7th rank, and the pawn prevents the king from reaching f6. So that's the little trick Nepo had in mind. So it's not possible to go rook f7. Here we have h5 by Maxim, but now queen captures on e6 with check. King g7, and now rook to c7 with check. King to h6, and now, again, feel free to pause the video and continue the attack with white while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, again, congratulations for finding such a beautiful rook sacrifice. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook captures on h5. And it's very interesting how long this knight remains here on g2. because there just isn't a good time for white to capture it. There's always a better move. So here we have king captures on h5 and now queen to h3 with check, and it was in this position on move 36 that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game. And tomorrow he will have to win on demand. He will have the white pieces, but still. But then again, it's against Nepo. Nepo always plays really crazy games, so anything can happen. But yeah, here he resigns because whatever you do, it's just over. If you block with the knight, it doesn't really help you. Rook h7 check, then you move king g5, queen captures with check, king f5, and now you can either create some sort of a mating threat, or you can just go queen f4 check, king e6, and just pick up the rook and just win the game because you are up a whole rook. And also, if after queen h3 check you don't block with the knight, if you just start marching the king g5, still just captures, king will have to move. If king h4, then just rook will, well, obviously the white rook will deliver mate. And if you go start marching up the board, king f5, then again queen f3 check, goes here or captures, and then you just pick up the rook and win the game because you are now again up a whole rook. So after queen to h3 he resigned, and we do even have a photo of the resignation. There you have it, a nice handshake. You can see that Nepo again respectful. He's very sorry about Maxime. I'm sure he would very much enjoy for both of them to be in the candidates, but of course you know, he will do whatever he can that he goes to the candidates tournament. But yeah, tomorrow one more classical game for Maxime, and a chance for him to prove that he deserves to be in the candidates. He deserves to be in the candidates. It always eludes him for like a small fraction of a point, and it's just insane that it keeps happening to him. But I don't know. I really hope that he gets it, and then Nepo can get the wild card. He's Russian. He probably would get the wild card. I don't know. Karakin already played in the candidates a few times. He played in the World Chess Championship match, so maybe Nepo would get the wild card this time. But we'll see. You know, you can never predict such things. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Volker Legrand, Tom Petrie, Daniel Silverberg, Tobin Nelson, and Nicolas Dervaux-Garnau for contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and of course, whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the FIDE Grand Prix. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces against Yanni Pomnishi. Yesterday we've seen a game where Nepo won. Maxime tried his Grunfeld defense, and Nepo was able to break through it. And now Maxime has to win on demand with the white pieces. We don't have any new photos. We only have the ones we saw yesterday, so we're not going to be enjoying any today. But it's very interesting that, well, that's what I meant in yesterday's video, that Nepo is a very peculiar player. Most players would choose a very calm opening, something that, you know, can ensure that you can easily trade down and go for a simple endgame or something like that, but not Nepo. Nepo won a game against the Grunfeld, and now he plays the Grunfeld against Maxime, and it's a very different Grunfeld than the one they played yesterday. So without further ado, let's check it out. Maxime opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, and now the early h4 by Maxime. And it's very interesting that this move has only been played a few times, but only in 2019. So I don't know if this has anything to do with AlphaZero or with the Game Changer or everything that's been going on around AlphaZero. But it's very interesting that h4 has never been played before, and AlphaZero always plays h4 pretty much against every opening, and now in 2019 people have started playing it. But okay, bishop g7 with knight to c3, d5 now, so the Grunfeld with the inclusion of h4, and now h5, well, h5 by white. We have knight captures on h5, and now c captures on d5. And it's interesting, but Nepo already faced this as black against Alexander Grishuk in the Amsterdam Rapid Tournament in April. That game was won by Nepo, so probably Maxime prepared something very special. We have e6. Nepo continues in the same fashion he did against Grishuk, but now d captures on e6 was played by Grishuk, but here we have g4, and g4 is a new move, so already as of move 7, we have a completely new game, and it is quite a game. With knight back to f6 by Nepo, and now d captures on e6. We have bishop captures on e6, and now e4, advancing the pawns even further in the center. And now Nepo just grabs the g4 pawn with bishop captures on g4. We have f3, bishop goes back to e6, and now Maxim is down a pawn, but he does have a massive center, which is, well, you always have a massive center in when you play against the Grunfeld, but here you are also down a pawn. And here bishop to g5. It's, well, you could try d5 right away, but after black moves the bishop, you can continue bishop g5, h6, let's say bishop e3, and now black will still play c6 like he did in the game, and it doesn't help you anything. You cannot go d6. You could, but the knight will just go here. Black will castle to safety, and this pawn will be undermined later as the e5 square is nicely guarded by the d7 knight. So the pawn will be too advanced. So after bishop to e6, we have bishop to g5. Maxim is still flexible with the pawns in the center. h6, bishop back to e3. And now c6, taking control of d5. We have knight g to e2, and now not castling right away, but first bishop to c4. Well, if the white knight, for example, comes to g3, then you can trade down even further. We have queen to c2, now comes queen to a5, and knight to f4. Captures as was planned, and knight to a6, preparing knight to b4. So Maxim stops it with a3, and now knight back to c7, and king f2. The king will be much safer there, and also you can just transfer the rooks to the king side if the black king castles. But Nepo decides to go for g5. So pushes the knight further back. The knight can come to e2, for example, e2, knight g3 to f5. f5 will be an excellent square for the knight, but first b4, pushing the black queen further back. Queen to a6, and now not knight to e2, but rather knight to d3, probably with the idea of going knight to c5 or e5 perhaps in some lines, but perhaps knight to e2 was more correct with the idea of knight g4 to f5. Here we have queen to c4, not waiting for knight to c5, and now comes rook 8 to c1. We have knight to d7, preparing this f5 thrust, and now knight to b2, pushing the queen back. We have queen back to e6, and now knight to e2. So now the knight is coming to g3 and then to f5, only a little bit later than it should have. And the situation on the clock is 48 minutes for MVL and 1 hour for Nepo. We have knight to b5 now, going for the a3 pawn. We have a4 pushing the knight back, and now knight to d6. So a free remaneuvering of the knight. We have knight to g3. The knight from d6 now controls f5, so this shouldn't be a problem, but also it supports the f5 thrust. So f5, a very nice pawn sacrifice by Nepo. It completely eliminates white's strong center. We have pawn captures on f5, and now queen to d5. A nice centralizing move with the queen. And now, for the moment, material is equal, but white's pawn structure is shattered in the center. And here, if you just do nothing, if you wait, black will just castle, bring the rook over to the f file, pick up the f5 pawn, and, well, just continue the game, again being up a pawn and having a better position. So, Maxim went knight to c4. It is the strongest move recommended by the engine, but this is, again, one of those positions where the strongest move recommended by the engine will not achieve victory, since it allows Nepo to too easily trade down into a better endgame. So here Nepo just trades. We have knight captures, queen captures, we have queen captures, rook captures, and knight to b6, attacking the rook and the a4 pawn. We have rook to c5. And now Nepo could go for the a4 pawn, but this would allow Maxim to further complicate matters with f6, attack the bishop. After bishop captures rook f5, you still prevent the black king from castling, and with the two rooks still being out of commission, it would be possible to look for some poison in the position. For example, if bishop e7, you can even go d5, and if c captures bishop d4, you attack the rook. Now after rook to h7, you can go rook to a1, and it's a really messed up position where anything can happen, and it's not going to be easy to even draw this with either side. So anything can happen here. So Nepo just says, I don't care about your pawn, I'm just gonna castle. We have a5 by Maxim, and now knight to d5, going after the bishop here. Maxim pushed a6 here, and it was in this position that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi agreed to a draw. I don't think Nepo actually offered a draw, even though he's better in this position. I think it was actually Maxim who offered it, because he knows that there is no way to do anything. Well, you can only lose this with white. You can't do anything other than that. You can draw or lose. So I think it was Maxim who offered the draw, as the move 30, they are beyond move 30, so I guess it's okay to offer a draw here. But this is not the end for Maxim. There's still a way for him to reach the candidates tournament. Let me just show why. For example, if rook 8 to e8 comes with a double attack on the bishop, and if pawn captures, you're just going to capture the bishop. b8 queen, the rook can move, and now you capture the knight, and after rook captures on b4, there's nothing white can do here. The d4 pawn is under attack, you have a passed a pawn, so if anyone will win this, it's going to be black. So after a6, they drew the game, and Nepo now proceeds to the finals of the FIDE Grand Prix, and there he will face, either David Navarra or Wei Yi, depends on who wins their semi-final match. It's still being played, so I don't know how game 2 will end up. We're definitely going to check it out, but if Nepo wins the finals, then Nepo gets the spot in the candidates tournament, and the MVL is out for sure. If Nepo fails to win the FIDE Grand Prix finals, then MVL gets a spot in the tournament. So there's still a possibility for both of them to reach the tournaments. For example, if Nepo loses in the finals, then MVL goes into the candidates tournament, but probably Nepo will be given the wild card, so he will probably also qualify that way. But it's going to be interesting. We're just going to have to wait and see. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. A very interesting approach to the Grunfeld, especially that 3h4 move, which I do believe AlphaZero had a lot to say about that, and that's why everyone is playing it now in 2019. But then again, could be a lot of other things. I would like to thank Expanding Your World and Boris Kogan for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing with the coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and as always, whatever else happens in the chess world. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another game from round 3 of the Prague Chess Festival, the Masters Division. We said that we were going to check out at least one more game, since there were a lot of decisive games before we check out the standings. It's Santosh Gujarati Vidit versus Austrian Grandmaster Markus Rager, who won the Austrian Championship 3 times and is the first Austrian player to ever cross the 2700 threshold. I don't know if there are any others, so I'm pretty sure he's not only the first one, he's the only one. But still, definitely a strong player. So without further ado, let's check it out. Now, it's gonna be it's a pretty long theoretical struggle, but what game today isn't? So with the white pieces, d4 from Vidit, we have knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. The Grunfeld defense is on the board. We have c captures, knight captures, and e4, going for the main line. Knight captures, b captures, and bishop to g7. And while bishop to c4 is the most played move here, we have bishop to e3, also a very popular line. c5 attacking the center, making use of this beautiful dragon on g7, knight to f3, strengthening d4, and queen to a5, now pinning the c3 pawn, again with ideas of capturing on d4. So queen d2, now the c pawn is no longer pinned, and knight to c6, putting more pressure on the d4 pawn. And here, rook to c1 was the go-to move up until this year, it would seem, so now rook to b1 is the move people are playing in 2020. We have a6 and only now rook to c1. Now, why this is so, I'm sure it required a lot of opening analysis and asking the engine for advice, but it seems that this is the way it's played today. And okay, c captures on d4, c captures, this was all played before. We have a queen trade, captures, and now e6, not allowing d5. We have bishop to d3, continuing development, and now castles. And now rook to c4 was the idea here. You just play rook c4, you bring the other rook over to c1, you double rooks on the c file, which is the only open file on the board for the moment, and it does make sense. But here instead we have h4. Now perhaps with ideas of making some weaknesses here, opening up the file for the rook by pushing h5, so h6. And now there is one game where e5 was played, so you kind of numb down the bishop on g7, and also there is one game where h5 was played. But here rook to c5, and it is now as of move 16 that we have a completely new game. So let's see how Marcus deals with it. We have rook to d8, developing the rook, and also adds a third attacker to the d4 pawn. And now while you could try and defend it, maybe go back rook to c4, but it doesn't really make sense since you already said that you're not interested in rook c4, you want to play rook to c5. So rook to b1. And here, this is what Vidit obviously prepared. Marcus now has to decide whether you grab the pawn or not. So let's see what happens if you grab the pawn. If knight captures on d4, let's say everything is traded, knight captures, bishop captures, and now you get king to e3. You attack the rook, you get out of the pin, rook back to a4 attacks a2, and now rook to c7 is very strong. So black is up a pawn, but white has insane activity. It will be very hard for black to develop. For example, if you capture, rook c1 just wins the game. Since you cannot save the bishop, if you go here, the rook just captures it. There's no defending the piece. So what you would have to do after rook to c7 is not capture, but play something like e5, free some squares for your light square bishop to be developed, but then you get bishop c4. Now you go after the f7 pawn, and after, let's say, this captures, you're going to capture on b7, and only white can be better here. Or it's just a plain draw. For example, rook checks, you move the king, you capture here, and then let's say you just continue checking up and down, and if white doesn't want to part with these pawns, we might have a draw by repetition. So this is basically what lurks in the position after this rook to b1 idea and offering of the d4 pawn. So Marcus decides against it. We have bishop back to f8, now forcing the rook to move back, rook to c4 now, defending the d4 pawn, and bishop to d7, just continuing development, offering the b7 pawn, but not really. If rook captures, then knight a5 just picks up one of the rooks, so don't want to do that. So rook to b6, a very active move, asking black how will you continue development. So bishop back to e8, now freeing up the d file for the rook, and now rook back to c1. Now already there's the threat of rook captures because you no longer have this very nice fork. And here bishop to g7, again adding a third attacker to the d4 pawn. And while you could now maybe even go for rook captures on b7, and then again we trade everything, captures, and captures, rook to c3, bishop to b5 is the threat now, going after the bishop here, but after rook c3, it's a pretty equalish game. So Vidit decides against it. He pushes e5. He says, okay, now you are no longer attacking the d4 pawn. This bishop is now much weaker than it was, and your b7 pawn is still hanging. And now rook 8 to b8, just defending the pawn, seems to be one of the ways for black to go. But Marcus again goes for a more active approach, bishop to f8. He gives up the pawn for some very active ideas, or so it seems. Rook captures on b7, and now knight to b4. Attacking the bishop here, also the a2 pawn is under attack. If you allow captures, then bishop to b5 check will be very strong. Black will have won the bishop pair and maybe even tie down this rook, so it won't be able to escape. But we'll see. So first bishop to c4, not allowing captures or grabbing of the pawn on a2. We have bishop to c6. Now putting the bishop to this very nice diagonal, rook back to c7, and now bishop to b5. We have bishop back to b3, again keeping an eye on your a2 pawn, and now knight to d5. Now going after the bishop on e3, and now bishop captures on d5. It's too strong of a knight to be just left there. Bishop to a3 is coming, and well, this rook just might run out of squares. So we have bishop captures on d5, rook captures on d5, and now rook to c8. Asking, do you want to trade here? And then I get the other rook over to c8. So of course, Ragar doesn't. We have rook to d8, and then now rook captures on a8. We have rook captures, and now you might have some problems. For example, if you go for the seemingly active rook to c7 right away, black can just force a draw here, because the two bishops will have no problems harassing the rook. Just bishop b4 check, king c2, and bishop to a5 will make quick work of the rook. You don't want to go here, because then you allow the c file for the rook, which will come with check. So rook to c5 if you want to keep the c file, but now bishop b6, and you can just keep merrily harassing the rook. Rook c5, bishop b4, or b6, doesn't matter. Basically a draw by repetition. So after this rook captures on a8, we have bishop to f4. Here Vidit frees the e3 square for his king. So let's see what happens. King to g7. Also, black improves the position of the king, keeps an eye on the h6 pawn, so the bishop now can be developed. Now rook to c7, and now bishop to b4 check. But now it's not a problem, since you can move. King to e3, and now any bishop to a5 harassing of the rook will be met with rook to c1. So that's a big difference here. So rook to d8 instead, and then now g4. We have rook to d7, now offering a rook trade, but rook to c8. Since white controls more space, of course he doesn't want to trade down. We have a5, starting to push the pawn, and now bishop to g3, slowly making room for this pawn to be pushed to f4. Bishop to a6, pushing the rook back to c2, and now bishop to b7, just assuming this very nice diagonal. Knight to g1, freeing the f3 square, so you can push f4. We have g5, and now f4. We have g captures on f4, bishop captures, and bishop back to e7, going after the h4 pawn, and now not bishop back to g3, but rather pawn to h5. So grabbing even more space. We have bishop to a6, just waiting to see what white will do. White goes back, knight to f3. And it seems that the best idea for black is just to go back, bishop to b7, and keep playing this game, asking white to come up with a plan. But Marcus decided to go for another active idea. He played bishop to b4 instead, and now, well, a very important square was left behind, but feel free to pause the video and try to figure out what you would play here. How would you continue this position? While I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on spotting the square that was left behind. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's g5. The bishop from e7 no longer helps with the defense, so of course g5. And now the knight can come to g5, and from g5 to e4, and from e4 to d6. And it's basically just a chain reaction. So h captures, we have knight captures, and now bishop back to b7, which is an excellent square for the bishop, but now knight to e4, saying that I don't care if you capture here. If you capture, I'm just going to capture, and my position is just much better. I control the only, well, it's not the only, the g file is also open, but I'm the one who controls the open c file. I have a passed h pawn. I'm just going to play h6, bring the rook over here, bring the rook to g7. It's going to be a fairly easy game for me. So instead, after knight to e4, bishop back to e7, not allowing the knight to come to f6, or d6 for that matter, but doesn't work. Knight to d6 just the same. Now, of course, it's an excellent square for the knight. You are always pressuring the bishop. If you capture, then it's, well, you just have two passed pawns. Rook to c7 is coming. There's no defending against this. So bishop to d5 instead, but now h6 with check. We have king to g6, and here, of course, you cannot play rook here because the bishop covers that, so rook to c1, now making room for rook to g1 to be played. And it was, in fact, in this position on move 46 that Marcus Rager resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. For example, we could show, let's say you try to relieve some of the pressure. For example, you will not capture right away. You're still going to go rook g1 check, king h7, rook g7 check. The h pawn is nicely guarded. King here, and now capture, and you have a lot of... well, you now have two passed pawns, and it's hard for black to find a move. For example, if bishop c6, guarding the rook, preparing f6 to trade the rook, you have this very nice breakthrough of d5, freeing some squares for the white king. E captures, you're gonna go king to d4, and now yes, you will be able to trade rooks, but now king c5. saying that if you capture, I'm going to capture with check and then pick up your bishop here. So bishop to a4, and now king captures on d5. And while you can now finally capture here, it's insufficient because king e6, and now the d pawn wins. Black will have to give up the bishop here, and because you still have the a2 pawn, it's of course a winning position. And if you don't go for this trade, instead after rook to c1, you could try something else, but there's not much better. If king h7, you're still gonna go rook g1 and go for this g7 square. Bishop to f8 defends this, but now knight to e8, and there's no defense. Knight f6 seems to come with a fork, and there's no way of avoiding everything. For example, if you move the rook, it's just knight f6 check, king h8, and rook to g8 mate. So whatever you do here, it's completely lost, and of course it's justified that Marcus resigned here. And an excellent victory for Vidit in round 3 of the Prague Chess Festival. So let's check out the standings after 3 rounds. Here, no, those aren't the standings. Let me just, I have to load them. Okay. Yeah, these are the standings. So let's just check it out. After 3 rounds, it's Vidit in first place with 2.5 out of 3 points, followed by Nikita Vityugov, Alireza Firuza, and Jan Krzysztof Duda with 2 points. With 1.5, it's Nils Grandelius and David Anton Giharo. And with 1 point, Marcus Rager, Pentala Harikrishna, Sam Shankland. And with only half a point, which is, well, someone always has to have a bad start, David Navarra, who is the favorite, as he's playing on home turf. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Shamin Asfak, Andrew J. Davis, Austin Laird, Dennis Stachnik, and Mohamed Reza Rezai for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this very nice Prague Chess Festival, continuing the Morphy saga, and of course checking up on your wonderful suggestions. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your weekend. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the coverage of the FIDE World Cup 2019. While things are heating up in the game for the finals, we also need to check up on the match Yu Yangyi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Two of their classical games ended in a draw, then 2 of their rapid games ended in a draw, and this is their 4th rapid game, the one with the shorter time format. Maxime won game 3 of the rapid section, and now Yu Yangyi has the white pieces, and he needs a win in order to equal and go take this further into the tiebreaks. So without further ado, let's check it out and see who claims the 3rd place. Yu Yangyi opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, and the knight to c3. And of course d5, the Grunfeld defense is on the board. Maxime yet again goes for his famous weapon. C captures, knight captures, and just e4 going into the main line. Knight captures, b captures, bishop to g7. With queen to a4 check, black needs to deal with this somehow, and we have knight to d7, and now knight to f3. Continuing development, black does the same, Maxime castles here, and now bishop to g5. And c5, the usual idea, when playing the Grunfeld, you want to attack white's center with the c-pawn with the bishop and force white to deal with this. We have rook to d1, getting the rook out of this nasty diagonal, also putting it on this very nice file. We have c captures on d4, c captures on d4, and now knight back to f6. And here there is a game where this position was reached. It was in the 2016 Women's Olympiad. Elizabeth Paetz had this position against Maria Carolina Lujan, and that game ended in a draw. But in that game, bishop to d3 was played. Here we have d5, and it is a new move in the position. But as you know, Yu Yangyi really loves pushing pawns, so he's preparing e5. With bishop to d7, attacking Yu's queen here on a4, and now queen to b4, going after the b7 pawn, and now queen to b6, working out for Maxime, as if captures, then he gets the very nice open file for his rook, and on the other hand, if the queen trade is avoided, then white could be in some trouble, as this king is still on e1 and the bishop still hasn't developed. So Yu here decides to trade. We have captures, a captures, and now e5. So those are very far advanced pawns, but it's only good if it's good. Here Maxime goes knight to g4, and now the question is, how do you defend the e5 pawn? Well, this is what Yu had in mind. He plays e6 here. And it just seems like in every game between you and Maxime, use D pawn and E pawn are just marching up the board. And okay, Maxime captures it. It does seem to be a free pawn, and now comes bishop to C4. Now, hoping that if captures, then you can also pick up this pawn, as bishop will capture with check. But Maxime finds a very nice Zwischenzug. He plays bishop to A4, now forcing you to deal with the rook on D1. We have rook back to c1, and now even b5, pushing the bishop further back. Bishop to e2, and only now e captures on d5. And now Maxime is preparing e5, d4, and with this kind of pawn mass in the center, he would just be winning. So the question is, can you grab the e7 pawn? If you can, it's great. If you can't, then after this pawn moves, it's just going to be an overwhelming position to deal with. Maxime still has the bishop pair, the semi-open file for his a8 rook. It's hard to say can you capture the pawn, but you need the win. So he doesn't want to allow e5. He grabs it, not with that, but with the bishop. Bishop captures on e7. We have rook to e8 by Maxime, attacking the bishop, and now bishop to g5. The problem for white is that his king is still on e1, and you can't really castle, as the bishop would be hanging here. So we have b4. Clearing the b5 square for his light square bishop. Now comes king to f1. You have to unpin if you don't want to allow this. But now comes something Maxime had planned, and the why bishop captures on e7 essentially doesn't work. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find the winning move for Maxime in this position while I give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on being such an excellent exchange sacrificer. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's rook captures on e2. So it doesn't matter if the king unpinned, the idea still applies. If you don't want to be down a piece, you have to capture the rook. So king captures on e2, and only now bishop to b5 check. So what do you do here? King to e1, and here Maxime just played bishop to c3 check, and it was in this position on move 24 that Yuangi resigned the game, and it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who claims third place at the FIDE World Cup 2019, and with this he will also be taken into consideration as the wild card for the FIDE 2020 candidates tournament if he doesn't qualify through the FIDE Grand Prix. But you know, it's always good to have more chances, as 2 years ago he really got he didn't manage to qualify for the candidates tournament, and he almost qualified by rating, almost qualified through the World Cup, almost qualified through the Grand Prix. It was just a really bad luck for him. So very exciting to see that he's doing well now. And of course, white resigned here, as there is nothing more to do. White is in check. You cannot go anywhere on the light squares. You could block bishop d2. That doesn't work because of rook to e8 check. You're gonna go king d1, and now bishop to a4 check. You don't have a move. You have to give up the rook. But then black can choose. Does he want this rook? Does he want this rook? Check. King c1. You're just gonna grab this one for free. This one falls next. Complete massacre here. On the other hand, if you don't block, if you play something like king d1, it's even worse. Knight captures f2 check, king c2, bishop d3 with check, king b3, and now of course rook to a3 is checkmate. Very nice stuff. Lastly but not leastly, if you want to give the exchange back with rook captures on c3, just b captures on c3, and okay, you've given back the exchange, but black will have an easy win. The rook is coming down here. Once you consolidate, you're gonna start pushing your c pawn. You have two connected pass pawns in the center of the board, while white still has problems getting his rook into the game, completely winning for black. So you of course knows this, and after bishop to c3 check, he resigns the game. So very interesting stuff, and a lot of you have been asking how does the whole qualification for the candidates work. Well, it's a very complicated process, but basically it's Giri who qualifies through rating, and there's a lot going on that whole story. As Maxime, I think he would have to win 27 rating points up until November, so he could qualify by rating. Even though he's higher rated than Giri, his average over the past 12 months is lower than Giri's. But then again, there's this thing where Giri had to play in the Isle of Man chess tournament, and then he said that he will not play there. But there's no good punishment for not playing, because Giri will now not play any classical games, so he doesn't lose ratings. And it says after you register for the tournament, you cannot abandon your registration and say I'm just not going to play the tournament. You can only do it, they say, if you've qualified for the candidates tournament through the World Cup, where that's not the case with Gary. So it's interesting to see what will happen. Will he be fined in any way? Will there be a punishment, or will they just look the other way? Always exciting stuff in the chess world. But yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Ferdinand Albin and Linus Ryan and Charles Schroeder for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you for watching, and I will see you soon to continuing the coverage of the FIDE World Cup, checking up on your suggestions, and so on. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a very exciting game from round 8 of the 2019 Sinquefield Cup. It's Sergei Karyakin versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and it seems like, from the last few games that we've covered by MVL, that when he has the black pieces, people either challenge him to a Najdorf or they challenge him to a Grunfeld. This is one such case where Karyakin challenges him to a nice Grunfeld game, and they follow the same game they played in 2018 Norway Chess Championship with a nice improvement from Karyakin, or perhaps it's not a nice improvement. We'll just have to check it out and see. So without further ado, Karyakin opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. The Grunfeld defense is on the board. We have c captures, knight captures, e4, kicking away the knight, knight captures on c3, b captures, and bishop to g7, the main line. We have bishop to c4, and now c5. So just challenging the center. Knight to e2, preparing the castle, with knight to c6 by black, putting more pressure on the center. And now bishop to e3, adding more defenders to the center. With castles by Maxim, castles by Karyakin, and now b6, going for a nice pawn sacrifice, d captures on c5. With queen to c7, allowing even c captures on b6, but this was only played a few times and the white never really had any success with it, so players pretty much abandoned the idea. So knight to d4. Now you block the bishop's attack towards the c3 pawn, and also you are hoping for knight captures here so you can improve your pawn structure. Of course, Maxim didn't sacrifice a pawn for that, with knight to e5. Now attacking the bishop on c4, and now comes knight to b5 with an attack on the queen on c7. Queen to b8, and now bishop to d5. Just attacking that rook over there. In their 2018 Norway Championship, bishop to e2 was played by Karyakin, but here bishop to d5 is a different idea, and it's a move Maxim played with the white pieces against the Boris Gelfand, but we're gonna get back to that. So the rook is under attack, but first knight to g4. You offer a rook for a nice mate on h2, so of course white has to prevent this. With g3, preventing mate, knight captures on e3, now attacking the queen, f captures, and here comes a6. A big mistake would be bishop to b7, but even this was played in one game. Then white continued just c6, pushing the bishop back, and after bishop to a6, rook captures on f7, and now black just falls apart. The rook captures, bishop captures, and you cannot capture the bishop. If you capture the bishop, you get queen d5 check, and now you're getting destroyed whatever you do. If e6, just queen to d7. If, for example, king e8, you're going to go rook f1. There's really no good way to prevent queen g8 mate. Well, of course, bishop blocks, and then queen captures on f8 will be mate, as the pawn covers the d7 square. But even this was played. Here with a6, the move Boris Gelfand played against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and here knight to d4. In that game, Maxim played bishop captures on f7 against Boris Gelfand in the 2013 World Cup, also played in Norway, but that game ended in a draw. Of course, Gelfand did not capture and allow queen to d5. Gelfand just played king to h8, and then the game just continued and ended in a draw. But here, after a6 with knight to d4, just nicely retreating, the rook is still under attack, and it is as of move 17 that we have a completely new game. So, a new move by Karyakin. B captures on c5, pushing the knight back. A slight improvement to b captures on c5 is bishop to h3 right away, just developing, attacking the rook on f1, because after b captures on c5, Karyakin gets rook b1 in. This comes with an attack on the queen, so it's a slight improvement. Queen to a7 and now knight to c6. So not giving up the knight for a rook this way. Karjakin wants to grab the e7 pawn as well with check. So first knight c6, attacking the queen, preparing to capture on e7. With queen to c7 and now knight captures on e7 with check. So picking up a pawn. Queen captures and now bishop captures on a8, grabbing the exchange, but it's not a problem. Bishop to h3. Now, if you don't want to lose your bishop on a8, you have to give up the exchange back. So bishop back to d5 by Karjakin. Bishop captures on f1, queen captures on f1, and then now comes bishop captures on c3. Karjakin grabs the pawn on a6, and we get this position where Karjakin has 5 pawns, Maxim has 4 pawns, but it's bishops of opposite colors, and Karjakin has a double e pawn. So Karjakin will try to push his a pawn, whereas Maxim will try to push his c pawn. And now usually a lot of people say that bishop endgames are a draw, bishops of opposite colors, but in such rich positions where there are queens on the board, rooks on the board, the usual way is that the side that attacks is like that side has is up a piece, because if you're attacking with a light square bishop, your opponent cannot use a dark square bishop to repel the light square attacks. So if it's just a nice battle of bishops of opposite colors, just attack. That's the rule. We have queen to g5 by Maxim, going after the e3 pawn, and now queen back to e2, defending it. King to h8, unpinning, preparing f5, and the king to g2, improving the position of the king, and we have f5 now. Karjakin uses the undefended bishop on c3 to remaneuver the queen, with queen to d3, attacking the bishop, bishop back to e5, and now rook to f1. Again, not allowing captures because rook captures on f8 with check. So king to g7, now defending the rook on f8, and now comes e captures on f5. Rook captures on f5, and now a4. Karjakin starts pushing his pass pawn, and it's much easier for him to push his pass pawn than it is for Maxim, as it will be very hard to pass the c4 square. Rook captures on f1, king captures, and now comes a very interesting move by Maxim, bishop to d4. He's of course hoping for captures and captures, but if this happens, for example, captures, queen captures, then you can just start pushing a5, but then c captures on d4. And now after a6, yes, white, the pass pawn on the a file is very far ahead, but you can just go queen h1 check, pick up the h2 pawn, and this game is a draw. But after bishop to d4, Karjakin played something else, so feel free to pause the video and try to find the move that Karjakin played in this position while I give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent finder of moves in games of opposite colored bishops. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, bishop to c4. This is the idea. The point is, well, manifold. First off, you cannot go queen captures on e3, because after queen captures and bishop captures, you push a5. And now there's no stopping the pawn. The c5 pawn is blocked, you cannot push it. Bishop to c4 blocks it, and you can't guard the a7 square, which is the only dark square this pawn has to cross to become a queen. And also you can't go bishop f4 due to the g3 pawn to try and prevent it with this maneuver. So this is completely lost. You can't go for that. On the other hand, after bishop to c4, you don't really have a good option. Bishop captures on e3 was played, but it doesn't really change anything. The a pawn is still going up the board. Queen to d7 check, king h6, queen h3 check first, king g7, and now queen to e6, just nicely centralizing the queen. Also, now Karjakin is ready to push his a pawn, and you don't have any checks to give with black. So bishop to d4, clearing the room for the black queen. Now comes queen f7 check, king to h6, and now a5. So you allow a check or two, but it's not a problem, as you can always hide king g2, king h3. So bishop to f6, now allowing checks along the f file, and king to g2, not allowing. We have queen to d2 check, king to h3, and now queen back to g5. From there, the queen will be able to deliver more checks. Queen to f8 check, now comes the bishop to g7, and now queen back to f3, which is an excellent square for the queen, not allowing queen h5 check, not allowing queen f5 check, and also keeping an eye on the a8 queening square. The bishop controls the a6 square, so really it will be impossible to stop this pawn. Bishop to d4, but now just a6. We have queen to e7, guarding the a7 square, but now comes queen to e8, and it's queen to a8, and it's not a problem. You can't deliver this check as the bishop covers this square. If you go here, then just king g2, and the queen controls this entire diagonal, so any checks along the light squares will not be possible. Bishop back to f6 by Maxim, and now a7. We have queen to d7 check, and now even g4. Queen back to e7, and now, of course, a very nice move by Karakin, queen to f3, preparing a8 queen, and also if you capture on a7, then you lose the bishop on f6, but there is no other move. We have queen captures on a7, queen captures on f6, and now Maxim still doesn't resign. He finds a very nice idea, queen to a3 check. And now, what do you do here? Also a very interesting idea. Feel free to pause the video and try to find the winning move for white in this position. Well, again, give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent avoider of stalemate. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, if you found anything except bishop d3 or bishop b3, you will be losing this game. For example, if king h4, then queen to h3 check ensures stalemate. Now you just capture and black has no moves. You can't move the king, you can't move the pawn is pinned, this pawn cannot move, it's just stalemate. It's the same if you go king to g2, just queen g3 check, and again, if you capture, it's stalemate. If you go king h1, queen g1 check, captures, it's again stalemate. So Karakin played the only move he had, bishop d3, but it's not a problem. Queen captures on d3 with check, and now king to h4. Now, of course, the stalemate resource is no longer available. If you deliver check, white just captures your queen. You still have your c pawn that can be pushed. Maxim could have resigned here, but he was being a good sport, and he allowed Karakin to finish the game in great style. Queen d4, offering a trade, but Karakin just played queen to f8 check, queen blocks g7, and now, of course, comes g5, and we have a checkmate on the board, which is very rare, and, Maxim should definitely be congratulated on allowing such a, such a nice presentation on the board, as it's very rare to see checkmate on the board between two such elite grandmasters. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and yeah, it seems like I said it in the beginning of the video. Everyone always says Maxim is the best player in the world when it comes to Najdorf or when it comes to the Grunfeld defense, and he almost always loses games in those openings. I mean, not always. He draws most of them, but in top elite competitions, he loses them, and that's exactly why he's the best, because he constantly keeps searching for really awesome active positions such as this one, and every time he plays that Najdorf game against Fabiano Caruana, where he sacrifices 2 exchanges, not 1 but 2, really just awesome stuff. So I really hope he continues with this playstyle, as the games are just incredible. Even with a negative result here and there. But yeah, once again, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank James Norwood for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. We're going to check out one more game from round 8 of the Sinquefield Cup, and then we're going to check out the standings. We're going to continue the Capablanca saga as soon as I get the chance, and of course, checking up on your suggestions. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the 2019 Riga FIDE Grand Prix. It's Shahriar Mamedyarov versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. This is game 1 of the classics, and it is the final round, obviously, as this is the finals. So it's a really interesting game. We're gonna really enjoy checking it out. Well, I hope. But before we check out the game, I would just like to mention that a further update has been made on the Agad Mator chess clock. So now it is fully released. It is no longer in beta. So if you were one of the the beta testers, you are welcome to leave the beta, as now you will be able to give a rating, you will be able to write a comment in the Google Play Store, and you know, if you feel like it, if you enjoyed the clock and everything that has been updated, as a lot of you have really sent a lot of emails on what to improve, you know, just if you feel like it, leave a comment, leave a you know, a rating, 3 star, 4 stars, 5 stars, whatever you feel the app you know, deserves, and well, that's it. That's what I wanted to say. And you know, all in all, just update your chess clock. And getting back to this game, before we check out the actual game, we do have some nice photos. So here it is. All the photos are compliments of Niki Riga, official photographer of the FIDE Grand Prix. There you have it. First move being made by this gentleman here. Also a bonus question: who amongst you can identify the gentleman? You know, feel free to you know, enlighten everyone in the comments. And also here we have a very nice photo of Maxim. He doesn't like that the d4 pawn isn't perfectly centered, so he's gonna you know, just fix that, and he's not sorry about it either. So let's just check it out. Mamedyarov opens with d4, like you've just you know, seen on the photo. Knight to f6, we have c4, g6, and knight to c3, and d5, well, not e, but the d5, and we have the Grunfeld defense. So if you remember, we covered the game not so long ago in the Grandchester Zagreb edition that has been played, well, not all that long ago. Maxim tried the Grunfeld defense against Magnus Carlsen, but Magnus Carlsen really unleashed his bishop pair from hell, and in the end he was able to prevail. So here, obviously, Maxim doesn't mind that he lost the game with his Grunfeld defense against the world champion, as, like I said, alongside Peter Svidler, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is considered one of the greatest, you know, players of the Grunfeld today. So we have c captures on d5, knight captures on d5, and now e4. We have knight captures on c3, b captures, bishop to g7. And here, Magnus had knight to f3 on the board when he played against Maxim in Zagreb, but here Mamedyarov goes for queen to a4 check. We have queen to d7, blocking check, hoping to trade queens, but Mamedyarov isn't interested. We have bishop to a3, and now this is a very nice idea where Mamedyarov has plans of developing this bishop over to f4, bringing the rook to c1, and then putting pressure on the c file. But you will see what happens. We have b6 by Maxim, preparing to fianchetto the light square bishop. We have knight to f3 now, finally, bishop to b7, and now just bishop to d3, defending d4 pawn. And here, Mamedyarov already had this position against Sebastian Bogner in Bundesliga 2015, where Maxim played pawn to c5. But here we have castles by Maxim. We have castles by Mamedyarov, and only now c5. So here the game again transposes into this game we already mentioned that Maxim played against Bogner in 2015, and there, well, there a different move was played. Rook to d1 was played there, but also some of the moves that are familiar in this position are bishop to e3 and bishop to g5. But the move Mamedyarov played, bishop to f4, is a new move, so it is as of move 12 that we have a completely new game, as this move has never been played before. So how do you deal with this? Well, you want to start developing. The bishop and the queen control the a6 square, so you can't really develop the knight via the a6 square. So you have to try and develop it via c6, although it's very hard. If you just develop it now, d5 will be very annoying here for black. So here, Maxim first decided to trade once with captures on d4, captures on d4, and only now knight to c6, but it's not a problem. d5, same as in the game against Magnus, and now this knight comes to a5. And in the game against Magnus, if you remember in Zagreb, this knight remained there for the rest of the game. At the end of the game, the knight played a few more moves, and that was it. So let's see how the knight will fare this game. Rook to c1. Like we said, this is the idea. The bishop on f4 now controls the c7 square. Mamedyarov wants rook to c7. So of course, Maxim has to prevent this with rook f to c8. And now h3. making some breathing room for the king, with e6 challenging white's strong center. And now, of course, as the queen and the bishop are guarding the d6 square, it is only natural that we will push d6 here. So on the next move, white, of course, wants to push e5. If black allows this, then it's just going to be a slow, painful death. So Maxim plays f6. He wants to prevent it, but Mamedyarov says, nope, you haven't really prevented anything. He just pushes e5. And here, if you capture, for example, captures, knight captures with an attack on the queen. Now, if you move the queen, then even d7 is coming. So here, if you capture, you get bishop captures, and here, with this pawn here, rook to c7 is again a threat, and with white having the bishop pair, it will just be, again, a very slow and painful death for black. So your other option is to play f5, but then your bishop is just lame there on g7. It's, you know, it's supposed to be a dragon, and here it's not even a lizard. And well, white has a beautiful central pawn chain here. Rook to c7 will again be threatened at some point. You'll probably double rooks on the c file, and that's pretty much it. So here, after e5, Maxim did the only thing he had left. He played bishop captures on f3. And now, of course, if you capture, you no longer have control over d5 square. Black will be able to capture here. So here, e captures on f6. With bishop captures on f6, and now g captures on f3. And now, again, rook to c7 is a threat. The bishop still controlling the c7 square. So here, MVL pushes e5. He wants, you know, the bishop to get out of here. We have bishop back to d2. And now, again, how do you play this? It's a very passive position to play. Probably what you want to do is just play something like king to h8. And then after, well, white defends the h3 pawn. Then try to bring the knight back into the game. But now you're going to go bishop to a6, kick away the rook from the c file, rook to d8, and now bishop back to b5. And now you have a lot of pressure here on this knight. You're going to play rook c2, you're going to bring the other rook over to c1, and it's just going to be a very tough game for black to play. But this was probably the best course of action for Maxim. Maxim went rook captures on c1 first. He wanted to trade all of the rooks, but this doesn't really work in his favor. Rook captures on c1, we have rook to c8, and now Mamedyarov just trades once again. We have rook captures, queen captures, and now he plays king to g2. He wants to defend his h3 pawn, but also possible was just bishop to e4, because the threat of bishop to d5 check prevents you from capturing here. If you capture, then bishop d5 check, king g7, and queen to c3 just wins the game, because the bishop controls the h6 square. This bishop slices all the way here. Queen to c7 check is coming, and this king is getting checkmated. So there wasn't really a need to defend this h3 pawn here, but, you know, better safe than sorry. And it's not like black has any active ideas in the position. So king to g2 by Mamedyarov, and now bishop back to d8. The queen is now coming over to e6, and, well, black will just have to try and hold this passed pawn here, and somehow at some point get this knight into the game. With bishop to e4, of course, preparing bishop to d5 check, and here black went queen to e6 as expected. So feel free to pause the video here and try to find, well, believe it or not, a winning move for white in this position. I'll give you a couple of seconds. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. You are an excellent threatener of winning the black queen. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, queen to d3 is the strongest idea here. f4 was also nice, but queen d3 just forces matters. Now bishop to d5 is the real threat. So here Maxim went king to g7 and just bishop to c3 by Mamedyarov. The threat is f4 now, as the pawn will not be able to capture, so you're just going to have an awesome pawn chain once again. Here queen to f6 was played by Maxim, just you know, preparing to meet f4 with queen captures on f4. But here Mamedyarov played the classiest move possible. He played king to f1, and here Maxim Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game on move 28 in classical time format, which is really insane, as up until this point, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave knocked out everyone in the FIDE Grand Prix in the classical time format, so I don't think the rapids were even reached, and here, it's like Maxim doesn't want to leave the classical time format. He loses in 28 moves, which is really insane. Here, Mamedyarov created a beautiful Zugzwang. For example, if you try to find a move for black, you're going to have a very hard time doing so, because the knight can't move. All of the squares that the knight can use are covered by the queen, the pawn, and this bishop here slicing all the way here. You can't really move the dark square bishop. The pawn controls all of these squares. If you move the queen, then f4 is definitely coming. So what can you do? You could try something like king to f7, just try and get the king out of this ugly diagonal, but it doesn't help. Still f4. And now, after queen captures on f4, you get queen to d5 check. King to f8, and now bishop to d2, preparing for bishop to h8 check. And after queen to f7, bishop to h8 check, king to g8, but now just queen to a8. There are too many threats here. Queen captures here is a threat. Bishop d5 is a threat, winning the queen. So after queen e8, you're just going to play check. You have to go all the way to h8, and now bishop g5 just wins, decisive material and the game. On the other hand, after this king to f1 move, you could try something like h5, just, make a move, but still after queen d5, all of the same ideas are happening. Now, bishop captures on e5 is a threat. You can't prevent this. And again, it will be the black's position will deteriorate by itself. Another thing after king f1, well, you could try queen to h4 to maybe create some threats here with queen captures on h3, but it doesn't work. Just bishop captures on e5 check, king to h6, and now f4. The queen guards the h3 pawn, and everything will just continue falling apart for black. So of course, Maxim knew this. After king to f1, what a beautiful way to to end the game. Might even use this as a thumbnail. I don't know. I probably will. So yeah, really an impressive showing by Mamedyarov, and it seems that although Maxim is the world's leading player in the Grunfeld now, it doesn't seem that it actually works against top players, because the bishop pair is just too strong. And this night, like we said, against Magnus, it played a move or two at the end of the game, but here it remained on a5. So I don't know if it's a really passive way to play the Grunfeld, but it seems the top players have found a way to refute the Grunfeld, at least for now. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, don't forget to update your Agadmator chess clock. I would like to thank Jared Weiss, Thomas Pander, Troy Heerin, Chris Picard, and Tony Mowat Guitar for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon. Continuing the coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix finals, continuing the Capablanca saga, and as usual, checking up on your suggestions. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz tournament. This is still the Rapid section, the third day of it, and it's Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. The last time two of them played was in Zagreb. We covered that game in July in the Croatian Grand Chess Tour, where Carlsen won a very nice game against MVL's Grunfeld defense. So here, if you haven't seen that game, I will put a link to it. It will be the first link in the description below, so do check it out if you enjoy the Grunfeld defense. And here we might also have the Grunfeld defense, but we won't know until we check it out. So tough second day for Magnus, losing 2 games, really a tough break. Let's see what happens in this game. So again, with the white pieces, Carlsen opens with d4, and we have knight to f6. Maxim obviously prepared something else. We have c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. The Grunfeld is on the board, and we have knight to f3 by Carlsen. The same line he played in Zagreb against Maxim. We have bishop to g7, and here queen b3, the Russian variation. Carlsen goes for this. In Zagreb, he played c captures on d5, and as we already mentioned, won a very nice game against Maxim. So queen to b3, now putting pressure on the d5 pawn, and d captures on c4. We have queen captures on c4, and Maxim castles. We have e4 by Carlsen, and now knight to c6. Somewhat rarer move. a6 is the main line here, and here, although bishop to e2 is preferred, not preferred, but mostly played, Carlsen goes for a much rarer line, which is h3. And here is where Maxim really started thinking what to play. I think he spent few minutes here, and continue knight to d7. Again, going for the main line in this position, remembering his preparation. The knight is now coming to b6, where it will kick away the queen, and you want to play f5 at some point. With bishop to e3 by Carlsen, knight to b6, and now queen back to c5. And here, you could try f5. Of course, you would very much enjoy opening up the f file for your rook, and the bishop can come into the game, but here white would close it. And after e6, you would have this position where white is somewhat better, controlling more space, and black has some difficulties with the development of the light square bishop. But nothing too terrible, it would seem. So after queen c5, we have a5 by Maxime, with ideas of maybe going knight to b4 to c2, and there are some games here where a3 was played to prevent the jump of the knight to b3. There was the bishop to b5 in one game. Rook to d1 is a known move, but the move Carlsen plays, rook to c1, is a new move, and it is now as of move 11 that we have a completely new game. Knight back to d7, again challenging Carlsen's queen, and here you could go queen c4 and you could get a repetition here, but of course there's really no point in doing this if you're already playing white. So Carlsen goes to a3. Seems like a weird square to put the queen. You also could have gone to g5, but Carlsen prefers a3. With e5 by black, and now d5. Carlsen grabs more space in the center. With knight to d4, and now comes knight to b5. A triple challenge to the knight on d4. And now c5. So now you can see that after all this has been done, the knight and queen will now nicely control the d6 square. And well, the queen is now very nice on this diagonal, because Carlsen here goes d captures on c6 en passant. With knight captures on c6, and now just bishop to e2. Carlsen also would like to castle. Knight back to f6, now challenging the e4 pawn, and first rook to d1, just attacking the queen. Bishop to d7, developing while defending, and now bishop to c5. We have rook to e8, or don't we? Well, there's no real good way to save the rook, because if you try something like rook to e8 here, knight to d6 just wins it, because now if you move it, for example, if you go to e6, then knight g5 will grab it. If you try something like rook e7 or rook to f8, then you just grab the b7 pawn, and your rook will be under attack by the bishop, and also the knight from here will be attacking the queen, so there's no way to save the rook here. Here, knight captures on e4 by Maxime. He grabs the pawn and gives up the exchange. With bishop captures on f8, Magnus of course grabs the exchange, bishop captures, and now queen to e3, attacking the knight. Now MVL doesn't like f5, as it might open up his king a bit too much, but perhaps it was a good idea. He still has the bishop pair, so it's hard to say if Carlsen could take advantage of this. But first he goes knight to c5, and now Carlsen castles. And here we have queen to f6. Just getting the queen out of that d file, as this rook on d1 is very annoying. And now comes knight to c7. The knight from b5 is now coming to d5 to attack the queen, and well, from there, depending on what black plays, it will be a very annoying knight. With knight to c7, now attacking the rook, rook to d8, preparing to move the bishop, so the rook can challenge Carlsen's rook on d1. With knight to d5, attacking the queen, and now queen to g7. And here, knight to b6. Carlsen is up material, so he wouldn't mind trading some pieces. With e4 by MVL, and now knight to d4. With bishop to e8, now the rook also controls the d file, and now Carlsen goes for some trades. With knight captures on c6, rook captures on d1, rook captures on d1, and now bishop captures on c6. Now the e4 pawn is nicely defended, but bishop to c4. Carlsen doesn't care that his b2 pawn is under attack. He plays bishop to c4 and he offers it, but grabbing it would be maybe a bit too risky already. Black is down material, so you could get inclined to grab material as you are down material, but here after queen f4, attacking the f7 square, the queen has to return to defend it, and now rook to d8 would be just very annoying for black. And here black doesn't really have any good moves. For example, you could try knight e6, attack the queen and the rook, but after this trade, white can just start attacking the pawns here, and black is pretty much helpless. You will constantly have to keep an eye on the bishop here, and once white is happy grabbing as many pawns as possible, you can even just trade everything here and just win a better endgame. So after bishop to c4, we have queen to e5, not allowing queen to f4, and now comes queen to d4. Carlsen says, I'm up material, let's trade queens. Of course, the queen trade is not favorable for MVL, so he declines. We have queen to g5, and now comes knight to d5. Here, Carlsen is, eager to get some windmill action with the knight to f6 check, and there's no way around this. You have to capture the knight. Bishop captures on d5 is played, bishop captures, and now knight to d3. d4 pawn is lost either way, so MVL wants to grab the b2 pawn. We have queen captures on e4, knight captures on b2, attacking Carlsen's rook, and here Carlsen played rook to b1, but there is a better move, so feel free to pause the video and try to find this better move, as you have to spot an undefended piece to solve this one, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, you are an excellent spotter of undefended pieces, such as the knight on b2, and for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, bishop captures on f7 check. That's the point, because now after king captures, you will play queen captures on b7 with check, now connecting with the knight on b2, so you grab a second pawn, and after bishop e7 or moving the king, you just pick it up, and now you are up a pawn, up the exchange, and of course completely winning. So after knight captures on b2, rook to b1 was played. Carlsen didn't spot bishop captures on f7 immediately. And here Maxim played queen to f6, but there was no good way to take advantage of Carlsen just missing this. Now queen to f6 defends the knight and also guards the f7 square, but it doesn't matter. Here Carlsen just repeated bishop captures on f7, and it was in this position on move 34 that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game. He resigned because, well, if king captures, then the idea is the same, just queen captures on b7 check, you pick up the knight here, but it's not much different if queen captures. If queen captures, just rook captures knight, and then now, okay, both players have 4 pawns, but it's still, Carlsen is up the exchange, and even though you have a dark square bishop, which is a nice piece, there's no point in playing this, because, for example, white is threatening to capture on b7, as the queen also attacks the pawn. Bishop b4, you could defend the b7 pawn, but then just rook c2. Rook c8 is coming, and after queen d7 blocking, now comes queen c4 check, king g7, and now you just trade queens. There's no way around this. Black's king's position is just too open. You will very easily trade queens and just win a superior endgame. Rook against the bishop, equal amount of pawns, completely winning for white. So yeah, after bishop captures on f7, Carlsen won a game after a very tough second day, and I think he broke Maxim's streak. Maxim was on 4 wins in a row, and now he suffered yet another loss in the Grunfeld. Which is always interesting, as he is, well, alongside Peter Svidler, one of the best players of the Grunfeld defense. And for those of you who enjoy the Grunfeld, you are also welcome to check out Carlsen versus Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in Zagreb, Grandchester. If you've missed that game, it will be the first link in the description below. That's it. I would like to thank David Graham and Simon Johansson for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of this very nice event, continuing the Capablanca saga, and as usual, checking up on your suggestions. Thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very nice game from the quarterfinals of the FIDE 2019 World Cup. It's Timur Rajabov versus Jeffrey Xiong. This is their second game of the match, the classical one. First game ended in a draw where Xiong had the white pieces, so it will be very interesting how he will fare with the black pieces against Rajabov. We do have a nice photo of the matchup, not from this round, it's from the previous round, but we use what we have. Photo courtesy of Kirill Merkuriev, official photographer of the 2019 FIDE World Cup. So there you have it, just to get in the mood for the game. Now let's check it out. With the white pieces, Rajabov opens with d4. and knight to f6 with c4, and now we don't go into something that will go into the Queen's Gambit decline, but rather g6. With knight to c3 and now d5, the Grunfeld defense is on the board. With c captures, knight captures, and e4, we go into the main line of the Grunfeld. Knight captures on c3, b captures, and bishop to g7. Bishop to c4, the main line, well, the most popular line here, but bishop to b5 by Rajabov. A somewhat rarer line, with c6 blocking check, and now bishop back to a4, with castles, and now knight to e2. Nakamura also enjoys playing this bishop to b5 line, with e5 by black. Now the white king is still in the center. Of course, black wouldn't mind busting open the center, and the problem with, for example, something like d5, d5 is met with queen to h4, just going after the e4 pawn, and if you defend it, for example, knight g3, then the rook assumes the d file, and now white will have some problems. So after e5, Rajabov just castles, and now knight to d7. Continuing development with bishop to e3, queen to e7, and now bishop back to c2. With knight to b6, and now there is one game that reached this position of Vladimir Yancha versus Valentin Sorokin in 2006, where queen to c1 was played preparing f4, but here Rajabov says preparing is for weaklings, I'm just going to push f4 right away. And it is as of move 13 with f4 that we have a completely new game. So, Xiong captures with e captures on d4, and now bishop captures on d4, offering a trade of dark square bishops. Well, most of the times you want to do this, as black's dragon is his strongest piece, so you do want to trade it. Rook to d8. It seems like white will have some problems here, as the bishop is on the same file as the queen, and if c5 comes, it seems like you're going to lose a piece here. But Rajabov continues with the attack. He plays f5. And what does this mean? Is c5 just winning a piece? Well, not really. If you play c5, then Rajabov had f6 in mind, with an attack on the queen and the bishop. Now, after you move the queen, you can continue e5, further harassing the queen, queen c7, and now f captures on g7. C captures on d4, and now as the f file is opened up for the white rook, bishop to b3, going after the f7 pawn. Bishop to e6 defending, and now you just recapture c captures on d4, and the white has an incredible position here. So after f5, of course, Jeffrey did not go for c5. He played bishop captures on d4 with check, with c captures on d4, and now c5, going after the center. Queen to d2, preparing something like f6, maybe queen to h6. It's still not anything serious, as the queen always has the retreat square of f8, and you will be able to counter white queen on h6. But now Xiong goes after the white queen with knight to c4, attacking the queen. Queen to d3, getting out of the way, and now knight to e5, going after the queen yet again. And here, queen to a3, now saying that, okay, your knight is under attack and you cannot capture here, since your queen would be hanging on e7. So knight back to c4, attacking the queen, and now here Xiong says, okay, you can grab my c5 pawn if you want, but it's not a good move. For example, queen captures, pawn captures, and now you get knight to e3, and the white has to give up a rook, because if you try to defend both the rook and the bishop, then you get rook d2, and now you either lose the piece here or you lose the piece here. There's no way to defend both. So, Rajabov decides, okay, we're not capturing here, let's just retreat. Queen back to c3 now, and here we have b5, as there are no more squares where you can attack the queen, so you just defend the knight. With f6, attacking the queen, and now queen to d6. It's always important to keep an eye on that f8 square. For now, the knight covers e3 and d2, so you cannot go over to h6 right away, but, you know, you can never be too careful. And now d5, not allowing this capture to happen, and it's a somewhat weird pawn structure in the center, but if you can get rook a1 and maybe push this pawn to e5 somehow, then the central pawn structure would be very nice. With rook to e8 by Xiong, and now bishop to d3, hoping to capture the knight here. And here, knight b6 is one way to do it. For example, you give up the b5 pawn, and in exchange, black grabs the e4 pawn, reducing white's center somewhat. But Xiong decided to go for knight to e3. It's similar, but not quite. Here, Rajabov played bishop captures on b5 with rook captures on e4. Now the knight is defended, and now knight to g3. And here's where the party really starts. So how do you do this? Do you capture the rook and give up your own rook? It's a very interesting line. But the problem is if you capture on f1, yes, you keep an eye on the h2 pawn. So now if white captures here, you can capture on h2 with the queen. But then the problem is white just recaptures and you're down a piece. And you don't have good compensation for it. Your pieces are undeveloped and you have no way of continuing the attack. Queen h1 doesn't really do anything as the white queen guards the rook on a1. So after knight to g3, we don't have knight captures on f1, but rather knight to g4, an excellent attacking move. Now, of course, if Rajabov captures the rook, it's queen captures on h2 with checkmate. So after knight to g4, we have rook a to c1, going after the c5 pawn, and here Jeffrey just pushes it, c4. Trying to buy some time. For example, if bishop captures, then he can play h5, h4, and so on. Maybe dislodge this knight and continue the attack. But Rajabov is not interested. He plays h3. He says, okay, you move the knight, I just capture your rook on e4. So everything is good. Xiong goes bishop to b7, now with the idea of creating some threats here. He gives up the knight on g4, but it's actually a very nice sacrifice. Rajabov accepts it with pawn captures on g4, and now rook captures on g4 with a double attack on the knight, and things get really complicated here. Another move other than rook captures on g4, queen to c5 check was possible, as it goes after the bishop on b5 right away. If you're eager to win your piece back right away. For example, rook f2. Now you go rook f4, go after the rook, and only after you trade rooks, let's say rook f1, rook captures, then you recapture on b5. But Xiong is not in a hurry to win his sacrificed piece. He just plays rook captures on g4, as he's such a great attacker. And now again, what do you play here? How do you defend the knight? It's not simple. If you play knight e2, just get the knight out of the way, then you get queen captures on d5. Now you have all these threats on g2. It will be impossible to defend. So black would be, of course, winning here. And on the other hand, if you try to defend it, it is possible to go rook to f3. Just defend it, give up the d5 pawn, your rook is under attack, you move the rook. Then comes queen e3 with an attack on the bishop, pressuring the rook. So now rook captures here is on the rook captures knight is a threat as the rook is pinned. So here, white, not the greatest continuation for white. So here, Rajabov finds the best idea, bishop to c6. Give up the g3 knight, but for some excellent play. With rook captures on g3, now comes queen captures on c4. And of course, Xiong is not interested in giving Rajabov this very strong passed c-pawn, so he plays a very tricky move. He doesn't go for rook to c8. Rook to c8 is one way to do it, but as both of them are really low on time, it's every second is valuable. He plays bishop to a6, and bishop to a6 just shows you how creative Xiong is. It's really just a crazy, what sorcery is this move. The thing is, if you capture the bishop, it's very hard to spot black's idea. For example, if the bishop is captured, then Xiong's idea is rook to h3. The point is, if you capture the rook, then of course it's a draw by perpetual checking, king h1, queen captures, king goes here, queen captures, and so on. On the other hand, after this rook to h3 move, if you don't capture it, it's hard to find a good continuation because queen to h2 is coming. So white is better here, but when both of them are very low on time, it's impossible to allow such a continuation for black. You would have to find queen to c4, and it's a very hard move to find. You have to allow all of these checks: queen h2 check, king f2, queen g3 check. Now if you go back, it's just a draw by repetition, so you have to go further up the board. You cannot go rook e8 check as the bishop covers the e8 square, but you can go rook h2, now threatened to capture here, but then white plays d6, and now you see that the bishop guards the g2 pawn. So it's not incredibly difficult to find, but with little time on the clock, you do not want to risk this. So after bishop to a6, Rajabov instead goes queen to f4. So you cannot capture the rook now because queen captures queen. Rajabov wants to trade queens with rook to d8. Now, again, Xiong does not have a problem trading queens. But first we have rook c to e1, now threatening some very nasty ideas. Queen to h6 is not a problem. Rajabov could force a queen trade here. Queen to f8 just goes back, captures, rook fe1, getting the rook out of the way. But he prefers rook c to e1. Now the thing is, of course, if you play something like queen captures here, it's not going to be all that great, and especially if you play bishop captures on f1, that could be very bad, because queen captures on d6, rook captures, and now the real idea behind rook to e1 is just rook to e8 mate. So after rook c to e1, we have queen to c5 with check and rook to f2 blocking. And now rook to c3. Your rook is still hanging here, so you have to bring it back. Ding was having an interview. He was also commentating on this game, because his game with Alexander Grishuk finished before this game, and he showed a very funny line, so I'm just going to show it. What happens if queen to c3, just defending the rook this way and attacking the rook here, abandoning your, defense of the f8 square, and he now showed if queen to h6, then you get queen captures on e1 with check, and if king to h2, now it seems like you're getting checkmated, but you're actually not, because of rook to h3 check. And now you either have to bring the queen back, and then black just grabs the pawn here. You could grab with the rook, with the king, then you get just queen to h1 check, king g3, and you lose the queen on h6. Or after rook to h3, you could capture with the g pawn, but then you get queen captures on f2 with check, king h1, and now queen captures this pawn, so there is no mate, and now you are just up a whole rook. So really, very nice of Dingo for showing us this funny line after winning his game against Grishuk. But okay, in the game, rook to c3 by Xiong, and now comes a move that that's actually a very nice move. So we already said that queen to h6 followed by queen to g7 mate is what this game is all about. This is what Rajabov went for when he played f5 and f6. But the constant problem is that Xiong's queen is covering the f8 square, so the g7 square will always be protected. So here we have rook to e7. Just queen to h6, again, also possible. You could go for this and go for the queen trade, but Rajabov finds rook to e7. Now the queen can no longer go to f8 to block mate, and there is only one good continuation that that saves the game for Xiong. So pause the video here and try to find this defensive idea. Maybe we can do this a bit more often, pausing the video to find defensive ideas as well. Well, I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations on defending such a difficult position to defend. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, the only good move is rook to c2. Now you have this very nice pin. You just attack the pinned piece. Now of course queen to h6 is nothing, because you just get mated. Queen captures rook, king h1, queen captures, and g2 is mate. So rook to c2 really creates problems for white. You will not be able to continue with your attack. You will have to go back, for example, queen e3, offer a queen trade, and then the game continues. But Xiong did not find rook to c2. Xiong played rook to c1 check. We have king to h2, and now rook back to c3. Probably with the idea that after queen to h6, he can deliver some checks, and then go rook to c1, maybe continue checking the white king. The problem is, it doesn't work. So here, I'm not going to even ask you to pause the video, as we already discussed that the main theme of the game is queen to h6. So here in this position, Rajabov just played queen to h6, and it was in this position on move 36 that Jeffrey Xiong resigned the game, as there is nothing more to do here. He saw that after this check, for example, you could deliver queen to d6 check, but now the problem is the king will not go back, allowing rook to c1 or something, but just rook to f4. You block check, and next move it's queen to g7 checkmate. And there are no more tricks, there are no more checks, there is nothing black can do this to even hope to save this game. So yeah, definitely a very interesting game, a tough game, really a wonderful attacking game by both of them. Jeffrey really showed some really interesting and tricky lines, especially that bishop to a6 move, definitely my favorite move of the game. But it was not enough. Rajabov takes him down, and with this game, Xiong is eliminated from the FIDE World Cup 2019, where Timur Rajabov advances. So Rajabov and Ding are the two semi-finalists now, and we will have to wait and see what the other players will do tomorrow in the rapid section. So yeah, once again, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Pavel Rotnagel, Abdullah Jabara, and Raul Wasserman for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. I would also just like to mention that Abdullah Jabara created sort of an Agan Matros chess club on chess.com. I will put a link to it in the description below. It will be the first thing you will see. So if you want to join his club, if you play on chess.com, feel free to join his chess club. And have some fun and enjoy some tournaments. But yeah, as usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, covering more of the games of the FIDE World Cup 2019 and checking up on your wonderful suggestions. So thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very nice game from the final round of the Isle of Man Chess.com tournament, the Swiss one. We have Wang Hao versus David Howell. David Howell won a very nice game against Alexander Grishuk yesterday, and both of them are basically fighting for a spot in the candidates tournament. So without further ado, let's check it out. Wang Hao with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4. We have g6 and now g3, preparing to fianchetto the light square bishop, bishop to g7 and bishop to g2. Howell goes for d5, Daniel Grunfeld defends, something he often enjoys playing. We have c captures on d5, knight captures on d5, and now knight to f3. We have knight back to b6, just going back with the knight. And now comes castles by white. We have knight to c6, putting pressure on the d4 pawn, and now e3, just defending that pawn. We have e5 by Howell, attacking the center, and now comes knight to c3, finally developing the other knight. E captures on d4, knight captures on d4, knight captures on d4, e captures on d4, and now c6. You cannot capture the d4 pawn either with the queen or with the bishop because you run into a lot of trouble. For example, queen captures bishop captures, knight b5 puts you in a really terrible position. There's no way to defend both threats if bishop e5, just rook e1, so that's completely winning. And if you're wondering about bishop captures, it's still knight to b5. It's just a very unpleasant move. The bishop is under attack twice. You have to move it. Now captures with check. Once you block it, now again you go after the c7 pawn, and there is not much you can do. Sure, you can save the pawn, but after this check, the king has to go here, and then when the rooks come to the d and e file, it will just be overwhelming for the black king. So that's why you don't capture it. So c6, making this bishop a less useful piece and also preventing d5. But here comes d5. So there you have it. C captures on d5, knight captures on d5, and now black just castles as the black king has been in the center of the board for a bit too long. So castles, and now bishop to e3 by Wang Hao. And here, knight captures on d5 is a known move in the position, but here bishop to e6 is a new move by Howell, and it is most certainly something that he prepared. So it is as of move 14 that we have a completely new game. We have knight captures on b6, a captures on b6, getting a semi-open file for the rook, and now bishop captures on b7. Rook captures on a2, we have rook captures on a2, and bishop captures on a2. And here queen to a4, saying, okay, I'm gonna attack your bishop, so what do you play here? And it seems like this is the moment where the game really begins. If bishop to e6, the game just continues, everything is perfectly fine, the material on the board is equal, both players have a bishop pair, so anything can happen here. And it's a pretty symmetrical position. The king side, the pawn structure is the same. Both players have a b pawn, so really it would be hard to get a more symmetrical position with this many pieces on the board. But we have, instead of bishop to e6, bishop to d5, offering a trade of light square bishops, which makes sense. You want to get rid of white's light square bishop, as all of the light square weaknesses will then be felt, but it runs into a very unpleasant move. So feel free to pause the video and try to find this very unpleasant move. Well, I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as it is a very unpleasant move. It's rook to d1. For those of you who just want to enjoy the show. Now, I don't haven't seen the interview after the game, as I don't know if Howell overlooked this or did he decide to do it. But I think it was a blunder. Otherwise, it was really just a crazy idea, because here he has no moves. The bishop will fall you. There's no way to defend the bishop. So here bishop captures on b7. Howell sacrifices the queen. We have rook captures on d8. Rook captures on d8. And now, okay, he has a rook and the light square bishop for the queen. It's not the end of the world, especially since you still have the bishop pair. We have f4 by white, now making an additional safety square for your king, and bishop captures on b2, so grabbing yet another pawn. So if you could get your bishop back to g7, somehow get this bishop over to e6 and start pushing your passed pawn, then this is anyone's game. But of course, Wang Hao will have his say about that. Queen to e7. Attacking the bishop and the pawn on b6 with rook to d7, and now queen captures on b6, also attacking the bishop here. So without wasting any time, not allowing Howell to consolidate, with bishop to a1, and now comes queen to b5, again putting pressure on the rook here, and also the rook has to keep an eye on the bishop on d7. So the strongest idea for Howell here is bishop to c8. This would be the most resilient. Now prepare the bishop to reach some light squares here, and you can always go for rook to d1 check. But Howell went for rook to d1 check immediately. We have king to f2, and now bishop to h1, getting the bishop to a safe square, as, well, the queen has a lot of checks at her disposal, so you never know when you might blunder a piece. So bishop to h1, and sure, it's controlling a lot of squares here around the black king, also white king, also the rook controls a lot of squares, so it could be unpleasant if Howell gets a few moves in. But queen to e8 check. King to g7, and now bishop to c5, threatening bishop to f8 check. So you have to make some more room for your king. We have h5, and now bishop to f8 check. So what do you do here? Obviously, you don't want to go anywhere to h7 or something like that. You're going to lose the f7 pawn, but no square is a good square here. We have king to f6 by Howell, and now queen to e7 with check. King to f5, and queen captures on f7 with check. So now if king e4, you're just going to capture here with check, king d4, and now queen to c2, and you run into a lot of trouble. The rook is now captured, trapped. There's no good square for the rook. You have to go here and then just check, wins material. Whatever you do, you're just going to lose the bishop, and then it's just game over. So after queen captures on f7, bishop to f6, but now you just attack the pin piece. Bishop to e7 is played, and here Howell was, of course, very disappointed with him, as it was a very important game for him, you know, a chance for a spot at the candidates, and he blundered and had to sacrifice his queen. So he played rook to d2 check. It's still not over. I mean, you still have to make white work for it. Rook captures on h2. Now clearing the g4 square for his king, with queen captures on f6 with check, king to g4, and now queen captures on g6 with check. King to h3, and now f5. Here Wang Hao starts to push his passed pawn, with bishop back to d5, and here comes f6. There's really no good way to prevent the pawn from being pushed, with king to g2, and now we have queen to c2 check, and it was in this position that David Howell resigned the game. Whatever he does loses the bishop and then just the game. For example, if you go to h3, just queen to f5 check picks up the bishop, and if you don't, if you play king back to g1 or somewhere else on the first rank, just queen d1, again you pick up the bishop on d5, and then it's just very much straightforward. So yeah, after queen to c2 check, David Howell resigned the game, and a really tough break for him, as you just don't expect to play in a Swiss tournament and win a spot at the candidates. That's just insane. But that's exactly what happened to Wang Hao, and now China will have two representatives at the candidates tournament, Ding Liren and Wang Hao, which is great for them. So yeah, the really tough break, this bishop to d5 move. Like I said, if bishop to e6, the game just continues. It can go on forever, and it probably would. But bishop to d5, just a terrible blunder for Howell in such an important game. But like I always say, it's chess. Things happen, and anything can happen when you play chess. So yeah, not only does Wang Hao win a spot and his spot in the candidates tournament, but also he wins the Isle of Man chess tournament, because he has a better rating performance than Fabiano Caruana. So very big accomplishment for him, but I'm pretty sure about this. I'm not 100% sure, so I will probably make another video from one of the nicer games from the Isle of Man chess tournament tomorrow, and then we're gonna check out all of the standings. But as usual, you can check out the standings. I will put a link in the description below, so you can just check them out for yourselves. So that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. I'm very sure Howell didn't, but Wang Hao, on the other hand, congratulations to him. And if you meet Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the library or the bar, congratulate him. A happy birthday. So I would like to thank Michael Diener for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage. Well, not continuing, but showing at least one more game from the Isle of Man chess tournament, checking up on your wonderful suggestions, and we are soon starting our next big saga, so I'm going to have to create some sort of a poll for you guys so you can vote. So thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to another very nice game from the Croatian Grand Chess Tour being played in Zagreb. It's the final round, and it's Magnus Carlsen versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's still a race. Anyone can take the tournament. Well, not anyone, either Magnus or Wesley will take the tournament. Magnus has to either draw the game against Maxime, and then maybe Wesley will win against Levon, and then we will have a playoff tomorrow. Or if Magnus is able to win his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, then Magnus, as he's the sole leader before the final round, will take the tournament. So without further ado, let's just check it out. Magnus opens with d4. Sorry about that. With knight to f6 by Maxime, c4, g6, knight to c3, and d5. We have the Grunfeld defense, which is super exciting, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, among his other specialties, is known as a world-class specialist in the Grunfeld defense. I don't know. I always thought Peter Svidler was the biggest, most knowledgeable person about the Grunfeld, but everyone was talking about how Maxime is, so not really sure. But okay, Carlsen continues knight to f3 with bishop to g7, c captures on d5, knight captures on d5, e4. We have the main line. Knight captures on c3, b captures, and now c5. So everything, perfectly normal for the Grunfeld. With bishop to e3, and now queen to a5, threatening queen captures on c3. We have queen to d2 by Magnus, guarding the c3 pawn. Also, maybe in some cases, bishop to h6 can be played, exchanging the dark square bishops. We have knight to c6, and now rook to b1. If the light square bishop is developed, you can capture on b7, and also you want to get the queenside rook away from a1 as soon as possible, as if the position opens up, you don't want it standing on a1 as a target for black's bishop. We have c captures on d4, c captures on d4, castles by Maxime, and now Magnus trades on a5. We have queen captures, knight captures, and now you do want to play d5 at some point, but if you play it too early, it's not good, because you want to keep this knight on a5. That's the biggest weakness in black's position. If you play d5, you take away the c6 square from black's knight, and it is a very nice idea. But here, while you can play this, Maxime already faced d5 in this position. He played it in 2016 and he won a very nice game. He continued e6, just attacked the center right away, and there were no bigger issues with his position. So here Magnus continues with bishop to d3. Magnus doesn't just push a pawn, and bishop to g4. Magnus castles in this position, and this position has been reached before. Rook f to d8 is a known move here. b6 is a known move here, just preventing this pawn from remaining a target. So maybe you can get the knight back into the game via b7, if not c6. But here Maxime goes bishop captures on f3, which can be described as extremely risky, because you're giving up the bishop pair very early on in the game. The game is on both sides of the board, and you still have a knight on a5, which could be an issue. So let's see what happens. G captures on f3 by Magnus, and now e6. Of course, Maxime doesn't want to allow d5. We have rook f to d1 by Magnus, and now rook f to d8. Of course, you want to control the d file. Bishop back to f1. Now the rook is also guarding the d4 pawn, as the black rook and black bishop were attacking it. And here Maxime goes b6. And here What do you play? Of course, Maxim now wants to get his knight back into the game. He wants to try knight to b7, so Magnus prevents it. Bishop to a6. So a very nice maneuver. Bishop to f1 and back to a6. Here, you of course now cannot use the b7 square to get your knight back into the game. If you try knight c6, then bishop b7 just wins the game on the spot. So the knight is still remaining on the edge of the board. So let's see what happens. Rook to d6 by Maxim. And now rook b to c1 by Magnus. The c file is the only open file on the board, so of course you want to take advantage of that, but here is some, just for the fun of it, here is some super engine sorcery. The engines give king to g2 as a better move than rook bc1, because here, after king to g2, and if black continues rook a to d8, you can play d5 now. The point is, after e captures on d5, you can go bishop to g5, attack this rook, and now whatever you play, if you play bishop to f6, e5 just wins. You either win this rook or the bishop, or if the bishop captures, you win the rook on d8, or if you don't block with the bishop, if you play f6, well, then you just get bishop to f4, the rook has to move, rook to c6, or if you go to d7, then bishop to b5 will just kick it away from the d file. Same idea. E captures on d5, and now with the passed d pawn, the bishop will simply be very successful in escorting the pawn up the board. So this is some super engine sorcery I just wanted to mention, because after rook b to c1, the same idea doesn't work. Maxim did go rook a to d8, but now you don't have the luxury of going d5, because after captures and bishop g5, you can actually block with bishop to f6. e5 doesn't win now, because after bishop captures on g5, your rook on c1 is under attack. That's why the engines give king to g2 as a better line than rook bc1, but like I said, it's some super engine sorcery. Bishop to g5 now by Magnus, trying to weaken the black's position even more, as if you move the rook, then you get bishop to b5, so the rook will eventually have to move from the d file. With f6, pushing the bishop back, bishop to e3, and now h6. And here we have a very interesting position. All of black's pawns, well, not all of them, but most of them are now on the 6th rank. And if I had this position in a blitz game, in a bullet game, in a hyper bullet game, I would I would immediately go rook to c7. And it's interesting that, I mean, what other move is there other than rook to c7? It seems like such a wonderful move. It's an open file. You want to get this rook all the way up there, attack the a7 pawn. But here Magnus took some 20 plus minutes to decide on his next move. And I was very surprised when the move was not rook to c7. Now, of course, Magnus is a world champion. He didn't like rook to c7 for some reason. The problem was with rook to c7, you get knight to c6, defending the a7 pawn, and then after white attacks it, for example d5, you get e captures on d5, rook captures on d5, rook captures, and e captures on d5, but now you get knight to b4. The a2 pawn is under attack, the bishop on a6 is under attack, and also the d5 pawn is under attack. So you have to move the bishop c4, but now knight captures on d5, your bishop on e3 is under attack, and Magnus did not like where this was going. So here he did not go rook to c7, his position is better. He still has the bishop pair. Like I said, the game is on both sides of the board. You have to really take your time, and this is what you should always do when you have a better position. You should take your time. Like I said, he took over 20 minutes here, and he played bishop to b5. So now, if, for example, the same variation happens, knight to b4 at the end of that variation will not come with an attack on the bishop on a6, but also you are now already controlling the d7 square. So here, Magnus also has some ideas of transferring the bishop over, for example, to b4, from where it will kick away the rooks away from the d file, which is what Magnus wants to do. So he can push d5, create a passed d pawn, and start really pushing for the win here. But here, Maxim now also gets his say in this. He pushes f5. Now he forces Magnus to decide whether he wants to capture, and if he wants to push d5, he should do it now. So he does with d5, and now g5 by Maxim. With bishop to d2. Now, for the moment, you still cannot capture here. So first he captures on e4, with f captures on e4, f captures on e4, and now a wonderful idea. It seems like you can win material here and get rid of Carlsen's pawns in the center of the board, but if you capture bishop to b4 will force the rook to move, and then again you will get your passed pawn here. So here Maxim finds a beautiful defensive resource, and that is a6, and it is just a wonderful idea, where if Carlsen captures an a6, for example, bishop captures an a6, you get e captures on b5, and now bishop to b4 is not a problem because, well, no longer is the light square bishop here, so you don't control c6 or d7, so you can go rook to c6, and now after e captures on d5, you can play rook captures on d5, and now again, white does not have bishop to c4 to win the game because the knight here also guards the c4 square. And even if at some point you were to capture the knight here, then after pawn captures, the bishop on a6 is under attack. So a6, just a beautiful defensive resource by Maxim. Bishop to a4 by Carlsen, of course he doesn't capture, and now e captures on d5 by Maxim. With bishop to b4, you have to make this Zwischenzug work because, well, you first have to free your rook so you can recapture on d5. We have rook to e6, and now rook captures here, attacking the rook here. So what do you do here? Best for Maxim is just rook to b8, getting this rook out of the way, not capturing on d5, and then, for example, after bishop captures, pawn captures, and rook to c4, defending this pawn here, we get this opposite color bishop endgame, which is still very much playable. But here Maxim decided it was not a problem, that he can actually give Carlsen the passed d pawn. He played rook captures on d5 with e captures on d5, and now rook to e4, which comes with an attack against the two bishops here, and this is what Maxim had in mind. He thought, well, I'm not going to tell you what he thought, but feel free to pause the video here and try to find the absolute best move that Magnus played in this position. While I have a nice sip of my water. For those of you who were able to do it, congratulations. I'm sure you've been brushing up on your endgame skills and have found rook to c8 check. But this is what Maxim had in mind probably when he decided to give Magnus the passed d5 pawn. He thought that if a3 now, just defending the bishop, then rook to c4 is super strong. Of course, you don't want to trade. After rook to e1, you go knight b7. And now after rook to e8 check, which is very nice, you're going to go king to h7. You still don't have bishop to c2 check because the rook is guarding the c2 square. So bishop to b3, rook to c1 check, king to g2, and now bishop to f6 will just create additional squares for the black king. You don't allow the rook to go to e7 to try and pick up the knight here. The bishop and knight are guarding the d8 queening square, and Maxim fights on. But here Carlsen played rook to c8 check, and now you have problems. You don't have the option of going king h7 because bishop to c2 wins the game on the spot. So king to f7 was played here by Maxim, and now comes a3. But now it's really different, because now rook to c4, as we've shown in the previous line, is met with bishop to e8 check. And now after king to f6, because the dark square bishop does not allow the king here, the pawn doesn't allow here the king to enter the center of the board. So king to f6, but now rook to b8. You still don't trade, of course, and now the bishop, and the rook are controlling all the three squares that white needs to promote the pawn. d6, d7, and d8 is coming. So after a3, Maxim played bishop to e5 to grab hold of some very important squares. But now Carlsen goes bishop to e8, similar like in the previous line, king to g7 now, and now just d6. He starts pushing his pass pawn, which is what you want to do most of the times. Rook to d4, and now just d7. The threat, of course, is d8, as white already defends the d8 square. So knight to b7, now controlling the d8 square with the rook and with the knight. But Carlsen goes bishop to e7, brings another defender to the d8 square here. And now Maxim rook to e4, which shows how much of a fighting spirit he has. He still finds poison in the position, because here, if Carlsen just, brings a queen into the game, he doesn't really care. Then you get captures, and after captures here, you get bishop captures on h2. So Maxim would still grab a little bit material for the piece, and here you would have 4 pawns against 2 pawns, so 2 pawns for the piece. You still can't capture here, as the rook would be hanging. So even though white is winning here, you would really have to work for your meal. So Carlsen, not in a rush, he plays rook to c6. Now just gets the rook out of the way, threatens to win more material here and kick away this knight from defending the d8 square. And now, again, Magnus doesn't care about bishop captures, because after rook captures on e7, you just play rook captures on b6, the knight is under attack, knight to d8, rook to b8, and now there's no more play for black here. If you move the knight, knight e6, now you just queen the pawn, and after knight captures, the rook captures, but now it's 3 to 2 pawns, so only 1 pawn for the piece, completely winning for white. So here, bishop to d4, defending the b6 pawn, but now, as the bishop left the defense of the c7 square, now Magnus plays rook to c7, and it was in this position that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave resigned the game, as now there is nowhere for the knight to go to. You can try something like rook captures on e7, but it's pretty pointless, as after rook captures here, there's no stopping here. The bishop is helpless to help out with the defense of the d8 square, nothing to do there. So what you can do, bishop c5, but now after white gets a queen, you can capture here, but it's a queen and bishop against a rook and bishop. Of course, it's not even a little bit dangerous for white. So after rook to c7, of course, Maxime knows it's over, and really just a wonderful, wonderful win against the Grunfeld defense by world champion Magnus Carlsen. And this makes it, I don't know, probably Carlsen's 8th classical win in a row or something like that. And he's not up there yet to his former glory. He will not break his former rating record, which I believe is 28-89 or something like that. But, you know, he's getting very close to it, and it will be, well, it's just going to be very interesting to see how far he can go. And he finished this tournament with +5, which is insane, because this is probably the strongest tournament where he finished with such a good result. As he mentioned in the tournament, in the interview after the game, there were no outsiders here, only the absolute top elite players of the world. So no guests, with some 2,600, 2,550, 100 players. Which is, well, just all the more impressive. So as he came into the last round as the sole leader of the tournament, by him winning this game means that he also wins the tournament. So even if Wesley wins the game against Levan Aronian, he does not have the chance to catch up to Magnus. So the Croatian Grand Chess Tour is now over. I don't have all the results, but we are going to show at least one more game from the final round, and then we're going to show the complete standings, but probably tomorrow morning. So yeah, that's the game. I do hope you enjoyed it, and really just we can learn a lot from this. How Maxime allowed this pawn to be promoted into a pass d pawn, and then the bishop pair was used to such a to such a degree to escort the pawn up the board. It was just amazing. I always enjoy when something like that happens. But yeah, once again, I do hope you enjoyed it. I would like to thank Michael Bogert for a contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot. I really appreciate it. If you haven't checked out the game between my nephew and Garry Kasparov, it will be the first link in the description you will see. So if you haven't seen it, do check it out. It's really an awesome game. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, hopefully with some more interesting content, checking up on your suggestions. We are now going back to the Capablanca saga, and so on and so on. Thank you all. I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your Sunday. Hello everyone, and welcome to a game I've mentioned yesterday that I'm going to show you. And a lot of you have been saying that you would like to see a preview of the candidates, to talk a little bit about the candidates tournament and such. So I decided to show you the first ever game played between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana. It's from the 2015 Tata Steel Masters edition. And before we check it out, I would just like to mention something Magnus said in his stream a few days ago. He said that regarding the candidates, that he would put Fabiano Caruana, if you consider the candidates to be in leagues, then for example Fabi would be A1 league, then Ding would be B1 league, and then all the others would be some league below that. So he considers Fabi to be the absolute favorite, then Ding slightly behind him, and then all the rest. Now I would just like to show you, these are the scores between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana throughout their life. So considering classical games, Fabiano Caruana says tied Ding Liren 2-2 with 6 draws. So out of the 10 games they played, Ding won 2, Fabi won 2, and 6 games were drawn. So a bit of an equal matchup, and including rapid / exhibition games, Ding Liren beat Fabiano Caruana 4-3 with 9 draws. So that's including rapid and exhibition games. So when you consider the scores, Ding definitely has the upper hand, but we're gonna see what happens. So this is a really complicated game. Like I said, the first game ever between the two of them. I do hope you enjoy it, and if you enjoy this preview, maybe mention it, or say something about it. So we're gonna check up on the other candidates as well. So Ding with the white pieces opens with d4. We have knight to f6, c4, and g6. Fabi goes for the King's Indian defense. We have g3, c6 now, preparing to go d5, bishop to g2, and d5. We have knight to f3 and bishop to g7. Fabi fianchettos the dark square bishop. We have castles, and we transpose into the Neo Grunfeld defense. We have b3, preparing to develop the dark square bishop, also by fianchettoing. And now, in modern games, some like bishop to f5 or knight to e4 would be played, but in 2015, d captures on c4 was Fabi's choice. We have b captures and now c5, saying that you cannot go d5, as then I just move my knight anywhere and you are in big problems. You will not be able to save your rook. Well, you can save the rook, you can give up the knight and then move the rook, but either way you are at least losing a piece. So just bishop to b2, the pawn cannot be advanced, and now queen to b6, developing the queen, putting more pressure on d4, but also attacking the undefended bishop here. So queen to c1, and now c captures on d4. We have knight captures on d4 by Ding, and knight to c6. Ding trades, captures. You cannot capture with the queen, as the bishop guards c6, and now knight to d2, preparing to bring the knight to b3, which will be very useful guarding the c5 and the d4 squares, as you'll see later on. We have bishop to f5 by Fabi. There are some games where the bishop was developed to e6 or g4, but Fabi decides that f5 is the square. Knight to b3, and now comes rook a to c8. There is one game where rook f to d8 was played in a game between Hare Krishna and Svidler. It was 2 years after this game in 2017, but that game ended in a draw. But in this game, Fabi went for rook a to c8, and it is as of move 14 that we have a completely new game. So Ding goes for e4, and e4 is a really tricky move because it's impossible to capture the pawn. First, if you go with the bishop capture, then it's just bishop captures on f6. You remove the defender of the bishop. And if we go into the capture fest with bishop captures, and captures, then after all is said and done, rook captures, king or queen captures, white is just up a piece. So that's not going to work. Another thing, after e4, if you capture with the knight, then it's even quicker. Just bishop captures here, king captures, and now g4 removes the defender of the knight. So you either move the bishop or you capture, but either way you lose either the knight or the bishop. So Fabi has to move the bishop. We have bishop to e6. Maybe one of the reasons why the bishop was not developed to f5 in a lot of games. But okay, bishop back to e6, and now even e5 by Ding, deciding to close up the dark square bishop diagonal, but opening up the light square bishop diagonal. So knight to d7, putting pressure on the pawn here, and now rook e1, defending it. And c5 now. Here, the c6 pawn is no longer a target, and now Fabi might have some ideas. Maybe he can bring the knight over to d4. We'll see. It all depends on what Ding plays. Ding goes knight to d2. Now adds another defender to the pawn here, as Fabi can easily attack it, maybe with bring the queen into the attack, maybe even bring the rook into the attack. So knight to d2. We have queen to a6, now putting more pressure on the pawn here, and rook to e3. The rook will be very useful, and he's trying he will try to use it to kick away the queen. So rook to b8, putting more pressure on the b file, and rook a3 now. Fabi moves to b6, we have rook to b3, and now Fabi doesn't want to repeat to grab a draw by a threefold repetition. He moves the queen back, queen to c7, and now f4. And this is now a beautiful pawn chain Ding created here, and if, well, it is going to remain like that unless Fabi is able to execute f6 sometimes in the future and then break the chain down. So knight to b6, adding another attacker to the c4 pawn, and now rook to b1, preparing to move the bishop, and then you'll have nicely double rooks here on the b file, which will be very useful. So rook b to d8. Fabi decides that he's not gonna try and counter Ding's rooks on the b file, but rather he transfers the rook to another open file. We have bishop to c3. Now the rooks are nicely doubled, and also bishop to a5 might be an idea, pinning the knight, and also just adding a third attacker to the knight. So queen to d7, prematurely unpinning, and now bishop to f1, not allowing any infiltration by queen to d3. So bishop to f1, for the moment abandoning this diagonal, and now bishop to f5 with an attack on the rook, but also maybe now bishop to d3 will be a possibility. We have rook to a1, and now only now with Fabi goes for it with f6. He wants to destroy this beautiful pawn chain. We have e captures on f6, and now rook to b5. Now with the idea of capturing on c5, but Fabi goes knight to a4. Defends and also attacks the bishop here. We have knight to b3 now with a double attack on the pawn here, but Fabi just gets rid of the dark square bishop. So captures, we have queen captures, and now comes bishop to e4 by Fabi. And it's really a question: do you capture on c5 or don't you capture on c5? Because it's extremely complicated. Now I will show you what happens if the c5 pawn is captured, but only because it's just beautiful. So if knight captures on c6, for example, with an attack on the queen, queen to c6, getting the queen out of the way, and now let's say knight captures on e4, you're gonna play not captures right away, but f5, and now you open up a discovery here, so both the queen and the rook are under attack, and now after the queen moves, you pick up some material with bishop captures on a1. Queen captures on a1, and now queen captures on e4, and yes, you do have this beautiful diagonal, but it's not going to be easy to use it. For example, if you could get this bishop to c4 somehow, it would be great, but you can't. For example, if c5, freeing the square for the bishop, rook to d2. And now already you have some very nice ideas like queen e3 check, followed by some mating pattern. So let's say queen c3, but now you get queen e1 with the threat of queen f2 check, followed by queen to h2 mate. And also you're pinning the bishop, so bishop to c4 is not possible. So here, queen to f3, defending, and now rook to e8, just preparing to bring the other rook into the game. And now we would have a race, let's say c6, king g7, c7, and now just rook captures on a2. Rook to b8, now preparing to queen the pawn, but now queen to d2 with the threat of checkmate, and now there's nothing more for you to do. If you bring the queen over to h1, it's queen to f2 mate, and if you try something like queen g2, then it's just queen to d4 check. You have to move the king, rook captures on g2, you grab the queen, threatening mate, so white doesn't get a chance to bring a queen into the game. After king captures, now you play queen to d7, and you've stopped everything. Bishop to a6 is also possible. If you capture on c7, then rook here just picks up the queen. So here you have queen to c6 check, king to h3, and now you pick up the bishop. Again guarding the square, and after rook captures here, yes, white is threatening promotion here, but you have queen to f1 check, king to h4, and the queen to g2, threatening to capture with mate. Again, you don't allow any tricks, but rook e7 check, king f6, and now h3. White is safe now from checkmate, but queen to c6, and that's it. If the rook moves, then well, if the rook doesn't cover the c8 square, then you can never promote, and if the rook moves, you can simply capture, and you will push your a pawn to victory. So I know it's a bit of a longer line than I show usual, but it's forced, and it's just beautiful. So not the greatest move to capture, which Ding doesn't, but Ding finds an incredibly complicated idea, f5. And this is just, the point of f5 is, next move, for example, if he captures, you will not have that freeing move f5 by black, opening up a discovery here, so that's the purpose of f5, but it's not gonna go as planned, as Fabi decides he captures on f5, and now again, for example, if you capture on c5, then you get bishop to c6. Could be very annoying. For example, this rook is under attack. Sorry, my TV just started making sounds for no reason. Yeah, no idea why that happened. But yeah, if bishop to c6 attacking the rook on b5, you'd have to move it to a really ugly square, as you do have to keep an eye on the knight. And then after you move it, just rook f to e8. And now when you get control of the e3 square, bishop to h6 followed by bishop to e3, and it's game over, as this bishop nicely covers the light square diagonal. So again, it's not all that great to capture it, but first rook to e1. As the d file will be the place where the pieces confront. We have rook f to e8 by Ding, and only now rook captures on c5, finally winning that pawn. And here Ding creates the passed c pawn. So here, Fabi, as the queen is under attack, Fabi played queen to d7. But there is another move, a move that is, well, that could win the game on the spot. Fabi missed it, but you're comfortable, I hope, in your home. And feel free to pause the video and try to find this brilliant tactic shot that Fabi missed, while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, congratulations, as it's not an easy move to find. And for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's actually queen captures on c5. And it does look weird, but again, the point is this free move f5. For example, you have to capture, as it's with check. So knight captures queen, and now f5, opening up a discovery here. The problem is, if you move the queen, let's say queen c1, then you get bishop to d4 with check, and there's not much for you to do. You have to block with something. If rook e3, you just pick up the knight here, and everything is tied down. There's not much you can do. Let's say queen c3, you just move the bishop back, open up another discovery here. Now there are two pieces attacking the rook, king f2 defending, but now just the rook captures, queen captures, and you can pretty much either capture the queen right away, or rook d2 check, not allow even that, bishop e2, captures, 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 and you get this endgame where Fabi would have a rook and Ding wouldn't. So that's what happens if queen captures is played, but there's also a possibility of captures and f5, opening up a discovery. And now let's say you try and give back some material with rook captures on e4, but then bishop captures on c3, captures with check, captures back, and it's this endgame where Fabi is again up the exchange, and well, in a winning endgame. So not really sure what happened there. If it's an easy move to miss, but you know, it is completely winning. So queen to d7 by Fabi, and now comes queen to c1. So what do you do here? f5, of course, will no longer be a discovery on the queen, but still f5, of course, you do have to play it. And now queen to f4 by Ding, with some ideas of maybe going rook to c7, as the queen nicely defends it. So rook to e7, guarding the c7 square, and now h4 by Ding. But now he gives Fabi another opportunity. Whether Fabi found it or not, we're gonna have to wait and see. But feel free to pause the video and try to find the absolute best move for black while I give you a couple of seconds. So for those of you who were able to do it, really congratulations. I would say this move is even harder than the previous one, but I'll let you decide. So for those of you who just want to enjoy the show, it's a5. Really cool stuff, because you're actually just threatening a4 to kick away the defender of the d4 square, and then bishop to d4 will be deadly. Point is, if you block it with a4, then if a4, then queen just captures, and then the knight is under attack. The knight is under attack, and it's well, it's not pleasant. Still, you'll have to move it. Bishop to d4 is coming. If, for example, you play rook captures, then you don't really gain anything by it. For example, if you play rook captures, which was played in the game, so we're gonna get back to that. But the point is, if you play after a5, let's say knight captures, which is possible, then bishop d4 just picks up the rook. So the only thing that Ding found was to capture with the rook. Fabi played bishop to c3 with an attack on both rooks, and now comes rook to d5 by Ding. And here Ding is hoping for bishop captures on d5, which would result in captures, captures, and captures, with Ding having this, well, fairly strong passed pawn. Point being, you cannot capture it because just bishop to c4 wins back material. So the Fabi decides not to capture it. Fabi instead goes queen to a7 with check. We have king to h2, and now, only now, rook captures on d5. And now Ding is down material. He has to do something. He played c captures on d5, but now just bishop captures on e1, and it was in this position that Ding Liren resigned the game, as there is nothing more to be done here. Both players, as you can see, two pieces, but Fabi also has a rook on the side. So due to a severe material loss, Ding Liren resigned the game. And that was it. He does have a pass pawn, but even if you try pushing, let's say d6, rook d7, there's nothing to do. Bishop to c4, check, you're gonna go king f8, and there's no way to continue the attack. If you try something like queen e5, maybe to go for checkmate, it's just a quick checkmate from black. Queen f2 check here, and queen g2 will be mate. So no tricks up Ding's sleeve, he simply had to resign here. So yeah, that's the first game ever between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana. I do hope you enjoyed it, and just in case you forgot the final standings of the 2015 Tata Steel Masters, here they are. Of course, Magnus Carlsen won it with 9 out of 13. Then with 8.5 we have Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, Anish Giri, Wesley So, and Ding Liren. Vasily Ivanchuk with 7.5, and Fabiano Caruana with 7 out of 13. So still not as strong as all the others. Followed by Temur Rajabov, Radoslav Wojtaszek, Levon Aronian, Ho Yifan, Ivan Šarić, Lokvan Veli, and Badur Jobava in last place. So yeah, that's well, like I said, the game. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this preview of the candidates, do speak up. Maybe we're gonna check up on some of the other candidates and some of their other interesting games. But I will show another game between Ding and Fabi, the second game ever they played, which is also a very interesting one. So yeah, I would like to thank Ryan Berhar, Bradley Campbell, and Robert Narayan Taylor for their contribution to my channel. Thank you a lot, I really appreciate it. As usual, you can check 2 of my previous videos here. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you soon, continuing the coverage of the Morphy saga, continuing to check up on your wonderful suggestions, and of course, whatever else happens in the chess world, the candidates start in 2 days, if they do. So yeah, thank you all, I will see you soon, and have an excellent rest of your weekend.